Seats, please. Welcome to our first DNC Future Forum. I want to thank the Arizona State Chair, Alexis Tamron, for hosting us here in the great city of Phoenix. And of course, our Western Regional Chair, the distinguished Chair, Alita. Where's Alita? Thank you, Alita. You know, we're starting our journey here in Phoenix, and some of you are perhaps familiar with the great story of Phoenix rising from the ashes. It's a powerful story of a mystical bird, a fiery bird that lives a long time, but when it dies, it settles into its nest, and it is essentially born again by leaving ashes. And those ashes represents the dying of one era as well as the beginning of a new era. So that phoenix, ultimately, that bird rises again. It is renewed, and there is a period of rebirth. And as Democrats, we're now in that period of renewal and a period of rebirth. We decided to start our journey here because here in the West, there's so many possibilities for this party to not only renew its strength, but to come back even stronger. We also decided to start this process during a period of time when we observe the holiday in honor of Martin Luther King, Jr. And many of you know, had he lived, Dr. King would have turned 88 this coming week. Dr. King was more than a drum major for justice. Dr. King was a humble servant who believed in the promise of America and who worked. He worked to build a more perfect union. Like so many Americans, Dr. King and his generation inspired me to pursue my own dream, to become a party strategist, a party leader, and as I stand, a party official. I am honored to be your interim chair, and I'm grateful for your support, and I look forward to the full DNC meeting in Atlanta, Georgia, the week of February 23rd, when we elect our new chair and party officers. As you all know, following this meeting today, we will be hosting a meeting in Houston, Detroit, and Baltimore. And we chose these cities for strategic reasons. They represent our commitment to expanding the map, to support our friends in the so-called red states, and to bring some new energy, much needed energy, into the Democratic Party. They also represent the fact that we are not taking anything or anyone for granted. We're still learning the lessons of this past election, but a big part of the lesson is that we must make sure that blue is never a permanent color. Democratic votes are not guaranteed anywhere. We need to earn them everywhere. That's going to be the task of our new leadership, to get us back to the business of winning elections up and down the ballot. But we need to pick those leaders first. We have a stellar group of candidates who are seeking the office of chair, vice chair, national treasurer, secretary, and finance chair. We're going to host these forums in conjunction with our state parties, our regional leaders, and others, and we're going to make our election open and as transparent as possible. We are also hosting these to work out exactly what happened, to learn all of the right lessons from the past so that we can plan wisely for the future. I'm sure we're going to hear some strong opinions. We're Democrats, after all. And you know, like any good gumbo, we're going to start with the roux, but some of you are going to bring some special seasoning and a little bit of filet to this process. And before I let go of this microphone as your interim chair, I'm going to make sure that I add my own Tabasco to this conversation. So, ladies and gentlemen, here it is. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. We failed. We came up short. We made some serious mistakes, some strategic errors. We got cocky about our invincible blue wall. And then we saw it crumble because just a few thousand votes in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. We failed under extraordinary circumstances. And I don't care if you're a Republican or a Democrat or independent, if you're an American, you were a victim of an attack by a hostile foreign adversary, a murderous dictator who wanted to influence the election, and ladies and gentlemen, he got what he wanted. They turned our own media into a weapon. They hired an army of trolls to spread lies and distract from the real issues. That story, as you all know, is still unfolding. But we're not done fighting to get the truth out. But let me just say how proud I am of all of the staffers at the DNC and on the campaign who lived through that. Ladies and gentlemen, I am proud of the Democratic staffers and the volunteers across the country. Many of them put their lives on the line as they were attacked and harassed each and every day, often attacked by the people who should know better. But yet they continue to work, and they made an enormous contribution to this cause. But I personally want to thank all of them. And in the memory of Seth Rich, murdered, and then mocked by those who would sow seeds of discord. To Seth, we honor your memory. To his parents who in Nebraska know this, we continue to look for ways to bring this act, this cowardly act, to justice, and we will continue as Democrats to fight to ensure that we find the culprit behind the murder of a DNC staffer. We still got about 3 million more votes than the other guy. And thank you to all of those who, and especially in this region, who worked your butts off to help elect Democrats up and down the ballot. So this is our opportunity to also look to the future. We know that we have some serious rebuilding to do. We bounced back after that 2000 election. I'm now mocking myself by saying that I've managed a presidential campaign and now I've served as interim chair. I feel like I'm Ernie Banks of politics. I got impressive stats, but no championship. But I have no regrets, because this is the same party that allowed us to elect Barack Obama twice with over 50% of the vote, and thank you Democrats, thank you America for that. We've come back before. We bounced back after the 2000 election. We rebuilt with Governor Terry McAuliffe, and we kept going with Governor Howard Dean in 2005. And then we made history in 2008. We put the first black family in the White House. And we finally got universal health care done. And as one of those millions of Americans with a pre-existing condition, we're going to continue to fight for Obamacare or the Affordable Care Act. To borrow a phrase from our great vice president, a truly great American and patriot, that's a big effing deal. 20 million Americans. That's why we're going to rebuild this party. That is why we're going to renew ourselves and we're going to continue to rise. We lost the White House, but we will not abandon those families. It is our job to defend that law and all the progress we've made over the last 8 years, and it's our job to stop them from dragging us backwards. The incoming president, and let me just say it, I'm the chair of the party, the incoming president, Donald J. Trump, wants to build a cabinet full of people who either can't do the job or have no idea what their job is. But we're going to fight those nominations. That's why the DNC, yes, we have a war room, and we're going to fight those nominations. We're going to hold each and every one of them accountable to the American people. That's what we do as Democrats. And Mr. Trump, we're not your enemy. We're just the opposition. 27 out of 38 governorships up for grabs over the next 2 years are held by Republicans today. Our job is to put a Democrat in every one of them. We lost too many seats in Congress, in state houses, and at every level over the last 8 years. It is time that we reverse that trend, starting now, starting here in the great state of Arizona and this western region. As many of you all know, this is the second time I've been interim chair. Twice. You won't have me again. But I love you. I signed up to be interim chair at the DNC because I am proud of this party. Without you, without the courageous leader of so many Democrats, so many presidents like John F. Kennedy and Lyndon Johnson, Jimmy Carter, that's my first presidential campaign, Bill Clinton, Al Gore, and now Barack Obama and Joe Biden. Here's a poor kid from Louisiana, from the Bayou, who made it to be chair of your party. I will always be a Democrat. I will always support this party, the oldest political party in the country. We get knocked down, but we're not going anywhere. If we stand up together, we unify and give people hope for a better future, we will win again. We will change the world again. We will make history again. Ladies and gentlemen, I am so proud of Hillary Clinton. She conducted herself with grace throughout a very difficult campaign, throughout the entire campaign. She kept positive. She stayed on message. She saw to it that we had the resources needed to do our job. So thank you, Hillary. We love you. Rest up. I know you will continue to fight for all of us, especially our young kids, our children, and so much more. And so this last week of the presidency of Barack Obama, let us remember, it was over a decade ago, a young man introduced himself to the nation as a skinny kid with a funny name. That funny name is about to go up on a presidential library on the south side of Chicago. This party had more than just a little something to do with that. And I can say on behalf of the President and Vice President, thank you for all that you have done and achieved over the years to help this administration. I'll close with this. In his beautiful farewell address, President Barack Obama told us he is more optimistic today than when he started. He asked us to believe, not in his own ability to bring about change, but in our ability to bring about change. He said something that I want us all to keep in our hearts as we begin this journey forward. I quote, "We can argue about how to best achieve our goals, but we can't be complacent about the goals themselves. For if we don't create opportunity for all people, the disaffection and division that has stalled our progress will all sharpen in the years to come." President Obama was speaking to us. We are not done. We're just getting started. So let's get started. Democrats, join me in welcoming Joseline Mata from the College Democrats of America, who will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Josephine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Amen. Thank you. It is my pleasure now to introduce Governor Stephen Roe Lewis of the Gila River Indian Community. Governor Lewis was raised in Sacaton, is that right? Sacaton on the Gila River Indian Community. Governor Lewis has long been an advocate for Native American issues nationally. He is a great American. He is also an outstanding leader. He was selected to serve as a board member of the National Indian Education Association, the NIEA, and a delegate to the White House Conference on Indian Education. Please join me in welcoming Governor Lewis.
Thank you. Before I begin, let's give Donna Brazil another round of applause. She's truly stood as the heart of the party for so long, and we wish her well, and she will be one of those leaders that will continue on. Let us stand, let us pray. Josh, Creator, watch over this meeting, this gathering of leaders, of advocates. Give us traveling mercies as we leave from here. This is sacred work being done, Creator, on this land of the Yakima O'odham and Peepash people. Give us good hearts and open minds as we discuss, as we try to communicate for the future, not only of this party, but of America. We are all connected as Americans. We are all citizens. Watch over us with love and dignity as we move forward. And in the words of your faithful servant, who we honor this weekend, darkness cannot drive out darkness. Only light can do that. Hate cannot drive out hate. Only love can do that. Words spoken by your faithful servant, Martin Luther King. In this spirit, let's move forward with this meeting, with this gathering. move forward with those words of love and compassion. Masapa.
Thank you. Thank you, brother. I would now like to introduce the chairwoman of the Arizona Democratic Party, Alexis Tamara. Chair Tamara has worked in a variety of political roles over the last decade. One of her impressive accomplishments was managing Dr. Richard Carmona U.S. Senate race in 2012, which resulted in more votes cast statewide for a Democrat than any other Democratic candidate in Arizona history. She currently works as a public affairs professional for an Arizona-based technology company. Please join me in welcoming the distinguished chairwoman, Alexis. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. Thank you all for being here in the great state of Arizona. My name is Alexis Tamarón. I'm the chair of the Arizona Democratic Party, the first female and the first Latina ever elected state chair in Arizona. We are here today as the host of our first of 4 DNC Future Forums that will not only give us an opportunity to hear from our states in the region, but also to hear from the candidates running for DNC office, including the selection of our new national chair. I've been involved in Democratic politics in Arizona for close to 20 years. I know for some of you in the room that's just getting started. But I'm really proud of the work we've done here in Arizona. But I can tell you right now that this race for DNC chair is the most consequential of my lifetime in Democratic politics. It's no secret that our party needs to reassess our tactics and broader strategy. We need to build our movement from the grassroots up. We need to invest in areas where Democrats too often ignore or too late to mobilize. But first, we need to have a thorough and honest conversation about the future of our party, and that's what I'm hoping to have today. I, for one, want to hear each candidate's plan for connecting with and investing in emerging states like Arizona. This past election made clear that Democrats need North Carolina, Georgia, and Arizona to win future presidential elections. Additionally, we've been neglecting opportunities in states like Texas and California, where congressional districts that performed well for Hillary Clinton and have large Latino populations went uncontested by our national party and campaign. We know the story here in Arizona. We're typically left to fend for ourselves, but still outperformed traditional swing states this past November. I'd like to hear from each of our DNC candidates how we intend to expand the map in order to allow our party to win more races in more places. All of you here today have different ideas about moving our party forward, and I want to thank you for stepping up and stepping forward to engage in this conversation. With that, I'm looking forward to hear from our states in our region here in the western states and what worked and how we, the western states, can further contribute to our party's path forward. Again, thank you for being here in Arizona. It is my pleasure to welcome an individual here and broader in the West that needs really no introduction. He's been a progressive champion in what we call the Great Sea of Red here in Maricopa County, which we're changing. But it is my pleasure to introduce our progressive champion here in the city of Phoenix, our mayor, Greg Stanton.
All right, good morning, everyone. We're glad you're here in Phoenix. Thank you, Alexis Tamarón. She has done an awesome job here in Arizona as our leader. Chairwoman Donna Brazil, what a great leader for our national party. Thank you so much, all you have done for all Democrats, all Americans. Thank you for the DNC for choosing our city as one of the sites for this important conversation about the future of our party and the future of our country. And thank you for asking me to be here today. As mayor, I want to welcome all of you to our great city. Now, usually when a large group of people decides to come to Phoenix in January, it's because of the weather. And although it's under 40 degrees in Washington, less than 30 degrees in South Bend, 10 degrees in Minneapolis, it's going to be over 70 degrees here today. But that's only the second best reason to be here. The real reason to have a Futures Forum in Phoenix, Arizona, is because we are the future of the Democratic Party. In our city, in Phoenix, we are putting progressive policies to work. We are showing that we can build an economy that works for everyone in our community and in a community that welcomes everyone. I couldn't be more proud that our city was the first in the state to pass an anti-discrimination ordinance to protect the rights of LGBT residents and those with disabilities. And 4 years in a row, we've got a perfect score from the Human Rights Campaign. I couldn't be more proud that Phoenix is one of the most friendly cities in our nation for refugees, and except for California, Michigan, and Texas, Arizona accepted more Syrian refugees than any other city and state in the United States of America. We are a welcoming community. Our infrastructure policies are working as well. Just more than a year ago, our city made one of the largest investments in public transportation to make all citizens available for safe, reliable public transportation, and it could reach every person in every neighborhood across our city. And I just got back after midnight last night from Mexico City, because while others may be focused on building walls, here in Phoenix we are leading the way to build bridges with our neighbors to the south. So when it comes to showing progressive ideas can create a stronger economy for everyone, we are getting the job done. Phoenix is changing. Arizona is changing. That's true when it comes to electoral politics as well. Of course, November was tough on all of us. But in Arizona, there were some bright spots too. Yes, Donald Trump will be the president in less than a week. But for the last 2 weeks, Joe Arpaio has not been the sheriff here in Maricopa County. Thank you, Arizona Democratic Party. Thank you, John Ryder and the Maricopa County Democratic Party, for your incredible work. And we made some great gains at the local levels, including a Democrat, and I see him right there, Adrian Fontes, who will now oversee our county elections. First time that has happened in decades here in Maricopa County. Change is happening in Arizona. From 2012 to 16, no state saw a bigger improvement in support for our presidential nominee than right here. Secretary Clinton had the courage to invest in Arizona, and it paid off. The margin here was 5 points closer than in Iowa and Ohio. It was closer here than in North Carolina. Make no mistake, the investment she made in Arizona helped deliver some of these local victories that we are celebrating just as we did now. And I just want to publicly say, Seth Scott, my chief of staff, took a leave of absence to run the Clinton campaign in Arizona. You did a great job, you and your team, Seth. Thank you so very much. In the days after the election, in the shock of what happened, there was a lot of talk about whether Democrats should retreat from the progress we made here in Arizona and focus exclusively on the Rust Belt. Well, let me make something clear. Anybody who makes that argument doesn't know how to win, and any candidate for chair of our party who refuses to reject that line of thinking does not deserve your vote. States with increasingly diverse populations where progressives are getting things done, Arizona, Nevada, Colorado, these states are the future, and they are essential to building a strong path to victory. I'm excited about this forum and for today's conversation about our future. And I'm excited to work with the next set of DNC leaders to continue to push forward a bold, progressive agenda that makes Phoenix, our state, and our country stronger. Have a great meeting here in Phoenix. I look forward to working with you for victories in years to come. Have a great meeting.
Thank you, Mayor. I love this city. I look forward to coming back, even when it's a little bit warmer. It is now my great honor to welcome and introduce my friend, a great advocate for Washington's working families, Governor Jay Inslee. Public service first called this young man to office back in 1985 when Jay and his wonderful and remarkable wife, Trudy, led the effort to build a new public high school in their hometown. This inspired Jay to run for state representative, then Congress, where I got a chance to meet him, and then on for governor. He has served the people of Washington State as governor since 2013. I asked Governor Jay Inslee to join us here today, so please welcome a remarkable leader, a gifted public servant, and of course, my friend, Governor Inslee.
Good morning. Good morning, Donna. Thank you for bringing your New Orleans heart to the whole country. We appreciate your leadership. I'm Jay Inslee. I'm a Democrat born. I'm a Democrat bred. And when I go, I'm going to be a Democrat dead. I just want folks to know that. And I am pleased to be here today to start the great effort of the Democratic Party to start rebuilding this country again. I want to note one of our favorite quotations that all Democrats share, in fact, the whole country. The Reverend King said, the arc of the moral universe is long, but it is always arcing towards justice. And we Democrats, because we are optimists, we always focus on the last part of that phrase, arcing towards justice. But we're here to also understand that that arc is long. Progress towards justice is not a linear path. It has its stops and its starts and its obstacles and its frustration. Yes, we are frustrated that Siberia's favorite candidate is going to go to the White House. That is very, very frustrating. But we, by necessity, are here to ask hard questions, examine where we are, and decide where we can go forward. So I'm going to ask 3 hard questions and posit 3 answers. Number 1, should the Democratic Party temper its historic commitment to equality, diversity, and justice? And the answer to that is a big time no. Martin Luther King did not say, "I have half a dream." And we're not saying we're going to slow down one iota. I'm proud to say that when 36 Republican governors said, we're not going to allow Muslims in from that war-torn country of Syria, I'm proud to say I'm the first governor who says, yes, we are. We're going to continue the American tradition. I'm proud to say that as far as I can tell, I was the first person to run for governor and win that says you ought to be able to marry who you want, regardless of who you love in the United States. I'm proud to say that. Look, the bugle of justice never sounds retreat. This nation does not go backwards. And this party is going to continue its full-fledged vocal support for equality in all manifestations. We will speak against discrimination and intolerance in all its parts of this country, and we will keep the arc of the moral universe moving forward for the next 4 years. I'll tell you that for sure. Second question. Is there a central message or central theme going forward for our party that can unify the entire country and win voters of both parties across the country? And I believe there is. And it's quite simple. It's jobs in the morning, it's jobs at lunch, and it's jobs at dinner time. And the Democratic Party is going to lead a resurgence of job creation like we've never seen before with the policies that we espouse. And I will tell you that when I picked my campaign slogan, look, I've been a champion for progressive values for a long, long time. And by the way, thanks Gabby Giffords, given Gabby Giffords to this country, who helped pass our gun safety legislation this year. I've been a champion of these values for a long, long time. But when I picked my campaign slogan that resulted in a double-digit victory this year and a victory over a favored Republican 4 years ago, mine was real simple: a stronger economy. Because it speaks to every single Washingtonian, every single American, regardless of what stripe what part of the country you live in. And I'm here to say that every single thing that we fight for in the next 4 years, I believe, needs to be wrapped around that central message. Take infrastructure. We passed the largest transportation infrastructure project in the history of the state of Washington. But the way I spoke about it was real simple. We're going to hire 200,000 people to go to work in my state, building roads and bridges and light rail in my state. Take clean energy. Look, I'm a champion against climate change. Wrote a book about even what we're going to do about this. But how I talk about it is Democrats want to grow jobs by the bucketful in clean energy. This is a job-creating project. When we talk about health care, look, 2 days ago I sat next to a woman named Chris who had double mastectomy and breast cancer, radiation burns, asthma, and all kinds of kidney problems as a result of her cancer. And that speaks to our heart. But when I go to every single rural community in the state of Washington, I talk about the fact we have created 50,000 jobs in my state with Obamacare. It is a jobs program. When I talk about education, where I'm now proposing the largest investment in new education in the history of my state, we're going to create a whole new career and technical college path to graduation, because we got to tell our kids, you can be a success and not go to a 4-year college degree. We want you to get a jobs program in high school. Every single thing in the next 4 years ought to be talking about jobs and economic development, and I'm convinced that we can win back this country if we have that central message, and we're doing it. How about a shout out for Roy Cooper in North Carolina, whose first act was to make sure that his citizens are going to get Medicaid expansion. That's courage. That man understands economics. How about a shout out for Steve Bullock in Montana, who in Montana understands the power of job creation in Montana. We can win in these places. So now here's the third question. Where are the battles really going to be fought to restore our power to move progressive change in our nation's capital? Now, this is a bit of contrarian thinking. Our ability to move progress in the U.S. House of Representatives is not through the offices in the Capitol. It is through the governor's offices to make sure we get fair boundaries of our districts so we have a fair shot. For Americans to actually restore democracy. Look, it's bad enough to lose the Electoral College when your candidate won by 3 million votes. It's worse to know that our House candidates in the U.S. House, together, our Democrats, have received 1.5 more million votes than Republicans, but they're ahead by 33 votes. They only have 48% of the vote, but 55% of the seats. This districting gerrymandering is a cancer on democracy. It has to stop, and the way to stop it is in the 38 governor's races that will be up in the next 2 years in this country, to elect Democrats in every single state where we possibly can. That means the DNC's got to put resources in the governor's races. That means we have to put our intellectual energies into governor's races. That means we have to elect state legislators in Georgia and Virginia and Arizona and Michigan and Minnesota and Oklahoma and everywhere in this country, because we have to restore fairness to the U.S. House of Representatives. And I'm committed to doing that through these state actions. So I want to thank you. For being here today. We know we are not going to temper our ambitions for justice. We know we are going to give America a new burst of economic growth, and we know we are going to give Americans fairness in Congress by fighting these battles in the states where they have to be won. Now, I'm going to close with this comment. You know this has been a tough few weeks for us. You know when you go home, you see people with long faces and frustration and outright fear. Look, I was at Mountain View Elementary School in White Center, Washington, an area where I grew up, the other day, and talking to a principal saying she got kids afraid to come to school, right? Kids who don't even remember where they were born, but now they're American as you and me. and they're afraid. And our people are a little bit discouraged. But I think we got to think a little bit like Winston Churchill at the height of World War II, when London was in flames and people were afraid and anxious. And he said, "These are great days. These are great days. These are great days for the Democratic Party. They are great days because it is never more important than it has been to stand up for women with breast cancer in this country. It is a great day because it is never more important for us to stand up for the dreamers who we want to see going to the University of Washington and Washington State University. These are great days. These are great days to finally follow science and defeat climate change. And if you get discouraged just for a moment, let me just share you a little story. Yesterday, I was at a high school, Lake Stevens High School, and I was in a STEM education robotics class where these brilliant 8th and 9th graders are building robots. And I asked them, look, when you guys grew up, would you rather be an aerospace engineer building, jet airplanes, fuel-efficient airplanes, or would you rather build rocket ships going to Mars? And I got divergent answers. But this one young woman named Kai told me this. She says, I want to design fuel-efficient airplanes because I don't think we deserve to go to space if we don't take care of our own home planet first. Now, I think we ought to be encouraged what we're hearing from our young people. These are great days. Let's go win these state races in every state house so we can recapture the Congress. And I'll just leave you with this: early to bed, early to rise, work like hell and organize, and we'll go win. Let's go win some. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Governor Inslee. I look forward to my annual pilgrimage to the great state of Washington, and I'll see you and Trudy later on this summer. Once again, I just want to let you all know, hashtag DNC Forum for those of you who tweet. And also, this is being live streamed on the www.democrats.org. So please follow or retweet and add at DNC. Now it's my great honor to welcome back to the stage Governor Stephen Roe Lewis of the Gila River Indian Community, followed by Chair Tamarin, who will also join us next. Thank you, Governor.
Thank you. And, just some great speakers so far. And I am so honored to be able, as the governor of the Gila River Indian Community, home to the Yakima, O'odham, and Pequot people, just south of here, over 20,000 strong, just the opportunity to welcome the Democratic National Party, the leadership here. Welcome to my homeland, the homeland of the Hohokam people. Thank you for honoring us. Now, coming over here, I was wondering what I could say in the few minutes I had to share with you. And within my people's story, let alone my family's story, I believe that I have a couple of anecdotes that I would really be honored to share with you. First of all, as a tribal leader, we are a sovereign nation, and we have so many different critical areas that we have to look over, that we have to provide for, whether it's education, whether it's infrastructure, whether it's healthcare. And sadly, some of these issues are going to be challenged. When we look at the potential Attorney General, Senator Sessions, and he talked about voting against the Violence Against Women Act. That's concerning to everyone. It should be. And of course, one of the main provisions in there that affects Native Americans is the Native American provision in there that allows tribes to prosecute offenders against women in domestic violence situations. And he was against that provision where we could address those perpetrators in tribal court. Also, both the Senate and the House passing measures to begin to roll back the ACA, to roll back Obamacare. If that happens, that affects all of us. Also within that, it has the Indian Healthcare Improvement Act. All of our Indian healthcare money that goes to hospitals and goes to clinics, that would be wiped away as well. So we are all connected to what happens within these next days, the beginning of this new administration. Now, within the Gila River Indian community, and we talk about, we've always, as Indian tribes, we've always been viewed within the field of Indian law. Felix Cohen, he wrote the first Indian treatise on Indian law, and he viewed Indians as the miner's canary, meaning when these issues that affect America, they affect tribes the first and the most the most serious. And so when we look at voting, and voting is what we need to concentrate on as well, expanding our voting within our ranks and expand voting within the party. One of my elders, Peter Porter, back in 1928, he was the first one, a community member, a Pima Indian, when we didn't have the right to vote. Indians did not have the right to vote. He filed a lawsuit within state court. He began that process, and only 30 years later was when this realization occurred. We have to protect the right to vote. I was honored to be able to say a few words when we had the DNC here, when we talked about our platform. The platform is probably one of the best platforms that covers all of the rights and protections of all Americans. And we should be proud of that. Of course, within Native issues, this was the first time that the platform recognized substantially the sovereignty of Native nations, the right to exist, the right to have our own culture, our own language, protections of our sacred sites, protections of water. And thank you again, the DNC, for also standing with and recognizing the fight up in Standing Rock against DAPL. Thank you so much, because clean water is not just limited to Native Americans. Clean water is what we all need to survive on this planet moving forward. So thank you, and we have such tremendous leadership here. We just need to educate, and we need to expand, exactly, and to share this knowledge and share this, because not many people knew. I hate to say that, not many people knew, and this falls on all of us. We all had a responsibility in what happened this last election. As for a tribal leader who was very involved, not many Native Americans knew about the DNC's own commitment within all of the policies that were in the platform moving forward. So we have to do a better job in educating our own people. Now, as well, the great governor from Washington State, he talked about not moving backwards. We have a sad history of that in Arizona as well, whether it's voting rights. In Arizona, within my own tribal reservation, we had a Japanese internment camp back in the 1940s during World War II. Now, we don't want to move backwards to those times, do we? We don't want to start to scapegoat certain minorities, certain groups, because this happened already, and this happened, ironically, on an Indian reservation where a Japanese internment camp was put. So, my people know full well about what happens when you start to hate bait, when you start to make certain segments of our society scapegoats for very erroneous, misaccurate representations of what we are against moving forward. Now also, about opportunity. As a tribal leader, I have a heavy burden on my shoulders to provide opportunity for my community members as well. I know when President Obama first came to Arizona, and he spoke and he gave his historic job speech at Intel, the Intel plant here in Chandler, and I had the great opportunity to meet him for the first time. And he told me, he said, Governor Lewis, he said, we are just neighbors. The Intel plant is just feet away from the northern boundary of the Gila River Indian community. And he said, if your young children, your students, your youth, if they want a true opportunity to be able to be competitive in this new jobs market if they even aspire to work in a place such as Intel, you have to provide them with those skills, those STEM education, STEM opportunities, or else they're never going to be able to have that opportunity to reach beyond what is the current state of affairs within education. And he challenged me then, and I agree. We need to look at making our youth job ready, able to compete in this changing, evolving market. And yes, because the same opportunities that were given to my father, Rod Lewis, who was a veteran and an attorney, the first Native American to pass the bar in Arizona, the first Native American to argue a case successfully within the Supreme Court, the U.S. Supreme Court, and win. That same opportunity, we need to provide him. We need to provide that same opportunity that I had as well, as his son, being able to go to Harvard University, the Kennedy School of Government. We need that opportunity. And I have my son here, Daniel. And so for our next generation, we need to have that opportunities. We need to be able to provide those opportunities for our young people coming up. And wrapping up, I would be remiss if I did not say a few words in honoring our veterans as well here. The Gila River Indian community, yes, is home to one of the famous flag raisers on Iwo Jima and Mount Suribachi, Ira Hayes. And so we have such a tie, an historic tie to our veterans and to their sacrifices, and we need to continue to honor those sacrifices of our veterans and those servicemen and women that are keeping and that we're really sleeping under the security that they provide us day in and day out. So again, I want to thank you, each and every one of you, for allowing me to come and speak this morning. It's a big burden, again, that we carry on our shoulders, all of us that we carry. As a tribal leader, sometimes I feel the burden is overwhelming. But when I do feel this way, I remind myself of the words of my elders who tell me that Creator only puts on us which He thinks we can handle. So we move forward today knowing that we are capable, all of us, of handling this burden together. We only need to stay focused, brave, and have faith in ourselves and each other. Let's get to work, people. Thank you.
Thank you, Governor. It is my pleasure to introduce the next speaker. As you heard from our mayor earlier, Arizona bucked the national trend, particularly here in Maricopa County and across Arizona. In our county alone, we actually made the shift of 100,000 votes to the Democratic Party than we had before. And in just the past week, and actually, I'm going to go back really quick. The reason, too, I would be remiss if I did not thank our progressive allied organizations who helped not only change Maricopa County, but they're changing the face of Arizona. I want to thank Mi Familia Vota, Arizona Wins, the coalition of C3 and C4 groups that every day for the last 4 to 6 years have been registering voters and doing the work that needs to change the face of our state and our county. But this past week, we heard from our president that we need to get off the sidelines and grab a clipboard and start talking to voters. And in light of what I will say affectionately was the dumpster fire of Maricopa County during our presidential preference election, when people were waiting till midnight to cast their votes for president in our preference election, our next leader got off the sidelines, grabbed a clipboard, and spoke truth to power the way we want our individuals to do. Instead of staying on the sidelines, he said he was going to run to be the next elections officer in Maricopa County, and he did just that. So it is my pleasure to introduce the first Maricopa County recorder, a Democrat since 1962, here in Maricopa County. Our next progressive champion here in Maricopa County, please welcome to the stage our new Maricopa County recorder and elections chief, Adrian Fuentes.
Thank you very much. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Last night I told the group to say hey when they saw me, and I got a hey, so this may become a thing. My name is Adrian Fontes. I appreciate the very warm welcome, particularly from so many familiar faces that I see over in the cheap seats, folks that actually did a lot of the walking and talking and calling, and you guys are the reason that I'm up here, so thank you. God bless you guys. I love you. So before I begin, I want to say this is my first elected office, and clearly this is going to be a little bit of a coming out, so if I flub this speech, Mike, tough. I am, as Alexis said, the first Democrat elected to this spot since Cliff Ward held it in 1962. Maricopa County, the fourth largest county in the, in the country, with 2.2 million registered voters right here. That's a lot of registered voters. Interestingly, LA County, Cook County, and Harris County all have boards that tightly control their elections. We are an elections board of one. I know, it's kind of a lot of pressure on me. We have 62% of the vote in the state of Arizona right here in Maricopa County. We have 19 legislative districts. We've got almost 30 municipalities in all of those elections, for the most part, including school boards, fire districts, bonding, all kinds of stuff we touch on at least 4 of our original Arizonans nations. And by the way, whenever you meet Governor Lewis, you always get a big hug from him. He's one of the few guys that can give a bigger hug than I can, so thanks, Governor. I won my race by a 1% margin, 15,000 votes out of the 1.5 million that were cast in my race. So every single vote does count. And thankfully, every single vote was counted. There's been a lot of talk about how we won this race with a significant Republican voter advantage. As a matter of fact, I'm going off script, Mike, don't kill me. We have a 36 to 29% disadvantage in Maricopa County. We got to fix that. Some focused on the litigation that the party and the Clinton campaign undertook. Some pointed at the negative publicity that the office of the prior incumbent had because of those long lines and some other flubs. And I think those were important factors, but they were not the key factors to this victory, nor will they be factors in victories for Democrats to come in Maricopa County. And let me tell you, we will have victories for Democrats in Maricopa County in the future. Based on the way we looked at this election, the whole thing boiled down to one thing. We talked to voters. But we didn't just talk to them. We spoke with them in our campaign. This face-to-face ground game gets our message to the voters in ways that no other can. We look specifically down to some of the LD analysis, and we know this is true. Our campaign was about openness and transparency. Our message reflected the frustration that Americans everywhere have, their suspicions and trepidations towards the political class. Luis and your friends in the DNC, we're talking specifically about you. Allow me to come forward. This allowed me to come forward as a political newcomer to connect in ways that professional politicians sometimes just can't do. And I took advantage of that politically. And now that I'm here, I'm going to have to work as close as I can with you so that we can engage the public with the kind of open dialogue that we took advantage of. Second, we talked to everyone in a state and county where we are outnumbered. If you want to win, you have to reach out to the other side. We can't just berate them. We can't call them names. We have to talk with them. We mailed out to 100,000 Republican households, get this, a 3-page, single-spaced, margin-to-margin block text letter explaining who I was, why I was running, and what my vision for Maricopa County elections was going to be. That letter was instrumental in cementing my victory. How? Because the minute it hit the streets, we got emails and phone calls from Republicans who received it. And mostly, they were saying, thank you for treating us with respect. Thank you for giving us information about you. And thank you for sharing your vision. Now, I've seen a lot of campaign literature go out there. But when do you ever see block text in a first-class envelope go out? This is how they talk to one another. And so we decided to meet them in their house and to sit down and chat. And that's how we did it. We have a history of reaching out to some Americans as Democrats. Our victory happened because we treated the entire electorate with respect. Third, we worked with our grassroots organizers, a lot of whom are in the back here. These grassroots organizations sprung up in several key legislative districts around the county. The organizations were housed, to be sure, within the Democratic Party, but they were in reality driven by the activists, the committee precinct persons, these men and women at the district level, the folks particularly in LD 18, the Southwest Democrats around here. I know I saw you guys, and I had to give you a shout out. You guys are so awesome. As a matter of fact, the Southwest Democrats, I think Fern is here, we won by 148% margins in some of those precincts and districts out there. And we lost by 40 and 50% margins in other places. So that offset was incredible. They reached out to our base face to face, and that's what made the difference. We also kidnapped a lot of the state ground game, by the way, and I think Bill Elliott's out here. He was instrumental in that. So Bill, you get a shout out. Finally, we built a grassroots fundraising organization. We raised over $160,000 in just about 2 months. I've never run for office before. This was, I will say, from several thousand donors around the nation. One email from our revolution put us into a place where we could actually be competitive and get to where we could organize and win. And so I have to shout out to the folks on that side of our party. We did all of this with, I'm sad to say, not a ton of help from the parties. They were there to advise, they were there to help, but these local elections don't get tons of help. I will shout out, though, to our county party chair, Steve Slagaki, who's on vacation in Mexico right now. Thanks. He's with his fiancée, Megan. They got engaged on the floor of the DNC. I thought that was very nice. Laura Koppel and Miguel Medrano also helped a great deal on the ground. And, of course, Alexis, your folks. I know I saw Barb here. I saw Herschel here. You guys are awesome. And we really appreciate all the help those specific folks gave us. The problems, though, largely that we encountered with the party, and I say this lovingly, of course, as gentle suggestions. Since I'm kind of new, I think I have a little leeway here, right? The problem we encountered was one that plagues us from Central Avenue and Thomas all the way to Wall Street. It's a party that appears to be captive to professional party functionaries who defer to big money check writers, who seek to soothe the waters of personal politics over the needs of the voters, and the activists who actually drive the soul of our party. When we look at the Occupy movement was a hard opposition to the Republican Tea Party, those big money interests on Wall Street that hearkened back to the progressives and the settlement house movement that ended child labor, ended 18-hour workdays, ended 6-day work weeks with no benefits and no protections against capricious business owners and industry titans who only cared about their power and their privilege. We need to ask, where were we when the Occupy movement was storming the streets across this country? We absolutely today have to think about, while we're all nice and warm here in Phoenix, those water protectors up in the Dakotas, standing up in freezing weather to the big oil and the big banks, and those folks who risk our water and our climate on behalf of the corporations they represent. These warriors are out there in the snow and the cold right now, fighting our fight in mud and cold, freezing cold. I'm from Arizona. I can't even imagine that. We, the party, in speaking up for and standing behind our Native brothers and sisters, they're risking their lives up there for what we need to stand for, our children and our children's children. I submit to you today that the Democratic Party needs to reach into itself to return to our principles and values, foster support for our activists and support for our candidates, rather than the machinery and its big money donors, if we are to win back the cities and the counties and the towns and the school boards to get to where we need to be. Let us begin here in Maricopa County, on 3rd Street and Van Buren, using the principles and values as our standard, the truth as our shield, sunshine and transparency as our sword. Let's march back across America, back to Capitol Hill, back to majorities in both the House and the Senate in 2018. When I first walked into my new office at the county recorder's place, an older clerk who's been working there for 20-something years, I asked, how were things like before we got here? And she said, they didn't listen to us. Last night, one member of this committee said that it's the same thing with the Democratic National Committee. They don't listen to us. We need you to listen to us. We need you to lead for us. We need you to open up to us. We need you to fight hard with us. Because after all, the Democratic Party is about all of us. I thank you, and let's march on to victory. Thank you.
Thank you. I cannot believe that this was his first run. But I see a bright future for Adrian Fontes. And thank you for your leadership, sir. As we continue this post-mortem process of looking back as well as looking forward, it is our task as Democrats to ensure that we hear from all of our supporters, our stakeholders, and of course, our allies. Next, we have a presentation from Jill Hanover. Jill is the president and CEO of Project New America. Project New America provides candidates, advocacy organizations, and civic engagement stakeholders the tools, the strategies to understand and communicate with a rapidly changing America. She brings over 25 years of experience in politics, nonprofit management, and civic engagement to this important role. She's here today to provide an initial poll and overview of the Western region during the 2016 cycle, and to assess the strengths and weaknesses that the party faced in both battleground, base, and expansion states. We look forward to Jill's presentation. We'll have time for a few Q&A afterwards because we have a couple of other important presentations before we get to the candidate forum. So Jill, come on up, and thank you so much for all of your strategic work as well in helping the Democratic Party.
Hi there. These are tough acts to follow, so I'm going to let the numbers speak a lot of the stuff, but I'm going to first be personal for a minute, because as we know in American politics, politics are personal. I'm looking at friends that I worked for both under Paul Kirk and Chairman Paul Kirk and Chairman Ron Brown, and people who helped create the Tully Brown Institute. And for all of you who are old enough, like I am, to remember Paul Tully, he is the architect of the Barack Obama's election. Even though he wasn't alive, neither was Chairman Brown to see it. So with that, let me get started. And I have other folks here who know these numbers as well, if not better than me. But as everyone's saying, we are family. And families often have a lot of dirty laundry. Our laundry's not dirty, but we're washing it out in public. And while the Republican Party and Donald Trump is making deals about who their nominees are going to be to run this country, we're talking out loud to each other around the country. We are party, and there are press here. This is being live streamed around the country and hopefully around the world, because they need to see what it means to be a Democrat in America. And what it means to me, and I'm looking at my niece Beth, who lives in Tucson, Arizona, is I grew up on a small farm town in Michigan, a blueberry farm in southwestern Michigan, literally less than an hour from Muskegon, who we all know what means to be Muskegon in Michigan in the Rust Belt this election. And I, like so many people, when I first got the chance to move west, I did. And I went to college at University of Colorado in Boulder. I'm looking at so many people I know. But I wasn't really watching the games because I was a radical activist. And I was out there protesting a bunch of things, but I was never protesting against America. And what happened in 1984, I'm showing my age for real, when Ronald Reagan got reelected the second time, I graduated from college. I got into a rental car with my best friend. We moved to DC. I worked as an intern for Senator Gary Hart, and he worked for Congressman Tim Wirth. They're incredible leaders of that era. But that era is only to talk about because we're going to look forward now. And with that, I'm going to the numbers. Okay. And I may walk around a little because, you know what? And I'm getting hot already. But it's not being hot under the collar. It's hot about what our future holds. So, thank you. It's kind of... I live in Denver, Colorado, where we started Project New West, which is now Project New America, and it's really cold there. So I guess it's cold all over the country. So what Project New West was in 2004, I moved to Colorado in 2000 after the Columbine shooting, after living 15 years in Washington, D.C., including starting and running the Interfaith Alliance nationally, which was a faith-based countervoice to the Christian Coalition and the religious right. But it, mind you, was faith-based because nobody owns religion, spirituality, or whoever's God we speak to. Thank you. So in 2000, after working for many great Western leaders, including Barbara Boxer, I and my family moved back to Colorado after the Columbine shooting. And I say that very somberly in a state where that means so much to so many of us. Because if I was going to raise my family in a world that was pretty out of control, I wanted to do it in the West because that became my home. I have 2 children. One is back in Chicago in college and a daughter, 15, who's in public schools in Denver. In 2004, Democrats, we call it the Colorado Miracle, and it wasn't really a miracle, and the numbers are going to show you why. I was part of taking back the state legislature, winning the United States Senate in a year when John Kerry lost significantly all over the West and significantly in Colorado. And through that, with a lot of the folks in this room and around the country, thinking about your governor at that point, Janet Napolitano, Governor Bill Richardson, Governor Brian Schweitzer, a whole lot of folks that were leading their states, Senator Harry Reid, Senator Ken Salazar, who won that year, Senator John Tester, who's such a symbol of the West, and then a lot of members of Congress. Many of those you all know, and they weren't even members then, but now they are, like Kirsten Sinema, Ben Ray Lujan, Chairman Lujan from New Mexico, and many folks from Colorado, like Ed Perlmutter, who is a member of Congress, and John Hickenlooper, and there's too many to speak, but the one I want to talk about is Senator Harry Reid, because Harry Reid is such a brave man, and people don't really know his story, and the story of him, the story of Searchlight, Nevada, is the story of the West and why we led the way in 2016. And yes, we had some bruises along the way, a lot, but this is the bright spot. And the fact that y'all, the Democratic National Committee, and you, Chairwoman Brazil, chose Phoenix, Arizona, to do the first one of these is because Arizona and the West is the future. And it all started, I shouldn't clap for myself, but it all started, let's face it, and we use the beautiful metaphors in the West, but who does lead the way technologically, politically, intellectually is California. And in fact, the great state of California has many, many people who are leaders there, including former Governor Napolitano, who was the head of Homeland Security and now is the president of the University of California system. That says a lot. Okay, so now I'm going to click and we'll see. Ooh, good. So as goes the West, as goes America eventually. Because you know what? We learned that we can't count the chickens before they're hatched. We can't measure the curtains. And that's what we're doing here, to sober look back. But look back because it's only, as it says so often, past is prologue to the future. So what we did in the West when I'm going to walk now. When we first started, what we did in the West when we started it was we traveled in 2007 all over the West. In 4 states, we did 18 focus groups just listening to Hispanic voters. And the reason for that was no longer could our party treat any community as monolithic. We listened to conservative, white, independent voters in Glenwood, outside of Golden, Colorado, the home of Coors, and women who carried guns, had hiking boots in the back of their car, but they may never actually get up to the mountain because they're too busy being a mom, working full-time, but they may have been a Republican coming from somewhere else. Who knows? It didn't matter because they were Westerners and they had the aspiration of living the Western dream. Those values, whether it's environmental stewardship or authenticity, which is so important, and let's face it, y'all, you have a lot of, just in Arizona, talk about authentic leaders of your party. You have so many. Independence, pragmatism, those are the values of the West. We speak the truth, and sometimes a little rough, and sometimes we may swear, and sometimes, as Brian Schweitzer, when he talks about comprehensive immigration reform when he was governor of Montana, he did it because he is a proud Second Amendment leader, as is Gabrielle Giffords, who we'll talk about shortly. But you know what? You can be proud, and you can own a gun, you can snowmobile, you can do whatever you want, but you have to love your land, you have to love your values. And I raised Brian Schweitzer because when he ran for re-election as governor, one of his spots, the most infamous spot, was him shooting an ID card because he is a proud supporter of comprehensive immigration reform. He was one of the most popular governors in the West. So I'm going to keep going because I want to move quickly and keep time for Q&A. So this one is, for those of you who know, who are old enough, it's not a Sophie's Choice. And for those of you who aren't, like my niece and my daughter, they kind of know the movie, but what was the intention of that movie, that language? Sophie's Choice is about having 2 unbearable choices and not being able to choose. We are not going to let our party, as the president said the other night so eloquently in Chicago, we are not going to let our party choose. It's not a choice between black voters, Hispanic voters, Latino voters, because Latino voters, Hispanic voters, we all identify ourselves different ways. Asian American, Pacific Islander voters, which we've never really paid nearly enough attention to outside of California, and we better start now. It's not a Sophie's Choice between white voters in Appalachia, as we know, because you know what? We're all angry. We're angry about what's happened with our economy. We're angry what's happened with national and international security. We're angry that our children have to leave our rural communities and move to an urban environment to get a college education, to get a job of the 21st century. And the promises that Donald Trump and their Republican Party made about jobs coming back, some are, but it's a lot of window dressing, as we know when we hear the announcements. The jobs of the future are the jobs of today, and we need to invest in that job retraining. We need to invest in technology through the information highway for rural communities so folks can stay there and make a living. Keep going. But this is something when we started Project New West, we said, as we're doing 18 focus groups in 4 Western states of just Hispanic voters. And I say that again and again because those focus groups, many of them I sat through with Bill Rowe, the former chairman of the party here in Arizona, made us listen and made us learn. And we all talk about the growth and the role that Hispanic voters have played in the West. And the reason why I stopped at 2007, because there's still significant growth, and there's some folks from Target Smart who know the data well, significant growth still in the West. But you know what? It started to flatten out. Now it's only around 35, 38% instead of 52% growth. Where's the growth of Latino voters? It's in the South. It's in states like Georgia, North Carolina, Alabama. It's in states like Michigan, and it's not just in rural states. In North Carolina, it's the triangle of Raleigh-Durham, it's Charlotte, but it's also in farm country. So then let's look at Asian Pacific Islanders. So that growth, I mean, just take a minute and look at that number. 1 out of 10 Americans. And all the stereotypes we have about any demographic, including me. You know, folks look at me and wonder where I'm from, and they're surprised when they hear I'm from a farm town in the Midwest, okay? Every demographic is not monolithic. And one of the things that I've learned, it is hard to research this community because it is so large, and there's so many different languages, and folks are coming from all over the world or born here. And the point is that maybe English is the first language. In many, many cases, it's implicit. But their legacy, and their legacy of any of us, because we're all from someplace else, may have spoken Korean or Chinese, Japanese, it doesn't matter. The point is you got to communicate cultural literacy and language, and that means you have to spend a lot of money to research communities of color. So now let's talk about young people, and I'm going to start with this. I am kind of, it's a joke that I'm a Luddite, and I don't know how, older people know what Luddite means very intentionally, but the point is that technology is scary, and it's moving so quickly, and what we learn with technology is sometimes it moves a little too quick, and sometimes the big data matters, but you need the gray hair wisdom, regardless of how old you are, to interpret that data. Look at millennial growth. And the thing is, I don't know if you can read, see the red? That's the largest concentration of young voters. Young voters go back to the Generation X, the post-baby boomer. But it is in the West. And certainly, you see some yellow spots, and folks from California could explain that better than me. Look at the Midwest. Look at what's happening there. That's because there aren't jobs there, okay? Let's face it. That's because there is not enough investment in public schools. And then it keeps bleeding over until you get down to states like North Carolina, parts of Florida, Georgia. We need to take this map more seriously than perhaps any map, because this is not white millennials or African American millennials or, I mean, let's face it, you know, that was the biggest mistake of this election, not spending money adequately researching young Obama surge black voters. And we're paying the price today for that. And may we have all learned our lesson well. So I'm going to go to Colorado now and quickly tell a story. Folks probably were there in Invesco as the president walked out to give his speech. But Colorado, as we all know, was a hotbed to the conservative movement of the 1990s and the early 2000s. Focus on the family, okay? Remember, I started in the Interfaith Alliance. Focus on the family, who's still there in Colorado Springs. We have people like Senator Bill Armstrong, who kind of led. He's an honorable man, but the people around him, many of the people who helped him get elected, really don't like a lot of us who are in this room. And then we have Representative Tom Tancredo. So he ran for president, as you all may know, as third-party candidate when he couldn't win his primary. And he's back, I believe, in Colorado now. And he's still doing what he did when he was in Congress and when he tried to run for president. He tried to divide us. He couldn't and he won't, and no one will ever, not as a party. But then we had the Colorado miracle. And I use air quotes because it wasn't really a miracle, okay? We took back the Colorado State Legislature for the first time since 1960. Senator, then Attorney General Ken Salazar was elected to the Senate in a year where John Kerry didn't do well, particularly in the West, but Democrats did well there. And there's a reason why, because we spent the time, the effort doing research. We, as Democrats in the state legislature and the state house, I helped run that effort. We targeted 17 seats, and these weren't just seats in Boulder, Colorado. These were seats in Colorado Springs that we won. These were seats in Pueblo, in Greeley. These were seats with Democratic performance of less than 40%, because we knew if we listened and spent the money researching, we could recruit folks with the values that represented their district, but values of the Democratic Party. And I say that I was chair of the Colorado NARAL Board of Directors, and we put our ideology at the door, and we checked our personal choices, and we collaborated. So from 2010 to 2016, we won, lost, and sometimes it was a draw. And folks may know about the recalls that happened in 2013, which cost us the state Senate. And our Senate president, guess where he was from? Colorado Springs, and he was a very popular leader. And we're learning our lesson. We almost took it back, but we're still one seat short in 2016. But the bottom line is 2016 was a bright year for Democrats, and it was a bright year for Coloradans. And Chairman Rick Palacio is here, who helped make that bright. So now let's go to Nevada. And one thing, this is just a word of advice that Donald Trump likes to remind people, it's not Nevada, it's Nevada. And Nevada, really Harry Reid's vision of the West, where we had our first Democratic presidential primary debate. We had the first Western caucus there in 2008. He made it clear Nevada and the West would no longer be a flyover state. You just can't land down in Scottsdale or Aspen or Vegas to raise money. You got to lay down in Boise, Idaho to get votes. And one of the things he warned all of us as a country, as Democrats, that it takes time. And you have to learn, and you have to fall down and make mistakes. But that time paid off. If you know the story of Harry Reid, you sure know taking that time and who that man was as leader in the Senate and who he is still today is a fighter. And he's going to help remind us that we got to keep fighting as loyal, patriotic opposition. So now Arizona, which I think many of us would rather be someplace there than in a ballroom. But it's a metaphor. So your state is a metaphor for so many things, particularly crossing the divides, enjoying the land, stewardship, the fact that truly the only true Americans are tribal leaders in the Native American community throughout the West. And there's one other thing that I don't know if I've mentioned. We have to remember LDS voters. And I'm very serious about that. One of the things I learned when I tried to understand Governor Napolitano's popularity was that she went to Salt Lake and sat with the bishop. She wanted to really learn the liturgy of the church, which is so much about environmental stewardship, taking care of our family, whether it be health care or education. And she did quite well in Arizona with that community 2 elections in a row. So one of the reasons I like to compare Colorado to Arizona, and there are other, I can show you numbers a million ways many different ways, is your registration of Democrats, Republicans, and Independents mirrored Colorado's, okay? It was just that the demographics were different. Colorado is one of the youngest states in the country. It's very well educated, relatively speaking, until they took away government funding, state funding for public schools, called the Tabor Amendment. And it is a very diverse state, just like your state is. Your state has been, as we all know, as somebody whose family were all snowbirds and settled in Tucson, is diverse, but it was slightly older, and that's changing. In fact, if you go back, Arizona has one of the youngest populations. So I would say that not only are you on your way, think about what you did this cycle with Sheriff Joe. And let's admit something. It was just not Latinos who finally got him out of office. It was progressive, angry, white voters too, because of what he did to the reputation of your state. And not only economically what he did, but also he does not represent the values of Arizona, and we all know that. And hopefully he's sitting home maybe watching this today. So Y'all, the fact that you were a battleground state and that you, that folks were spending money here is remarkable. Who would have thunk? And the fact that we're here today, we know we're going to be a battleground. I say we, because it's all family this next cycle. And you not only was it Sheriff Joe Arpaio, but the Senate race, and another year, maybe Ann Kirkpatrick could have won. You have leaders like Kirsten Sinema. You have leaders like Mayor Stanton. You have really strong leaders of the future. And now I'm going to go to Montana. And one of the final acts that the president did was close down two coal mines right outside of Yellowstone. And, we have to thank him and his leadership for that, because protecting the environment is absolutely essential in the era of Trump. And look at the kind of leaders. I mentioned Brian Schweitzer, Governor Schweitzer, but we also have John Tester, who is now, one of the leaders in the United States Senate, and talking about speaking truth to power, whether it's good, bad, or ugly. He's there representing Montana voters who are perhaps one of the most, the state, I'm not saying their ID, oops. Well, there we go. Is very Republican. But look at the Senate, the governorship is led by the new brand of Western leaders who happen to be Democratic. And Governor Bullock, who was an attorney general, there were many lawmakers who were attorney generals and now are leading their state or their country, and we have to remember that. And this will just show you Governor Bullock, then Attorney General's victory, re-election in 2016. And look at those seas of red there. But he really did much better than Donald Trump did, obviously, because he's governor. So finally, I'm going to stop with Idaho. And Idaho, talk about a red state that's really not as red as we think. I don't know, Richard Stallings, remember Senator Stallings from the 80s? Well, this is Walt Minnick, who won in 2008 as member of Congress. He was the first Democrat to be elected at a federal level. Now, he only won one term, but why did he win in 8? Yes, it was President Obama, but it wasn't just that. Because he really listened to voters, as did his polling, which we were, fortunate enough to be part of, really understand what the values were of rural Idahoans. And it was protecting clean water, because the legacy of fishing and the tourism industry and hunting, and the legacy of handing that down from one generation to the other. And hopefully we'll see him again, or some newer, younger leader in that seat soon. So part of it is the blueprint. We keep hearing the word blueprint, as it is with the Democratic Party, because what is blueprint? It's an architect. It's a scaffolding that builds something beautiful, whether it be a building or our state parties or this beautiful national party. And that was a lot of research, a lot of work over the years, and a lot of listening. So the final thing is, I don't know if y'all know the great quote from Abigail Adams, "Don't forget the ladies." She wrote that to her husband, John Adams, when they were designing the Constitution. And there are some great ladies, pioneer ladies in the West, going from Ann Richards, who we know so well as the former governor, the late governor of Texas, her daughter now being Cecile Richards, Congresswoman Pat Schroeder, who I worked for, and her district is where I live. And then we have the pioneers of today. Look, I mean, this is why we have to smile. This is going to be a good day. It's going to be a good journey for us. Catherine Cortez Masto of Nevada, who, as Attorney General, was elected to the United States Senate there. And Senator Harry Reid and the Reid community was part of the folks who helped that happen, but it was her voice, her honesty, and her words that made it real. Oops. I'm getting there. Wait, maybe. Oh, there we go. Oh, no, I don't want this of me. Anyways, I don't need it. Oh, there we go. I was going to say, California, I mean, Kathleen Brown should have been governor, right? And in 92, I remember that. And I'm looking at folks like Alice Shermond, who now lives there and was a mentor of mine in the DNC. California, which many of my family live, there's so much going on. Look at your Speaker of the House, who's now in the Senate. I mean, that woman, talk about somebody, I just learned about her roots because a friend of mine worked for her. I mean, her roots and how she grew up, and she didn't grow up in Southern California, but she moved there, right? And she, the fact that she became Speaker of the House says testament, and she just left, okay? So there's many women leaders who are moving up that rank, including your governor, or your senator who was just elected, and who knows who's going to be the next governor. But there's one person, Speaker Santa Duran, she's Speaker of the Colorado House. Talk about a woman who moved up the ranks. She comes from a labor family, lives on a ranch in Southern California with her father, and she just gavelled in the session a few days ago. We're going to not see the last of her, whether it be in Colorado or Washington. I'm just going to stop there and say the last person. I can't do it. We all know is Congresswoman Gabby Giffords, who, I shouldn't cry, it's very personal to all of us. She and her husband, Mark Kelly, started Americans for Responsible Solutions, somebody that we had the honor to work for over multiple cycles. And you know what our direction was when we were doing the research with them, for them, was dig deep, listen, okay? We gotta listen. We have to understand what it means to be a proud, responsible gun owner. Whether you support gun ownership or not, whether you've ever shot a gun or not, okay, we gotta understand it. We have to listen, because we can hunt and be safe when we hunt, or we can target practice or do whatever. But the bottom line is, if we do not have background checks, if we do not do the reasonable gun safety protections, but at the state and federal level, we're not listening. So with that, I open it up to questions. Thank you. And the one thing, just to remind folks, that the questions are just for DNC members. So folks around the room are going to be fielding questions about numbers. No questions? Okay. I guess I did okay. Thanks, everybody. Thank you, Donna.
That's great.
Was it? Good.
Thank you for that amazing presentation, and I know we will continue to follow up over the coming weeks. Next up, we have a very great and wonderful strategist. Jessica Post is the Executive Director of the Democratic Legislative Campaign Committee. Jessica previously worked at Emily's List as the Senior Director of Focus 2020 initiative, which aimed to elect more pro-choice Democratic women to state legislatures. This is Jessica's second stint. She and I got something in common. They keep calling us back. At the DLCC, previously holding the role of National Field Director and Political Director. We're fortunate to have also with us, another wonderful and great leader of the Democratic Party, Nevada Senate Majority Leader Aaron Ford. Senator Ford was first elected in 2012 and has served as a Democratic leader since 2014 and was elected Majority Leader last year in 2016. So join me in welcoming Jessica Post and Senator Ford.
I'm just going to bend these down. I think Jill's just a little bit taller than me. So Jill, fantastic presentation. Thanks so much. So good morning, DNC members. I'm so excited to be addressing you today. I think we're in an incredibly exciting time. I'd like to thank Chairwoman Brazil and the DNC for having us. The DNC, through the convention and through their support of their data infrastructure, is a tremendous resource and has been supportive, very supportive to DLCC throughout the cycle. And I think as we move forward, we're thinking about What can we do next to rebuild this party? Many of you are in states where Democrats have won the state legislature. Many of you are in states where Democrats are a sizable supermajority in the state legislature, like states like California, where you're leading the fight back against Trump. So the Senate President Pro Tem Kevin De Leon's on our board. The Speaker, Anthony Rendon's a good friend of ours in California. And so we're looking to build majorities as big as the ones in California in states across the country. So with that, I want to tell you a little bit more about DLCC. And so we'll cue our video, if we could do our video right now. Thank you.
The redistricting and Republican gains in 2010 and 2012 and 2014 created a very steep hill for Democrats to climb.
But oh my God, that is nothing compared to what happened in the states after moderates and progressives hit the snooze button in 2010.
Leading up to the 2010 election, a group called the Republican State Leadership Committee had started a project that they called the Redistricting Majority Project. They raised a little over $30 million, and they spent it in the most unimaginably obscure races.
They have been massively organized in terms of limiting people's rights. Balloting issues, election issues have been major. They've tried to put blocks in front of the people in every which way they could.
Legislatures are sometimes called the laboratories of democracy. Sometimes their experiments are great, like raising the minimum wage or overturning bans on gay marriage, like these. But other times, state laws can go a different way.
Between 2011 and 2013, individual states passed more than 200 abortion restrictions.
State legislators have to fight back. We have to be able to build coalitions, and unfortunately, too often Republicans are on the wrong side of history and the wrong side of women.
Increasingly, they're the places where most legislation is actually taking place. So far this session, Congress has passed just 185 laws. State legislatures have passed more than 24,000.
Oregon is a leader in trying to make a difference around climate change, making sure that our future is going to be safer and healthier for our kids by cleaning up our air and making sure we can reduce our greenhouse gas emissions.
We've been able to protect workers' rights to collectively bargain in the state of Iowa. We've been able to protect the health care for women in our state. We've been able to protect marriage equality in our state.
So why all this attention on the national level where almost nothing is happening, when down at the local level, everything is happening?
It's now or never. Now we feel that if we win the House in 2016, we'll be well positioned to maintain that majority through the redistricting session that occurs after the 2020 election.
In 2012, we became a part of the Grassroots Victory Program. With their leadership, we were able to flip 4 Republican seats.
DLCC has helped us with programs like Scout, which provides data that helps us target our resources and help choose those races where we will have the most success.
The DLCC has been phenomenal. Were it not for the resources of the DLCC, I am positive that our state caucuses would not be at the forefront in the way that they are today.
Thank you so much. We'll shift to the PowerPoint now. We'll go to the PowerPoint. Is it up there? No? There we go, okay. So we produced that video in the 2016 election cycle, and so that's why there were leaders like Senate Majority Leader Mike Ronstall, who unfortunately lost his election in the wave election of 2016. Most of our successes, as you can tell, were in these western states. We actually invested significantly in Arizona. We invested significantly in Nevada, in Oregon, New Mexico, and Colorado. So here's where we are. It's a sea of red nationally. And so if we're going to rebuild the party and if we're going to control redistricting, we're 37 states across the country, draw the congressional districts to ever control Congress, we've got to control America's state legislatures. I know many of you know that and are deeply involved in state legislative races, but this is a call to action for national Democrats. We have to be investing more and more at the state legislative level. I was at DLCC in 2010 when the RSLC launched Red Map that was depicted in the video. They spent $30 million. That's what we as Democrats spend on one United States Senate race. And now we're in a permanent minority in some of these states. We've got to change that. And so I'm working with the National Democratic Redistricting Committee, with Attorney General Eric Holder, and with President Obama, that was recently launched this week, to work together to create a unified strategy. But the state legislatures, they draw these lines. And so Democrats have to control these state legislatures. So how do we get them back? Well, DLCC this year, we invested in states all across the country, including top 10 states many increased investments in the West. We saw Arizona as a great target, and we made investments. We fell short of the majority here. And then investments in some of these other states. We also launched an independent expenditure. DLCC is a 527 entity, so similar to the Democratic Governors Association, we can also have an independent expenditure. And so we launched communications and targeted races across the country. And then we have a grassroots victory program. And the DNC here is incredibly important because the state party infrastructure, we often put our staff and our state legislative caucus staff into these state parties. And so it's incredibly important for us to have a strong national data infrastructure at the DNC. And so that's something I call on all the chair's candidates to consider, maintaining that essential data infrastructure. And our staff and candidates door-knocked over 13 million voter contact attempts nationwide this year. So we did an incredible thing, but we, with many of the other national things that were happening, didn't get close in some states, but won in other states. People often ask me, like, how do you choose which races you target at DLCC? Well, we don't parachute in like a Washington, D.C. based organization and make decisions. We instead work with state legislative leaders, and you'll hear from Leader Aaron Ford after I run through a few more slides about the success that they had in Nevada. We partner with in-state partners, state legislative leaders, and say, what are the best candidates to recruit? What are the candidates that we should be supporting? How do we support you to best get your candidates to go out and door knock, talk to voters face to face, which is folks in the audience know is a primary audience and a primary mechanism at the state legislative level. So how did we do overall? Well, we did win back one state. We netted one state legislative chamber, and that additional chamber was the Alaska House. So the Alaska House, Democrats control through power sharing. Democrats control both the Nevada Senate and the Nevada Assembly. Democrats now control the New Mexico House. But we did lose some chambers in the Midwest, and we also had some major bright spots. Jill talked about the Colorado Miracle. Well, we had another this year, and we gained 2 seats in the House while not getting close to the Senate. Supermajorities in both chambers in California, and some incredible success in states like Kansas and Maine and Washington. So success all across the country, and we're trying to figure out how do we replicate that moving forward. So what did they do in the West? Obviously, Jill talked and did an incredible job talking about some of the differences on the underlying electorate, the millennials, the presence of Latinos in the electorate. But there are tactical things that you can do to win too. One is centralizing candidate recruitment efforts. And Leader Ford will talk a little bit about the success they had in getting great candidates who fit their districts, who were committed to run for the state legislature. We had to focus in many of these states on protecting at-risk incumbents. We centralized these programs to make sure that a legislative leader, someone who would control committee assignments, was centralizing funds and talking with these state legislators and saying, here's what you need to do to win in Nevada, not someone at a desk in Washington, D.C., but someone in their state working closely with a legislator. That's our model at DLCC, is investing in state legislative leaders. And then President Obama also came out and endorsed more than 150 state legislative candidates. In many of these Western districts, as you're aware, President Obama is very popular. And so we had great coverage in terms of some of these successes. We also use modeling and data tools to narrow target lists and fund critical races. A lot of us are reflecting on polling and the future of polling as we move on with the Democratic Party. That's something we're considering too, but for the first time through our project Securing Chamber Outcomes, which is backed by the DNC voter file data, we're able to do national predictive models on whether we'll win back state legislative chambers or not. And for the most part, we were accurate. There were certainly some places, but we were able for DLCC to triage resources and work with great in-state leaders. And this data also allowed folks to figure out which races should we be making investments in and having an additional data point, not just one side-by-side poll. And then obviously strong coordinated campaigns in states like Nevada where we were able to take advantage. And then record early vote and using early vote as a strategic tactic. So our Grassroots Victory Program works with in-state legislative leaders to enhance early vote. So what are the new majorities? So Alaska House, a governing majority here. DLCC used our data program to figure out that the Alaska House at the end was a winnable chamber, and we made some investments here. The Nevada Assembly, this was a huge win, added 10 Democratic seats, and now we have Speaker Designate Jason Frierson. And also I'll say in a great stride forward for diversity, we have 2 African American legislative leaders, majority leaders in Nevada. So this is incredible for us. So great movement forward. So, and an incredibly diverse class, like diverse legislators like Sandra Harige, union members like Chris Brooks and Brittany Miller getting elected. So an incredible coalition put together. Leader Ford is in the building. He'll talk a little bit more about the Nevada Senate, but incredible life stories from some of these Nevada folks, and an incredible story of coordination and work together between the Nevada Assembly and the Nevada State Senate. That doesn't always happen in states, but it certainly did here. And then New Mexico House. Do we have some New Mexicans in the building? Yes, so incredible success story here. So Leader Brian Egoff, now the Speaker, even with the Governor Susana Martinez calling people into special session, still maintained an incredibly centralized caucus program, recruited Democrats like Joanne Ferrari and Las Cruces to run again after being defeated, so doing incredible work across the country. Candy Sweetser, incredible fit for the district, a rancher, so exactly the type of candidates that we need to be recruiting in many of these districts. So what are our priorities moving forward? Well, we have some special elections for the control of the Delaware State Senate. We'll have a special election that will determine control of the Washington State Senate. And then also there are the potential state Senate, the potential special elections in North Carolina. We'll be working on candidate recruitment, working to provide early support to state legislators as they work for candidates. Often we call into states, and state legislative leaders just need to hire one more person to support recruitment efforts. So some of these very small early investments can go a really long way. And that's something we'd love support from the DNC. We also want to work with State Innovation Exchange on accountability programs. There's a governor's race coming up in Nevada. What are the things that we can do as we move into the next election cycle to make sure that we keep the wins in Nevada? We know that voter turnout is a factor in these off-year elections, and so those are things we're thinking about as we move forward. So with that, I want to introduce the new majority leader of the Nevada State Senate, Leader Aaron Ford. He did an incredible job running his caucus. He has a very compelling personal story about what called him to lead. He's also on our executive board. So without further ado, new Nevada State Senate Majority Leader Aaron Ford. Please give him a warm welcome.
So I'm going to do just the opposite, Jessica, and raise these up a little bit. Thank you very much, Jessica, for the introduction and for the presentation. I really appreciate the work you've put in. You've been a great asset to our organization, and we look forward to working with you in the future going forward. Let me pay homage first off to Ms. Brazil. Thank you very much for your hard work, for stepping in at a very important time, and we look forward to working with you as well. Let me pay also some homage to my Nevada delegation right over here. Thank y'all very much. And Roberto Lang, you've done a fantastic job of leading our state as our Democratic Party chair, and I'm proud of what you're doing. Looking forward to seeing what you're going to do in the future as well. So last August, I was at an event for our now Senator Catherine Cortez Masto, and at that event was President Barack Obama. And President Obama was giving a speech, and he said a few things that resonated with me then and would resonate with us right now, I believe. And one of the things he said was that Democrats will have a very hard time leading into the future if we don't start paying attention to state races. That's what President Obama said in August of last year. Take a look at the slide that she showed you earlier where we have very few Democratic majorities in terms of our states right now. In fact, I was reading right after the election that we are one state shy of Republicans having enough control in states to hold a constitutional convention and do whatever they want to do. I hope you heard what I just said. We fight hard, we fight undying, but the Republicans are one state short of the requirement to hold a constitutional convention to amend our Constitution to get rid of women's rights, to get rid of other forms of civil rights, and to undo so much work we've done in the past. So it's no surprise that former Attorney General Eric Holder Attorney General Eric Holder also made note, and let me quote what he said just recently. So much of both the Democratic Party's focus has been at the federal level. He said, this is a mistake. We need comprehensive approaches that look up and down the ballot. He says it should be clear to all now that we need to rebuild from the state level. And I stand before you today, not just as Majority Leader of the Nevada State Senate, but also as an Executive Board member of DLCC. And today, again, I'm delighted to be here with Jessica to talk to you a little bit about what we did in Nevada. Now, I first ran for office in 2010, and I got my hat handed to me. I got whooped 60-40. The topics I ran on were education and the economy, for example. I ran 2 years later, and guess what my topics were then? Education and the economy. Fortunately, I won that time. I ran because my sons, my 4 sons, were the reasons why I ran. I had a kid at every level of the educational environment that you could think about. I had a kindergartner, I had a 5th grader, I had an 8th grader, and I had a senior in high school trying to go to college. And I remember my senior asking me one day, we moved from Texas to Nevada, Dad, why'd you move us to a state? Well, he says, Dad, you say you do everything for us, for the family. Everything you do is based on the family. And if that's the case, why would you move us to the state ranked number 50 in education? That's what he said to me. And then as he was graduating, getting ready to go to college, he said, I asked him, so you're going to come home after college because Mom and Dad are going to miss you. We're going to want you to come back here and work. He said, Daddy, why would I come back from the University of Colorado to Vegas when we don't have any jobs? Education and the economy were the reasons I got into politics. 2014 came around, and I know some people call it a red wave. I call it a blue boycott. That's what I called it. I called it a blue boycott because Democrats simply didn't come out to vote. And the question was, why were we unable in Nevada to get Democrats out to vote? That red wave in Nevada swept both houses in the legislature. It swept every constitutional office up and down the ballot, and it sent Republicans to Congress in races that we should have won. And the question was, why did that happen in Nevada? So we looked into it, and the first thing that I did was ask people, why didn't you come vote? And they said to me, Senator Araujo, they said to me, and they said to you, I'm sure as you knocked this last go around, that we have to have a better economic message. We have to talk to their pocketbooks, that we have to be progressive, and we have to talk about social issues, but we also have to talk about economic-based issues. And that we have to focus on things that are important to us. And so the first thing that we did was to get a communications director for the legislative session and began to communicate. We began to talk to our constituents as we went through the legislative session, letting them know what we were working on and what we wanted to do for them. But we did something before we told them. We asked them what they wanted. In the 2015 State of the State address that Governor Sandoval gave, he coined what he said was his vision for the state. He called it a new Nevada. And we as Democrats were okay with his new Nevada because frankly, a lot of that were Democratic priorities that we had had for decades. But we just couldn't find Republicans to help us effectuate those. So that new Nevada we bought into for the most part, but we told the governor that every new plan needs a blueprint. And so we developed the Nevada Blueprint, which laid out the priorities of the Democratic Party. What I was known to say back then was even though the political powers have shifted in Carson City, that doesn't mean that the priorities of the Democratic Party have. And so we continue to fight for those things that were very important. We talked about investing in public education. We did more than talk about that, though. We also had bills that effectuated good public education. We talked about and had bills that talked about higher education. We looked to expand economic opportunities for small businesses. We looked to raise wages, and we looked to enable paid family leave as examples. But we also looked to protect our seniors. We also looked to ensure that constitutional rights were protected. By the way, the Constitution is a very important document. And while a lot of our colleagues on the other side tout the Second Amendment as the amendment to address, there are 27 amendments in there out there. And all of them have protections. And we protect all of those. And one of those was an amendment that addresses voting rights. We want to ensure that the constitutional right to vote was unabridged, that we had fair, free, and easily accessible opportunities to vote. And we looked to establish a stronger and more progressive revenue structure. So we issued an actual document called the Nevada Blueprint. And then, by the way, you can go to the website, nevadablueprint.com, and you can see what I'm talking about. It's a real document. It's not just bullet points. There were bills associated with every single bullet point that looked to effectuate those ideas. So this last cycle, we had quite a few races to address, and we had some great candidates, one of which you saw on the screen earlier, Senator Nicole Cannizzaro. When I recruited her, I told her, because we have 21 state senators, and it was a 10-11 split. Republicans had the majority. And I told Nicole, you're my number 11. And Nicole, with the help of the DOCC, as I'll talk about real briefly before I tender the mic, was able to become our number 11. Now, on election day, it was 11-10. 2 weeks later, it was 12-9. Let me explain to you what happened. We were able to flip a Republican to go independent, and now she caucuses with us in the Democratic Party. You want to know why? Yeah, it's okay. I'll let you clap on that. But you want to know why? It's because our policies are the right ones. She looked at it. She recognized it. She's a single parent who said in her own words that she was having problems in her caucus being able to juggle both those jobs because she didn't have the support she needed. So she understood that our policies were the right ones. So what do we do with the DOCC? We obviously utilize the resources. We obviously utilize all of the Project Scout that they talked about. They gave us, obviously, monetary investments as well, and they gave us good on-the-ground training when it came to grassroots activities. DOCC is determined to flip chambers, and so they came out, they gave us training to our candidates, they gave us training to our field operatives. We worked up and down the ballot, up and down the ticket with a coordinated campaign, again, with Roberta Lang at the helm, helping us with that, with Senator Reid as well. And DOCC was integrally involved in that. And if it weren't for them, and I have to acknowledge that, I'm on the board, but I also have to acknowledge that the work of Jessica Post and the DOCC is what got us to the majority. So going forward, as you consider who your choice is for DNC leadership and you consider the future of the Democratic Party, you should ask yourself, are they determined to build from the bottom up? Are they determined to work at the state level to ensure that we can represent people at the local levels? Those are fair questions to ask of people. I implore you to do so, and in fact, I beg you to do so. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here, and I look forward to seeing you around.
Thank you, Senator Ford. Jessica, Senator Ford, I know, I just want to ask the body, we have DNC members here. Would you like to, do you have any questions for Jessica or Senator Ford? Yes, sir. Can you come to the mic, identify yourself?
Hi there, Jess Durfee from California, one of the DNC members. We're having a lot of conversations about the legislature, that's great, and picking up seats in Congress, that's great. One of the strategies I'm not hearing a conversation about is in states where there's really tight historic Republican control and into the foreseeable future that's going to stay the same way, is there any conversation about putting ballot measures or propositions to create citizens redistricting commissions? Because, I mean, coming from California, even with Democratic control in the legislature, frankly, the Citizens Commission did us the favor of drawing better districts than our politicians ever did. That's why we have supermajorities in California.
Yeah.
So why we need more of a conversation about that, especially pertinent in the western states where ballot measures or initiatives, whatever you want to call them, are easier to get on the ballot than they are in many of the states.
This is a large part of the conversations that we're having around the table at the National Democratic Redistricting Committee. As you know, I'm a board member. Greg Speed from America Votes is a board member, and then Elizabeth Pearson from DGA and Ally Latt from House Majority PAC. There are some states, like in North Carolina, and in Minnesota, the only way that you can get an initiative on the ballot is through legislative referral. Some states simply don't even have ballot initiatives. So one of the things we are looking at is, are there ways to work this strategy? And are there other ways to run a legal strategy where potentially we could take maps to court and get better maps through, like recently in Wisconsin, they established that the Wisconsin districts are partisanly gerrymandered. So could we apply that standard or the racial gerrymandering standard? But yeah, it's a huge part of what we're looking at NDRC is what lever should we try, and is the correct lever about, if it is a ballot initiative, that's the only path. The other thing we're thinking about at DLCC is in a state like my home state of Missouri, where we used to have a Democratic governor, could we get another Democratic governor in 2020? And if we could we break a supermajority? And so we'd be able to go in there and then have some support for a veto, unlike we had the last time the Democratic governor tried to veto the congressional and legislative maps in Missouri. So that's a great question.
Any other questions? Great. Well, thank you, Jessica. Thank you, Senator Ford. Thanks again. Thank you. I work very closely with Jessica, DCCC, the DSCC, DJ, all our allies. Jessica, the DNC will be there to help you in the special elections this year in Delaware, Washington State, North Carolina, and we will help you in Virginia and North Carolina, New Jersey, for those of you who understand that there's a gubernatorial race, and we will help you with candidate recruitment as well. So thank you, Jessica. I want to acknowledge the members of the DNC who are here, not just from the Western region, but from other parts of the country. Thank you for joining us. The officers of the Democratic National Committee, Ray Buckley, where's Ray? Ray's here. Stephanie Rollins-Blake, our distinguished secretary, and Grace Ming, our other vice chair, she's here as well. Henry Munoz is here, our national finance chair. We also have several of our council chairs, Jason Ray, who's here, and Andrew Lackman. Jason heads up our youth council, and Andrew heads up our small business council. And I just want to do a shout out to Bear Hung, our AAPI caucus, Virgil Rollins, our Black caucus, Iris Martinez, our Hispanic caucus, Earl Folks, our LGBT caucus, and of course, Lottie Shackelford, our Women's Caucus. So I just wanted to give a shout out to all of our distinguished members of the Democratic National Committee. Now it's my great honor to bring up one of my great friends, a great labor leader, Larry Cohen. But before I bring up Larry, I wanted to say a few words. Larry, of course, is going to serve alongside Jen O'Malley Dillon, who will become and work as vice chair and chair, respectively, of the Unity Reform Commission. The Unity Reform Commission was created through a resolution that was approved at the 2016 Democratic National Convention in Philadelphia, with a goal of studying key elements of our party's structure and nominating process and provide recommendations to the full Democratic National Committee. Before Larry come up, I've worked with Larry for many, many years, but I want to say on a personal note, back when I became an intern for the DNC in 1982, under the leadership of Ann Lewis, who was then the political director, along with Paul Tully, I had an opportunity to work with many of you in organized labor, as well as the civil rights movement. It was organized labor led by the UAW, AFSCME, that helped us with the campaign to make Dr. Martin Luther King's birthday a national holiday. One of the members, along with John Conyers and so many members of the Congressional Black Caucus, Bernie Sanders, was instrumental in helping us with a grassroots drive back in the 1980s. I got a chance to meet Bernie Sanders back during that August season in the 1984 campaign of Jesse Jackson. And as interim chair, the first person who called me on the day I became interim chair was Bernie Sanders. I had an opportunity to campaign with Bernie Sanders in New Hampshire. Bernie Sanders lent his support. He gave us help with staff. Rania Beatrice, Jeff Weaver, the campaign manager, was always a phone call away, came to our office to help us. Ted Devine, Mark Longaby, Simone Sanders. I can name so many of the people who helped us at the DNC. So I wanted to personally thank Senator Sanders and his tremendous staff who helped us throughout the fall campaign. And Larry, thank you for your friendship and dedication to our cause, and thank you for helping us stand up this Unity Commission. Brother Cohen, come on up, brother.
Thank you, sister. And like everyone else, must start by acknowledging this chair for the last 6 months and what you've done, most likely the hardest 6 months for a chair of this party in its history. Thank you, Donna Brazil. So, often when you hear commission, People go to sleep, leave for an early lunch. That's already happened, I can see. And I learned a long time ago as a union activist, no long talks right before lunch. But at the same time, and this will not be long, but at the same time, this is not another commission. I've been on the DNC for 12 years. We've had many commissions, and they haven't necessarily changed anything. This commission, based on our convention, is mandated to make changes. Changes about how we nominate presidents. Changes about how we operate day to day in every state. Changes about how we motivate young people to get involved and what kind of resources there are. So this is going to be very short. And in fact, this commission, which is 21 people, and it won't start until some weeks after we have a DNC chair who names 3 people to this commission. 10 are named by Secretary Clinton, 8 by Bernie Sanders, and 3 by the chair. 21 in total. And the only ones that are public at this point are myself, and as you heard, Jen O'Malley Dillon, who will be the chair. I'm the vice chair. And she is named by the Clinton campaign. But thanks to Donna and the DNC, in advance of the commission actually deliberating and formally existing, at each of these 4 forums, we will do listening. We will try to pump up the notion of this commission being a vehicle for change. We will tell everyone in attendance how you can participate in that change. And again, the purpose of the commission is a number of things. It's really focused mostly on how delegates get selected at all levels. Is it transparent? Is it democratic? Does it encourage respect for this party? And in particular, to look at new and unaffiliated voters. It's also focused very much on what we call unpledged delegates. That's people like me, so-called superdelegates. What is our role in the nominating process? It's mandated in the resolution, and I do have copies of the resolution. It's also online. I'm going to tell you in a minute how to get more involved in all this. But the resolution itself actually mandates the reduction of the role of so-called superdelegates by about 2/3. And the resolution also requires us as the DNC, and particularly working with the Resolution and Bylaws Committee, who's already been a huge help, that this doesn't just get filed away somewhere. That if the recommendations of this commission are not adopted by the Rules and Bylaws Committee, we come back to this DNC, and that this commission stays in effect until those commitments in the actual, it's only 2 pages, are satisfied. So how do you get involved? So number one, while other people are eating lunch, I'll be hanging out in this room. I had a big breakfast thanks to Donna. So that's number one. And over here, over there where you see that D, between those 2 screens or whatever they are, there are forms like this where you can, this is for anyone in the room, not just DNC, where you can put your name and email, etc., and then put down questions. And one of us will get back to you. Maybe not today, don't hold your breath, but we will definitely get back to you. But questions you have or suggestions about the future of this party and how it's structured. And there's a box there, and you throw them in, and I guarantee you, as vice chair, everybody will be heard that way. And I will hang out over there, first over here and then over there, during this next hour during the break. I only did this for one reason. Well, there's 2 reasons. One is Bernie asked me to do it. I got to admit, I wouldn't be doing it otherwise. And number 2 is that I believe deeply that we must transform this country. And to transform this country, just like in my union, which I was president for 10 years, you must start with yourself. What am I willing to change? What do I need to change about my own behavior? Can't be on defense all the time. Got to listen, as we just heard, really, really well. And that's what we want to do more than anything else. And Jen, my counterpart, the chair of this commission, we have spoken starting at the convention. We are pledged to work together. We are pledged to build unity. We are pledged to come out of this process stronger than ever, ready to fight this president and this Congress, ready to fight across this country, ready to stand up and fight back, and hope that Democrats will be more willing to stand up and fight back with us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, brother. And we appreciate you, Larry. We appreciate the work that you and Jim will be doing on the Unity Commission. And when I tell you that this party, we're not going to sugarcoat. We're all going to work hard to not only listen to you, our voters, listen to you, our stakeholders, our donors, our volunteers, our staff. We're going to make very significant changes with your help and your input. So be patient, but we're here, and we will listen. Now, thank you all for joining us this morning. We've heard from some great speakers, great presenters who've worked with us to try to provide some of the insights that we wanted you to know. We have an opportunity now to begin to hear from those who wish to lead us in the future. So this concludes the morning session. We'll be back at 1 p.m. to open up the candidates forum. And I'm excited, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very excited. But I won't be here this afternoon to hear from all of them. I don't want you all to think that I'm skipping town. But this is about the future. And after 40 years, I am honored to be able to go fishing. So I want to make sure that you understand that we want to clear the room as quickly as possible so that we can reset it for the afternoon session. And as a reminder, we will begin promptly at 1 p.m. in this room. I'll introduce John Ralston, and I'm grateful to the journalists, John Ralston, Evan Smith, who will host us in Houston. There's been a change for Detroit. Mr. Fournier, Ron Fournier, my great friend, will not be available to help us. He got a job promotion, but we have an excellent replacement, Stephen Henderson with the Detroit Free Press, and in Baltimore, April Ryan with the American Urban Radio Network. We've also been fielding inquiries from other media outlets, and we're going to give all of our candidates as much exposure as possible so that you get to know these remarkable American leaders. One final note as we clear the room, I just want to let you all know, because I am a big Democrat, there's a lot of stuff on the floor. Some of the campaigns have placed placards on seats. Unfortunately, they will block our camera view because we're live streaming this. Remember, we want to be accessible and transparent. So I just want you all to know, because I don't want your great material. I know how much money, I know how much it costs. So please come and get these signs and put them in an area that will not endanger the ability for us to allow Democrats back at home to see this remarkable session. So thank you all. God bless you all. God bless this great country of ours. And God bless our President, Barack Obama, Michelle Obama, and the Vice President and and Dr. Biden. And God bless all of you. Thank you so much. I'll see you at 1 p.m. sharp. Hello, everyone. Would you please take your seats? Hello, everyone. Please take your seats. We're ready to get this party started. We're ready to get started. As you prepare to take your seats, get comfortable. We have a great afternoon program. Welcome back, everyone. To those of you who joined us this morning's session, thank you so much. I'm glad to see some of you return this afternoon for this very important and vital part of our session. Before we get started, I have to take some time to talk a little bit about the current news of the day, something that's trending. Of course, it involves the tweets of a certain president-elect. Don't boo. Vote. When they go low, we go high. Thank you, Michelle Obama. On the eve of the holiday where we celebrate one of the greatest advocates and defender of justice and freedom and equality for all, as we observe once again the birthday of Martin Luther King Jr., we have in President-elect Trump an attack on a living legend and civil rights hero, John Lewis. Mr. Trump said that John Lewis is all talk and no action. I say, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, I say that John Lewis took action. He took action marching from Selma to Montgomery. He took action in marching toward men welding clubs across the Pettus Bridge. They fractured his skull because of the color of his skin. But John Lewis never stopped marching for justice and equality for all people. Congressman John Lewis, the proud son of sharecroppers, spent his entire life working as an advocate for young people, for working people. His actions and his sacrifice helped make America the great nation it is today. John Lewis is our hero, and he symbolized everything we stand for as Americans and as a Democratic Party. We denounce these remarks not only on Congressman John Lewis, but on the good people of Atlanta, the people he represents, the 5th District, the home of the state capitol. Yes, we denounce the attacks on the home of Spelman and Morehouse and Georgia Tech and Emory. We denounce that. We denounce even those who support. Look, I thank you, Atlanta. We all know that after Hurricane Katrina, you took in many of us. We love you, Atlanta. We love you, Georgia. We love you, America. And we love you, John Lewis. So, as you all know, I made it official several months ago when I became interim chair. I said this was my last time on the DNC, but I love this party. I love my country. And so for many of you in this room, the next part of our program is the main event. We've been eager to hear from all of the great leaders who have tossed their hat and gloves into the ring. And so it's time to hear from the candidates running for every office of the DNC. This will be an opportunity for our candidates to share with us their vision of the future of the Democratic National Committee. And this is an opportunity for the DNC members to ask their questions of these candidates. And so as we begin this portion of the program here in the beautiful city of Phoenix, I want to take a brief moment also to thank the amazing hotel staff. Thank you for hosting us. I also want to thank the College Democrats at ASU for hosting us yesterday. Thank you. And I'd like to also personally, once again, thank the staff of the Democratic National Committee. Your sacrifice, your responsibility went beyond your job. You made the difference. And while we fell short, you're an amazing group of people. And you have done so much for this party and this country, and I just want to say thank you once again. The team at the DNC is the most dedicated staff, and they work every day to make sure we can get out there and fight. And fight we will do every day, Donald Trump. So let me bring up one of my good friends, an amazing fighter, the chair of the DNC's Western Caucus, Alita Hujanen. Alita, will you please come up and say a few words? And I also want to thank Alexis Tamarin, the chair of the Arizona Democratic Party as well. Thank you.
I didn't know this, you said it gets you.
Thank you very much for joining us here for this event. I think it gives us all a shot of energy and adrenaline to get together because we're all of the same blood, the same mind. There's so many audiences that we go to that sometimes we have to bite our tongue. Most of the time we're thinking about how we can change people's mind and tell them where to go. This is a room of, yes, delicately. This is a room full of people that I love because any conversation you want to start, whether it's at the drinking fountain, at the bar, standing in line, you learn something about people who've come from somewhere, who've, just like you, have paid the airline fare, gotten themselves in, traveled to where they needed to go to be here to represent the people of their state or area and participate. Nobody gets to play in this game unless you stand up and get involved. And the thing that you have, this is an involved room. We all go out, we fight for it everywhere that we go to get people to participate in this wonderful thing called democracy. And I believe that while we have been incredibly successful in so many things, right now you need to straighten up your shoulders, get ready to go. We have a person in the White House that is not of this party. I'm not sure what his beliefs are, but we know what we've worked so hard on to have happen in this country for the people that we live next door to, down the street from, in another state. We cannot let this thing slide. We have to be vigilant. We have to be aware. We have to speak up. And we have to keep talking to the people in the areas that you came from to tell them to continue to be involved, to continue to be advocates, and continue to push the Democratic Party and the things that we stand for, because it's not going to be easy. The media and other people are all going to be throwing everything you can think of at us. But the issue is, we are out, but we are not down. And you remember that. See you in the trenches, see you in the precincts, see you in the malls, see you in the shopping centers, see you at the next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. As you all know, we chose Phoenix to kick off this amazing series of forums across the country. As Democrats, we're not going to stop listening to our party, our grassroots, our stakeholders. We need you. We want you to be involved, and that's why we're hosting these forums all across America. I want to acknowledge my good friend, the distinguished congressman from this beautiful state, Congressman Raul Gavala. Are you here, sir? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Congressman. A voice for progressives all over America, a great champion for immigration reform, civil rights. Congressman, God bless you. Thank you, sir. Honored to be back in your state. Thank you, Congressman. And now it's time for me to turn over the mic. I wanted to bring out some Tabasco, but, I got to keep it somewhere. It is my great honor to introduce a remarkable journalist. John Ralston will moderate this afternoon's candidate forum. John is known nationally for his analysis of races in Nevada, especially based upon, yeah, there you go. Give some love to the Silver State. I love it too. Especially based on early voting results. He has made appearances as a political commentator on various TV shows and networks, including Meet the Press, MSNBC, Fox News, PBS, and much, much more. Ralston accurately predicted Senator Harry Reid's victory in 2010 based on his early vote predictions, despite polling showing that Harry Reid would lose. We know Harry's a fighter, too, and we love you, Harry Reid. He also predicted accurately, John, we need to get you on some of our national polling. He also predicted both the presidential election in Nevada and the Nevada Senate race in 2016 on the basis of early voting data. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's my great honor as I depart this afternoon to get ready for the next forum in Houston, Texas in a few weeks. It's my great honor to turn this portion of what I call the Future Forum session to a wonderful, remarkable journalist, Mr. John Ralston. John?
Hi, everybody. So I thought I'd start with an hour-long opening remarks. Is that okay with everyone? I'm kidding. I do want to tell you a little bit about the ground rules here and about how this is really not about the folks I'm about to call up on stage, but about you. This forum is for you, and I'm going to make sure it's about you. But before we do that, all of these folks are taking time and they're willing to put themselves out there. So let's have a big round of applause for the 7 candidates for the next chairman of the Democratic National Committee. I assume that it's too much to hope that you got that all out of your system. As I said, real quickly, I'm going to go over the ground rules, but the most important ground rule is that all of these candidates today are created equal. I'm going to give them an equal opportunity to speak. We're going to try to make sure that by the end they all feel that they've had a fair chance to answer questions, both from me and from you. I'm going to open it up to you. After a while, you'll see this microphone up there. But this is really about you. It's your choice, and I want you to get involved, so I hope some of you will come up and ask questions when the time is right. But I want to urge everybody. I know there's a lot of passion and emotion in this room. Please be respectful. I don't want to hear a lot of booing, and I don't really want to hear a lot of clapping either. Let's let them talk. I know you may think that I'm Sisyphus in even asking this, but please, let's just make this as civil as possible, and we will have a better forum. So each of the candidates is going to have a 2-minute opening statement to tell you a little bit about themselves, and then I'm going to start asking some questions. It's going to be pretty free-flowing, and then, as I said, I'm going to open it up. They drew lots backstage for who goes first, and we will now begin with Secretary Perez for his opening statement. No, you want to come? I think it's easier if you do it from there. Yeah. Okay. See, they already want to take my microphone. You notice that.
John, thank you very much. Good afternoon, fellow Democrats. Great to be here with you. I want to thank Donna Brazil for taking on this responsibility during a very challenging time in our party's history. This is a great American. She talked about Ernie Banks this morning. Ernie Banks is in the Hall of Fame, and in my mind, so is Donna Brazil. So I want to say thank you. You know, when she was talking about Ernie Banks, I was thinking about another baseball player, Lou Gehrig, because I kind of feel like Lou Gehrig. I feel like the luckiest person on the face of the earth. I had the privilege, son of Dominican immigrants, growing up in Buffalo, New York. I never would have dreamed that I would have had the opportunity, a kid who got Pell Grants in school, worked on the back of a trash truck, and have the opportunity of a lifetime to work for the likes of Ted Kennedy, to work for the likes of Barack Obama, Hillary Clinton, Bill Clinton, and do all of those things and be an organizer. And you know what? What they allowed me to do is put my values into action, day in and day out, to fight every day. And I did a lot of fights here in Arizona. Thank God Joe Arpaio is your former sheriff. Thank God SB 1070 is no longer the law of the land. And this is about people like Ellie Perez, who has my namesake, a dreamer, of employee right here of the UFCW. That's what all of us are about, making sure that we're fighting for everyone. This was a where were you moment, and that's why I got in the race, because this is the time to do it. We need a DNC chairman who can inspire, who can make sure we talk to the entire big tent of our party, who can bring us together, who can invest in all of you, take Howard Dean to scale, make sure that we're organizing, make sure that we're coming together, and equally importantly, as Donna said, you need a turnaround artist. That's what I've done at the Department of Labor. That's what I've done at the Department of Justice, making sure this organization succeeds because we listen, and we are indeed a team where everybody's voice is heard. Thank you very much.
It's a good sign, folks. Secretary Perez stayed within the 2-minute guideline. So hopefully the rest of these folks will take the cue from there. Next up is the chairman of the South Carolina Democratic Party, Jamie Harris.
Hey, how are y'all? So, 2-minute time limits, I think, are discrimination against us in the South because we take a little longer to talk. But let me just say this. I am so blessed to be here with each and every one of you. This is amazing. Congressman, thank you for being our host here in Arizona. It is so good to be here. We are on the verge of the 88th birthday of Martin Luther King, who is an icon for our country, for the world. And on the verge of that birthday, our next president-elect took the opportunity to go after a living treasure in John Lewis. I had the pleasure of having my office be right next to John Lewis's when I worked for Jim Clyburn and ran the floor operation for the House Democrats. There is not a more gentle and more polite person than John Lewis. My friends, we have to resist. We have to fight. We have to fight like our lives depend on it because you know what? They do. Dr. King said in his letter from Birmingham jail, he said, we will have to repent in this generation, not merely for the actions and the words of the bad people, but for the appalling silence of the good people. So the question I have for all of you is, are we going to be silent? Will we remain silent? It's silent no more. This is going to be like Star Trek, but the opposite. You know, with the Borg, they said resistance is futile. Well, we are going to resist. And I have a history of doing that. For fighting to get 218 votes on the floor of the House of Representatives to rebuilding a party in the heart of the South. That is what I will do as DNC chair because I come from fighting stock. We are the party of the people, my friends. Let's get ready. Let's get ready to do this.
Thank you. Next up is Sally Boynton Brown. She is the Idaho Democratic Party Executive Director. She's also the president of the Association of State Democratic Executive Directors.
Hi, y'all. So I have very few titles, and I am super proud of that. I am one of the workers of our party, just like you are the workers of our party. I want to thank the Arizona Democratic Party and all of you guys, because it is you that does all of the work and action in our party. Leaders are really important. We have to have people that go forward and create vision, but ultimately, as leadership, we need to be getting that vision from what you all say. And so I want to talk about a couple of things that I think are really different about the race that I'm running and the leader that I am. I've listened to my fine colleagues, and I think the reality is we all are listening to you guys, and I am grateful to hear that. And most of us all agree on the what. We definitely agree on the why. It's the how that I'm really interested in. As an executive director, I'm a nuts and bolts person. I create vision with people, and then I figure out how we turn that into action. And so I brought some props. Right now, we're operating in a hierarchical structure that is really a flat piece of paper. We're siloed off in different groups, and it's very hard to get business done because it's really hard to communicate with each other. Nothing is flowing, and we're really stuck. And I think people feel really stuck. That's what I'm hearing from everyone when I talk. We're not getting the work done that we need. So this is what I'm recommending. I'm recommending that we move to a sphere-like structure. Three-dimensional is amazing. 21st century is really important that we adopt. And if you can imagine all of us inside the circle, I've heard a lot of inside-outside talk in the last year. I think most people feel like outsiders in our party right now. I think most of us who are in this room still feel like outsiders. We need to be inside, all working together, where ideas are flowing, we're collaborating with each other, we're innovative, and it's clear and transparent, because how much more transparent could you get? And so that is what I'm all about, and I really urge you to go to my website to look at the nuts and bolts. There's a lot there. Thanks so much.
Next up is the Congressman from the 5th District of Minnesota, Keith Ellison.
Thank you. You know, I really love your enthusiasm. We're going to need it. But I want to tell you, yesterday, we had to vote to stop the Republicans to try to overturn the Affordable Care Act because they're in the majority. And in Ohio, they're trying to take a woman's right to choose away. And all over this country, what we see is because Democrats are not in the majority, Republicans are passing policies that are hurting our people. And so I'm running for the chair of the DNC because I have demonstrated an ability to see Democrats get elected. There are no statewide Republicans in Minnesota. And the reason why is because I have turned up the vote and the turnout in the 5th Congressional District. I used to have the lowest turnout in the state of Minnesota. Now my congressional district has the highest. And because we have the highest, we have put in Al Franken and Mark Dayton and Democrats all over the state. We win elections, and that is how we get the majority back. Now I just want to tell you this. In a few short days, Donald Trump is going to put his hand up and be sworn in as the president. This guy is the most prolific misogynist anybody who ever will occupy that office. The sisters of the Democratic Party have been insulted by this man, and the resistance has to come from the Democratic Party. And so what I'm calling you to right now is to join a fight, to join a cause that will inspire and reach out to Americans all over this country to restore our great democracy. And so we can shatter that glass ceiling that Hillary Clinton was banging on, and she inspired us to fight, so that we can bring about the kind of change that our people deserve. I hope for your support. Thank you all very much.
They're all sticking to the 2 minutes. I'm very impressed. Even the elected official did it, which I'm very, very impressed by, Congressman. Next up is Jammu Green. She's a political analyst for Fox News. Listen to that silence. Come on.
Say what?
Yeah.
Fox News in the house.
Yeah.
And my name is Jammu, and I'm sure a lot of you are sitting out there saying Jehu. So I want to take my 2 minutes to tell you a little bit about who I am. I am who I am because of the Democratic Party. I have learned as a Democrat 23 years ago when the DNC plucked me out of Texas, took me to the Maritime Institute in Maryland, trained me for a week, and then put me out in the field. 20-something campaigns later, I ran the DNC's women's office. I ran the Southern Political Director's desk. I ran Rock the Vote and turned out the highest percentage of young people between 2 presidential elections ever recorded in history. And then I took all of that knowledge, built on the backs of that training that the DNC gave to me, and I've spent the last 7 years fighting the good fight in the belly of the beast at Fox News. I want to tell you about my day today. My day started at 4:20. Okay, young people, don't get it twisted. 4:20 a.m. this morning, I was on Fox News against 3 hosts defending the work of the House Democrats who are calling Donald Trump an illegitimate president. Whether it is 4:20 in the morning, whether it is against 2 people, 3 people, or Donald Trump himself, I have been on the front lines fighting the lies that conservatives tell for a living, and I have been winning with the truth. This campaign, I know, has been going on for many months. I know that I have a lot of listening and learning to do, but I also know when you get to know my record of success and you understand the role, the important, critical role that black women play for the Democratic electorate, that I hope to get your vote. And can you imagine, as Democrats, we took a selfie backstage. Can you imagine, as Democrats, as we share what the brand, the future of this party is, without having that important part of the electorate in this debate? So I am honored to be here. I am energized by the passion of my fellow candidates. I have to tell you, when Sally Boynton Brown entered this race as the first woman, I stood up and I squealed, and we need that energy. Thank you, Sally. Thank you for having that courage, and the courage that women are showing around this country to make sure that we are on the front lines as resistance is what is compelling me to run and to listen and to learn from you. And I look forward to doing that for the next 6 weeks. Thank you.
Leave it to the TV talking head to go over time. I don't know anything about that at all. Next up, and I'm going to try not to mangle this too badly, the mayor of South Bend, Pete Buttigieg. That's close. Buttigieg, right?
Yeah, it's pretty good.
All right.
Thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to be here, and good afternoon. And to everybody, the backbone of the Democratic Party, thank you for the thankless work you do day in and day out defending our values. I'll start with the most obvious questions you're probably asking. First of all, yes, I am old enough to buy myself a beer at the hotel bar. Secondly, it's Buttigieg. Buttigieg. Very common name on the island of Malta, where my father started out before he came to America to get his education and became an American. But around home, they just call me Mayor Pete. And luckily, this election is multiple choice, so you don't have to spell it. They call me Mayor Pete. I've been the mayor of my hometown, going into my 6th year. I love the job. It's a turnaround story. The week I got into the race for mayor of the city of South Bend, Newsweek had us on a list of 10 American dying cities. And I am proud to report that just 5 years later, our city is seeing the fastest population growth in over a quarter century. Why? Because we held ourselves accountable for real, concrete results, because we worked on the ground, we did the unglamorous blocking and tackling that is actually needed to get things done. That is the mentality of a mayor, and that is the mentality I would like to bring to the DNC. I believe the DNC needs a fresh start too, and I believe that I can deliver that fresh start. As has been said today, our party's got some issues, and let us not for one moment shrink from the knowledge that there is no majority for Trumpism in America. That we won the popular vote for a reason. We have the right values. We have the best ideas. We have the right people. And that means something. But it also means something that we are on the back foot. In 90 years, we haven't been at this low level of representation in state houses, in county offices, governor's offices, let alone the Congress. We need to face that. We need to be real about that. And we need to get back to work, just as our opponents on the Republican side have patiently and cleverly built their majorities. The time's up, so I encourage you to look at my platform on PeteForDNC.com. I'm looking forward to the conversation.
And last but not least, the chairman of the New Hampshire Democratic Party and the Association of State Democratic Parties as well. Thank you for having an easier name, Ray Buckley.
Thank you, John, and I want to make sure we all give everybody here a great round of applause. What we have on this table is an enormous amount of talent, and united, we will be able to fight back and fight back successfully, because I, like you, are sick and tired of losing elections. And if we all do this together, all do it together, we will start winning again. You know, I grew up in rural New Hampshire, a mile out on a dirt road. I know what poverty is all like. But I realized as a little kid that government actually can make a difference in people's lives. And so I started volunteering, made my parents register to vote. At 16 years old, I was one of the volunteers for Jimmy Carter's campaign. At 18, I was the Democratic county chair. At 21, I was the treasurer of my state party. Now, I'm in my 5th term as the state chair in New Hampshire and 4th term as president of the State Chairs Association. Now, when I was growing up out in the woods, no Democrat had a shot in heck of winning an office. In the last 10 years in New Hampshire, we have won 11 out of the last 13 statewide races. We know how to win, and we need to do it in every single one of those states. We have turned it from red, deep red, to light red, to purple, and now we are leaning towards blue. And it's because we did it through the grassroots. It wasn't somebody in Washington telling us what to do. Instead, we told them to go to heck, and we did our own programs. And right now, in Washington, fighting against Donald Trump is an all-female, all-Democratic congressional delegation. Senator Maggie Hassan, Senator Jean Shaheen, Congresswoman Carol Shea Porter, and Congresswoman Annie McLean Custer. They're going to be standing there fighting together to make sure that this White House doesn't get away with anything. Now, before we get even into the details of what we need to address. I will answer that in a few minutes.
That's good. Chairman Buckley, this is a Democratic forum. I'm sure you can use the word hell. Don't worry about it. I appreciate all those opening statements, and now we're going to go into a conversation for about an hour and 15 minutes or so. I'm going to start it off, but at some point very soon I'm going to ask you to come up if you have questions. So get them ready. The mic, as I said, is right up here. This is called the Future Forum, folks, right? It's about looking to the future, but you can't look to the future without considering what just happened, right? The past and why we're here today. And so I am going to raise right away the elephant in the room, which seems like a strange metaphor to use at a Democratic function. And that, of course, is, I'm getting booed too. This is a rough crowd, my goodness. Obviously, there are still some hard feelings, probably among some of these folks, about what happened in the primary for president. The Sanders faction versus the Clinton faction. How do you get beyond that? As the chairman of the party, what do you do? And let me start in the middle this time. I bet no one says that about you too often, Congressman. But let's start with you.
You know, as I pointed out a moment ago, and all of us know, Donald Trump is about to be sworn in as President of the United States. We have to come together in unity across all of our different points of view. We have to unify, and we have to be a group of people who are on the same page. Now, this means that no matter who you may have supported in the primary, that your talents, your skills are absolutely necessary. I supported both candidates, one of the primary and one of the general, and I was proud to support both of them. I'm proud of both of them. I just want to say that, you know, I went to multiple states for both, and I was glad of it. Now, I just want to say that, you know, part of unity is being a chair who will go where people are conflicting and help them sort out the conflict. When I went to the breakfast in Philadelphia for Nevada, I had good friends in there who were on different pages. And so I tried to mediate sort of a little bit, and they said, well, you come to Las Vegas and help us talk about how we get on the same page. And I said, I will. And I did. And we sat in a room for 5 hours talking about different points of view, hearing people out, responding, and we came out with a document that everyone signed that allowed for unity. And then the Nevadans went out there and won for Hillary. That's great. So let me tell you, we got a fight ahead of us. We got to come together, and we will. And if I'm the chair, I not only will preach unity, teach unity, I will go where people are conflicting to bring us together. Thank you.
Thank you, Congressman. It's always good to suck up to the moderator to bring up his home state. Nice move. I appreciate that. All right, I'm gonna skip around now, and so everybody, so we don't go in the same order. Why don't you go next, Jamie Harrison, on that question? How do you heal the wounds going forward?
Listen, you know, coming out of the 2008 election, I remember I was a floor whip at the convention in Denver, and I was scared because the divisions between the Obama folks and the Hillary folks were deep. And there were some, in some aspects, in some places, there were some racial tinge to those divisions as well. There were some gender tinges to those divisions. And I thought, God, are we going to be able to come through this? But we were. And we did it. And then I thought, going into the 16 race, that it was going to be sort of the same type of thing, right? In the end, people worked hard for the candidates that they chose, and in the end, they would all come back together. But that never really happened. You know, folks ask me, well, are you a Clinton Democrat, or are you a Sanders or a Bernie-crat, or are you an Obama Democrat? Guys, I grew up in South Carolina, and all I ever knew was just being a Democrat. My job, for those of you who don't know, in 2006, when Democrats took back the House of Representatives, I then became the floor director in the whip's office. And so it was my job to make sure that we got 218 votes for any bill that came on the floor. Working for Mr. Clyburn, working for Leader Pelosi, working for Steny Hoyer, and all of the leadership then. Well, we had 233 members. We could only lose 15 votes on any given legislation. And at that time, we had 40 Blue Dog Democrats from the South. We had about 30 some odd New Dems. We had about 80 or 90 some odd progressives. You only got 15 votes that you can lose legislation. So that meant we had to go to places where Democrats, instead of seeing the blue as a Carolina blue, they maybe saw it as a dark blue, right? And so they didn't always see the world in the same color. But we always had to get them all on the same page to pass legislation. We did not lose one party line vote in those 2 years when I worked in the whip operation. And that's because we respected people. We understood that sometimes the vote that you take a vote that you take might not float well in North Carolina that could work well in California, and vice versa. That is the type of mentality that we have to have in our DNC chair, to understand that diversity is our greatest strength as a party, but it also creates issues and conflicts and challenges. But if we could focus on the things in which we do well and that we all agree upon, and use that as the foundation for how we move forward, then this party becomes united.
I know you're dying to answer this, but you're going to have to wait, Secretary. But I know you're dying on this one. Mayor, weigh in on this.
So I know a little bit about how to bring together diverse and differing and even clashing coalitions. It's what a mayor does every day. My most important job is to hold a community together. And part of how I got 80% of the vote in my reelection was not by becoming conservative, but by making sure that we were speaking to everybody across every part of the Democratic Party and independents and even some Republicans too. I am not interested in relitigating the 2016 primary. We've all been through that. As was said before, Donald J. Trump will be president of the United States in less than 1 week. We don't have time to relitigate the 2016 primary. I see a lot of false choices, and I'd like to sound a warning about some of the false choices being presented to us as a party right now. That we have to choose between one wing of the party and another. Or that speaking to white working class voters somehow means abandoning the moral foundation of racial justice that makes our party what it is. Those are false choices. I know when you start, especially when you're introducing yourself, people want to fix you on a spectrum or they want to fit you in a category. Maybe just my personal experience makes me inclined not to go for that. I'm a church-going, red state, millennial, progressive, anti-gun collecting, intellectual war veteran. I don't fit in anybody's categories. And most Americans don't think of themselves, and most Democrats don't think of themselves as fitting so tidily into the categories that sometimes are laid out for us in stories. We've got to rise above because our values are the right values. And when we lead with those values and back them with a formidable, on-the-ground organization, we will win everywhere, every time.
By the way, I'm going to try not to cut anybody off, and you're all keeping it to reasonable times. I'd appreciate it, and so would I'm sure the folks out here if you did, so we can get to as many questions. You guys are all doing great. Ms. Green, go ahead.
UNITY. It's a word that's being thrown around a lot. There's a lot of real pleasant conversation about it. It is very clear that the media wants this race to devolve into the Clinton-Sanders rehash. So we have a choice ahead of us as Democrats. We can confront this head on and not feed them exactly what they want, like they were fed in the 2016 elections exactly what they wanted and delivered Donald Trump upon this earth. But to get to UNITY, we also have to have real conversations, real engagement, a real discussion about the common values, the shared values we have between people who are on one side of this perceived divide and on the other side. It's not going to get there with just pretty language. We're not going to get there if we don't acknowledge what has caused this fissure. And I will say that one of the most disappointing things that I have seen since entering this race just about 48 hours ago are the names that I have been called by my fellow Democrats. And we need to make sure that every single person on this table, everyone running for all of the DNC leadership positions, does not just sweep this under the rug, but provide a real platform of engagement to get at these issues, because there is a system out there that wants this to fester. And until we start to understand how they are manipulating our process, manipulating our party, and that has delivered this man into the White House, we will never move forward as a party. So I pledge as a candidate in this race to call it like I see it, whether it is coming from one camp or another camp, and to start to have that real conversation. Because until we call it like it is going to continue to fester, and we don't have that luxury.
Chairman Buckley.
Thank you. This is exactly where I was going. The question was about the nominating process. All of us experience something that we never want to experience again, and that's the pain of that nominating process. But you know what? We can fix that. I served as state party chair in New Hampshire, the first in the nation primary, in both 08 and in 16. There's not one hint that anyone on my staff or I had a thumb on the scale at any time, anywhere, in any purpose. The first thing that we've got to do, and this is the difference, go to ray4dnc.com. You're going to see a lot of the details. You got the flyers here too. A lot more information. Obviously, I don't talk in sound bites. Superdelegates. The state's delegation must reflect the votes of the voter in that state. End of story. 2, debate schedule. The chair of the DNC should not be unilaterally empowered to create the debate schedule. That should be given to the executive committee of the DNC, over 40 members from all walks of life and all corners of the state. Same with our fundraising. I will never sign a joint fundraising agreement with a candidate in a primary as chair of the DNC. We should never, ever do that again. Caucuses. The caucuses, we can't have a system that from one state to another state it doesn't even resemble each other. We have got to have some uniform rules of how a caucus is being held so people can understand what it is, and the DNC needs to come in and help the state parties run it. When I called the DNC and asked for help with these states that were being overrun because they were not prepared to handle the thousands and thousands of enthusiastic people, I said, hell no. See, I can say hell. They said, hell no, that's not our business. That is ridiculous. Now, when Bernie Sanders wanted to run for president, Secretary of State of New Hampshire in the spring of 2015 said, no, he's not a Democrat. I said, yes, he is. He said, no, he's not. I went to the Ballot Law Commission, got him put on the ballot, and when he filed in the New Hampshire primary, I went with him. Because I wanted to make sure, in front of all of the press that was there, that the Secretary of State of New Hampshire accepted his filing and said, yes, indeed, his name was going to be on the ballot. That's what a neutral party chair does. That's what I'll do as DNC chair.
I have never seen that technique before. Answer the question and all other questions I might have had in mind in the same question. That is impressive. Sally Boynton Brown.
So I have one word for this, and it's trust. When we're siloed off in different sections of our community, we're no longer community. And that's what I feel like is happening. And this is not just about Bernie and Hillary. This is about all of our differences. Urban and rural is just as important to us countries, whatever we are, states, just as important to us states as the conversation around who we nominated. So until we stop talking kind of theoretical reconciliation, and until we start actually looking at who has issues with each other and bringing it down to the individual level, we're not going to solve this, because it's up to all of us. If we're going to reconcile with each other, we have to start looking at the way we're treating each other and talking to each other. And we have to take personal responsibility. Us as leaders can come up with all sorts of ideas. One of the things that I lay out in my plan is the idea that we need to have a grievance council so that when people encounter issues in our party, they have some place that's a neutral area that they can go to deal with that grievance. I think that would have helped a lot in this process. I think we absolutely need to have a process in place that allows the people of our party to come together and look at the rules that are not working for us. I don't feel like it's my job as the leader to say, this is my thought. I think it's your job as the people to come together and say, what was wrong and how do we fix it? And I know that the Unity Commission is going to do some of those pieces, but I think there's absolutely more, and I think Ray touched on some of that, right, that needs to be involved in that conversation. I also really dislike the word unity. I don't know if it's because it's been thrown around casually for so long, but to me, it says that one side is going to win and the other side is going to lose and just has to deal with it. I like the word harmony a lot better, because when we have harmony, everybody's voices are being heard and everybody's doing their part. It's not about you lose your idea and I lose my idea. It's not even about compromise. It's that we all get to be individuals and we all get to figure out what our shared vision is and sing the same song and be in the choir together and move forward. And I don't think we get that until we start actually taking that personal responsibility. And so I want to encourage everybody in this room and everybody watching to really dig deep. There is a lot of pain out there. We are scared, we are hurt, and that is absolutely acceptable, but we need to get beyond that. Our core values, the reason why we're Democrats, demand that we get beyond that and start figuring out how we live in community with each other, and then we can go save America, because that's what we really need to be doing.
Secretary Perez. The Democratic primary is kind of like Thanksgiving dinner at my house with extended family. We have robust conversations. We're an exile family. We came to this country because my family got kicked out. Politics has always been what we've been about. And we have pitched discussions about political direction and vision, and then we come together and lock hands because we know that what brings us together far exceeds what our differences are. And that's what the Democratic Party has always been about, building that trust. You know, I'm proud of the fact that on more than one occasion, the president dispatched me to situations where folks just didn't trust each other. The West Coast ports, we were losing $1 billion a day because there was a work slowdown, and we were able to resolve that. Verizon, when they went on strike, 40,000 workers and their families were out of work for a month. They came to my office. We spent 13 days with them, and we were able to bring it together. We were able to bring it together because I helped bridge the distrust. The thing I hear the most in my conversations with DNC members is that you want to be part of a team. You don't want to simply be spoken to. You don't want to have a command and control structure. You want to be part of the decision making. We can enhance everything we do by doing just that. Our organizing. We've got to organize. And we do it better when we do it together. Making sure we tackle the scourge of voter suppression in this country. When we do it together, we do it better. And that is why I have called for the creation of a dedicated unit to do just that. When we do all of these things together, we do it better. That's the culture that I talked about before. That's what Donna was talking about. And I've had experience changing and transforming cultures of institutions. It takes work. It doesn't happen overnight. But when you get there, as we were able to do at the Department of Labor, second last in employee satisfaction when I got there, now we're up to sixth. And it's because good leaders are good listeners. The most important question we can ask of all of you is simply this: what do you think? And that's what I will do every day as the chair if I have the privilege of being elected.
So, folks, obviously you can only do a limited amount in an hour and a half or so with this many candidates. Each of these folks up here do have websites. They have brochures. So if you want details of their plans, you should go on their websites, and I assume all of you will before you cast any votes. All right, time to look to the future. I'm sure they're all happy about that, and they'll be even happier when they hear about what this question is about. This question is about Donald Trump. And he's a different kind of president in the way that he communicates than any president in history. He now has somewhere in the neighborhood, I believe, of 19 million Twitter followers. He loves to send messages through Twitter. As the next chairperson of the Democratic National Committee, you're going to be responsible for the message of the Democratic Party and how to combat Trump. And Dave Weigel at the Washington Post did an interesting piece recently about this. And how do you go at that? What's the strategy for taking on Trump as the agent of the Democratic Party's message? So let's talk about that, and I'll start this time with Ms. Green. Go ahead.
I encourage you to go to my Twitter feed, which is @Jamu4DNC, and watch what I did at 4:20 this morning, because that's what it's going to take for the chair of the party to combat the messaging that Donald Trump has been so effective with. @Jamu4DNC. Now, certainly, I think that one of our challenges is that we have to build a pipeline of messengers, of diverse, young, passionate messengers. I have trained more than 15,000 women through Vote Run Lead to run for office. I have amplified the voices of women progressives at the Women's Media Center, and yes, for the past 7 years, I've been fighting the good fight against conservatives. It is going to take a solid messenger to push back against the hate, push back against the lies, push back against the disinformation about our candidates and our values. And there is no question that we rightfully went high in this election. But when they went low, there was no bedrock to meet them. And as we build an opposition party with the mandate of the majority of the American people, we are going to have to create not just messengers from a leadership of the Democratic National Committee standpoint or state party leadership. We are going to have to create that pipeline of surrogates and authentic spokespeople. That is what I am an expert at. That is what I have succeeded at. And that is what is going to take to make sure that the unfortunate damage to the brand of the Democratic Party that we have seen, not just from Russia, not just from WikiLeaks, but from within and from our allies, that we repair it with the right messengers and we give them the ability and the tools to amplify their voices.
Ms. Brown, go ahead.
So I think this is tough because we've experienced this in Idaho, and I hear this everywhere that I go. We have two types of people in our party. We have people that really want to stay positive and talk about what we stand for and our values, and we have people that really want to punch people in the eye and call out every single thing that they do. And we now have a president who is likely the most narcissistic person that I've ever run into. And I don't know if you all have had experience dealing with that type of personality, but they're incredibly, incredibly difficult. And every time you feed them by responding to them, it just makes them grow more powerful. I am not saying that we need to ignore him, but I am saying we need to come back to Psychology 101 and be very deliberate about how we go about taking on that establishment. And I think it's got to be both sides, right? Because we have to feed both sides of our party. For too long, we have not had an identity brand that has been positive and has worked for us. I have heard from too many states that have said, oh, we have to distance ourselves from the DNC. They're our party. Why? Why? We need a brand that we can all proudly stand under. A positive brand that talks about the amazing people that we are and the values that we hold, because we are incredible and we are about people. And we need that desperately. That needs to be built at the party. We also are going to be needing to be really thoughtful and deliberative and focused about what we go after that still upholds those same values, right? Your two messages have to be authentic and connect, but that really takes on some key pointed things. So the things that I'm really focused on are freedom and our constitutional rights, because I absolutely have watched for at least the last decade, and some people have been watching for longer than that, as the Republican Party leaders have stripped us of our voting rights and disenfranchised the people of our country. And we can no longer afford to let that continue, especially under this administration. And so we've got our work cut out for us. And I think it is going to take every single one of us. And I don't think we know what the message is, but we know what the values are. Those are laid out in our charter, they're laid out in our platform, and they're laid out in our hearts. And so I think it's going to take very few minutes, even weeks at the most, to really come up with what that message is. And then it's about going and doing exactly what Jamu was talking about, which is training everybody to have message discipline, right? To talk about those things that really represent us, but making sure that that's a message that's going to work, both the negative and the positive, for all 57 of our state parties, because it's absolutely imperative that we have something that not a single Democrat needs to walk away from. We cannot afford to lose a single voice in this party. We need to gain more voices.
Okay. But before I continue with the answers here, I want to let people know that after this, I'm going to start taking any of your questions. So if you'll start lining up, in an orderly fashion, which I know is maybe going against the tide in this group, but I do want to take your questions, so start lining up. Jamie Harrison.
Listen, guys, I think this is, John, a great question. And I want to go back to something that is the foundation of why I'm running for DNC chair. Because many times what we do is we focus on the message and not the vehicle in which the message is delivered. The vehicle in which the messages are delivered are state parties. And my friends, state parties are broken. Now, that ain't sexy. It ain't what most people want to hear about. But let me tell you the reality of the situation. In 2008, we had complete control. We had the majority of the governorships in this country, the majority of the state houses in the country. We controlled Congress. We were even able to get up to 60 votes in the United States Senate. And in almost 10 years, we have lost it all. Republicans control 69 out of 99 state houses. Republicans control 33 governorships, and they now have complete control over the federal government. So the message by the vehicle in which we get our message out to our voters on the grassroots level is the state parties. But when you have state parties at this moment that barely have $50,000 cash on hand, have had to cut their staff, and in 2018 they either have a governorship race that they have to run in a coordinated campaign, or one of the 25 Democratic U.S. senators are up for grab, and 10 of them are in Donald Trump, red quote-unquote Trump states. So until we fix that basic foundation of our party, we can have the best message in the world, my friends, but it ain't going anywhere other than in our email boxes. So we have to invest in our state parties and fix the state parties, because it's the state parties who then take their staff to go on a grassroots level and work in those communities, particularly in rural communities. Because the TV ads, we spend millions, hundreds of millions of dollars on TV ads. How many of you actually watch those things? None of you. The mail, where does it go? File 13. Don't even look at it. But we spend millions and millions of dollars on that. We have to go back to doing what Democrats have done so well. We are not just a political organization asking for votes every 2 or 4 years. We need to be a community organization going into the communities on a grassroots level, helping people solve the issues that are important to them.
So I should have been clear that DNC members only for the question. So I hope all of you are DNC members, because there is a lightning bolt thing that happens if you're not, I'm told. And I will tell all the folks up here on stage that the shorter you are with the question, with your answers, the better to please the folks who are in line, who, by the way, can vote for you later on. Secretary Perez, go ahead.
One of the first things I would do if I have the privilege of becoming chair is to go into counties like Howard County, Iowa, and do some listening. Howard County, Iowa went for Obama by 21 points in 2012. It went for Trump by 21 points in 2016. We have to understand why that's the case. And there are many counties across this country that were like that. And so unless we understand what went on with granularity, we cannot fix the problem. And so that's why we've got to do listening. Almost every question that's going to get asked today comes back to organizing. We've got to make house calls in this job. We've got to talk to those voters who weren't touched. We have to make sure that rural America understands that our message of economic opportunity is the message that will help them better their lives. That's what we have to do. And that is why I am so insistent on building those partnerships with you, so that we can do just that. Because we have to understand, until we go out and take the fight to them, we need to know how to persuade. And when we get out there and we have organizers going in the city of Milwaukee or going in Howard County, Iowa, and we're talking to people and understanding them day in and day out, that's how we succeed. We also have to understand with Donald Trump that if you try to go tweet to tweet with him, more often than not, it's not going to succeed. The Republicans tried that in the primary. It didn't work so hot. And so we've got to be strategic in how we do this. We've got to understand that you don't go to a knife fight with a spoon. And I fought a lot of fights in my life. I never brought a spoon to them unless I was eating yogurt afterward. And so that's what we've got to do. And those are the fights. When we took on Joe Arpaio, there were no spoons in our arsenal. When we took on the industry, when we took on the lending industry, no spoons. So we've got to have a no spoons rule when we're taking on Donald Trump.
All right. A surprising mention of yogurt in this debate so far.
And a first.
Yes. Chairman Buckley, answer this question and 9 others that you assume are going to be asked.
Thank you. I want to first off agree with every single word that Jamie Harrison said. It is absolutely the truth. We are going to beat back on Donald Trump and all of these Republicans if we understand the simple fact that spending billions on TV ads and in direct mail doesn't do anything except make corporate media rich. We need to take just a small percentage of that and invest it in our state parties and our local committees and show them the respect, because we know, once again, Washington is not the answer. It's not where the message is going to come from. It's not where we're going to come winning from. It is going to be the local communities. One neighbor talking to another neighbor is the single most powerful tool we have. And you look at the polls, the American people support our agenda. They just didn't hear it because we're too busy running TV ads and sending mail to people that are going to throw it in the trash, as Jamie said. The reality is we just take a small percentage of that money, invest it in every single state, in every single county, in every single neighborhood, and we will start winning offices up and down the ballot throughout this country, and we will reject Donald Trump, we'll win back the majorities, and we'll win back the states. It is simple as that. Our message is hope and opportunity. It always has been, always will, but we stopped talking about it. We stopped giving people hope and opportunity because we weren't able to get real people talking to other real people. We have done that in New Hampshire, and that's why Kelly Ayotte is no longer a United States Senator. And you can't let go. You know, one reporter said, I bet you Kelly Ayotte's actually happy because now after 6 years you're going to leave her alone. And I was like, well, maybe I will. I don't know. You never know. The reality is you got to be tough, you got to be strong, but you got to give the people hope and opportunity for their lives. People are scared out there. They are nervous, and we've got to be able to provide them a pathway to success.
All right. Go ahead, Mayor. You're up, Mayor. Go ahead.
So I'm looking forward, first of all, to the opportunity to take it to the opposition. I'm looking forward to the opportunity to call out Donald Trump so that every falsehood is met with a fact, every outrage is met with an answer. But here's what I think is going to happen. He has a peculiar genius for attracting attention. Once he's actually in charge, that will develop into a genius for diverting blame. And we're going to need to be smarter than just talking about what a bad guy he is. Let me tell you something about my county, which ought to be a reliably blue county and went 50-50 in this last election. If we think some news headline is going to come along that's going to be the one that finally reveals that Donald Trump isn't a good guy, you got to understand that a lot of the people who live right up the street from me who voted for him already know he's not a good guy. They voted for him anyway. Why? Well, for one thing, we were so busy talking about Donald Trump that they were saying, who's talking about me? We have got to get back to the lived experience. Yes, we call him out when he's lying, but we have got to get back to the experience of lived experience of people's actual lives. And I feel well positioned to do that because that's my lived experience too. None of this is theoretical for me. Wasn't that long ago, I was in Afghanistan. I'm still on the books of the Ready Reserve. My life literally depends on the wisdom and judgment of our Commander-in-Chief. And so does that of every person I serve with who's still in the reserve or on active duty. That's a kitchen table issue. Climate change for me. People talk about the environment like it's a place we go. I haven't been to a place called the environment, but I've been to Frederickson Street in South Bend, where homes were destroyed by a 1,000-year rainfall that I'm pretty sure isn't a 1,000-year rainfall anymore. My partner's mother, Sherry, if you happen to see my announcement video, you'll see her in the video. She and her husband, Terry, they work for themselves. They run a landscaping business out of their home in Traverse City. After we finished that video, they drove right back up north because he was plowing that night. And she showed me something when I was over there for Thanksgiving. By the way, here's a very 2017 sense. I started Thanksgiving morning in a deer blind with my boyfriend's father. But anyway, she showed me this thing. It looks like a tube of toothpaste. It looks like a tube of toothpaste, but it's actually a topical chemotherapy. Her life depends on it, and it costs more than $2,000 per month per tube. They're going to try to take that away from her. 20 million is just a number, but the stories of the people whose lives are going to be made worse off, that's where we got to get back to. That's my thought on message, but I couldn't agree more strongly with those who have said that it's not just about message. This job isn't mostly on television. It's mostly working with the states and local organizations, and I'm sure we'll have a chance to talk more about that, and I'd encourage you to see on my platform what we have in mind.
Congressman.
So in the state of Arizona, I think the minimum wage won. Am I right about that? And yet, so did Trump. Our values, our message, our story, people like it and they voted for it. Minimum wage is our thing, increasing it. I think that I have to agree with several people who said that we have to rebuild the trust relationship with the voter. And that means that we have to be at the door and we have to build that relationship on a personal basis. I believe that we have got to have House meetings and encourage Democrats to have House meetings all over the country in numbers of maybe 12 or not more than that. And we should encourage people to get together and to discuss our common issues as a nation so we can build that relationship so that when we go out there to write letters, to knock on doors, to do phone banks, that we're not just folks who came together out of because we're pissed at the latest thing that Donald said, but that we really actually know each other and we're building community. Now, I just want to tell you this. We mentioned how we, the whole Bernie Hillary thing. They came together to write an excellent platform. I know because I was on the platform drafting committee. They came in unity on that, and that's a very important thing. But I just want to say, have you ever noticed that anybody can say anything they want about you, but if they're saying it to somebody who knows you, it doesn't work. This is why we've got to get real granular. I propose we have, at minimum, a monthly DNC call with the chair, maybe more, but at least once. At minimum, a regional call, and at minimum, a live stream where we talk directly to the Democratic base. Where we go to the rank and file Democrat. You know, the one who's trying to raise 2 kids and feed them? The one, the folks who are trying to make sure that Social Security doesn't get cut? The ones on the college campus? The ones trying to just make sure that they can get by and are looking for a champion in the Democratic Party to fight for them? Those people, we can use technology to do it. But I want to say I'm impressed with much of what my colleagues have said. I think there's a little bit of the answer in everything everyone said. Rhetoric is defeated by relationship. Relationship defeats rhetoric. And we've got to make that real, everybody, by going door to door. Thanks.
Thanks, Congressman. All right. So we have about 40 minutes or so left, and it looks like we have 8 to 10 questions. So I'm going to ask what may seem impossible, because I do want to give everybody a chance to answer each of these questions. Please keep your responses as brief as possible, because you want to let your colleagues up here answer, and we want to let all these good folks who have taken the time to stand up there ask questions. So keep the questions brief, keep the diatribes out, and let's move forward. Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you. My name is Christine Pelosi. I'm an elected member from California. Thank you to all the candidates for running. I'm elected by the grassroots, and what my people in the most diverse state in this country tell me is we can't be what we can't see. Why is the DNC still not as diverse as America? So I have a solution. I have written a resolution to be voted on in Atlanta. I'd like to get your responses to it. It says that we need to promote people-powered politics. To do that in the spirit of President Obama, who said in his farewell address, when trust in public institutions is low, we must reduce the corrosive influence of money in politics. Will you support a resolution to revive President Obama's ban on corporate donations to the DNC and a ban on having the chair appoint corporate lobbyists as at-large members in favor of diverse grassroots Democrats?
All right.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, that's all the time we have. Thanks, though. I'm kidding. So, since this was a very specific question, and I appreciate that, please, you don't have to give very long answers, right? You can just say whether you're going to support this proposal or not. If you want to give a few words about why you will or not, that's fine. And I'll start with Sally Boynton Brown on this one.
Thanks,
team. I don't know why the microphone always keeps running away from me. So I will say I've already gone on record in the media as having said I absolutely will. I think the number of at-large members that we have is really unfortunate. That gives a lot of power to a chair who makes all of that appointments, and I think we need to decentralize power. I will say for me this issue is about access. There are all sorts of pieces of my plan that talk about access, because what we really need to do is make sure that everybody has equal access, whether you're a homeless person with not two pennies to rub together, or whether you're somebody who is very influential and has a lot of money. You need to be able to talk to the chairwoman, right? And so in my plan, I say specifically that the chair needs to set up daily appointments with people who are not influencers and who are not donors, who are just great Americans with great ideas that they want to talk to the chair of the party.
Okay, so let me just make sure that she's answered the question. Are you for or against the issue of corporate money, which I think is one of the...
Sorry, I have already said yes. I absolutely will reinstate that ban.
Okay.
I apologize.
That's all. I just want to make sure everyone knew. Congressman, go ahead.
Let me tell you, I would support it, but I want to ask two questions as we do. One, how are we going to make up the money? Because the truth is it takes a lot of money to run a campaign. We're all going to have to work on, we're all going to have to take fundraising as a responsibility. We got to go low dollar and make up the money. I believe that the people of the Democratic Party will fund their party, but we've got to ask them, and make no mistake, we're going to have to make it up. And the other thing is, I will not, Christine, impose it. It will be a debate that we will have, and that people will be allowed to offer their different points of view on this issue, because I believe the Democratic Party should be run democratically. And there will be an opportunity for amendments, there will be opportunity for debate, but I'm a yes.
Okay. Jamul Green.
I certainly support it in principle, but I agree with the congressman that this has to be something that is a conversation amongst the Democratic Party. I think one of the issues with the entire situation with at-large members and even this process in which we are engaging in is that small d Democrats do not know the true role of the Democratic Party. They don't know what our process is internally. They don't know how they can rise up and be a part of this conversation. So the more that we can open up those opportunities, whether it is allowing for those at-large seats to be determined in ways that are democratic instead of just coming for the chair, looking at how we innovate to bring in those new voices, that's the opportunity we have here. That is the opportunity that I think young people are looking for us to educate them on this party. So I support it in principle, but I would not sit up here and say, as I start my campaign and I want to listen and I want to learn, that I have all of the answers. But I certainly know that the answers are out there in the field, in the communities, and in many ways, they have the questions, the compelling questions that they want us to answer about what this party is. So that's a conversation that we need to have. It's the opportunity that this past election has given us.
Okay.
Sometimes you have to take that opportunity.
All right. As I said, this is a very simple question. Let's not give too many speeches. Secretary Perez.
John, it's actually not that simple a question, and it goes to the heart of who we are as a Democratic Party, and we need to make sure that we are the party of opportunity, the party of economic justice, and that everybody supporting us doesn't have any ability to unduly influence us. I'm a big believer that when you have something like this that you're debating, you need to think about what are the intended consequences and then what are the unintended consequences. I have friends who are union members who are lobbyists. So are we saying they're out? I have a friend who is a lobbyist. He has one client. It's the Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids. Wow. And he's a very powerful lobbyist because he can turn off, let there be light, he said. And so I think this is part of a broader debate about how we reduce the influence of money in politics and in parties. And I have a memory of a number of folks in my listening sessions who were expressing their frustrations about showing up at meetings, getting resolutions 2 minutes before they were asked to vote on them, and then having to vote on them. And I want to have a very robust discussion of this because you put your finger on an issue that is indeed front and center. But if we don't consider both the intended consequences and the unintended consequences, we may live to regret decisions that we make.
Go ahead, Tim Harrison.
Christine and I have had this conversation. I would agree wholeheartedly with what the secretary just said. Guys, listen, and I'm saying this as a state party chair that has to pay payroll for folks. State parties do not have money. The DNC has not been giving us the money that we need to invest in us. For us to cut off dedicated funds at this point when we're trying to get more, the ASDC just asked that all of the candidates agree to $25,000 a month as it relates to $25,000 a month as it relates to the SPP program, meaning that each state party gets $25,000 a month. The question is, if we agree to that, where does the money come from? We are a minority party at this point. Y'all understand this. We are in the minority in every aspect of the situation, from state houses to Washington, D.C. So for us to say, we're going to just start, well, we got to cut off this money and we got to now make that back up because we don't even have enough money now, I think we really need to take a long look at that.
All right. Chairman Buckley, go ahead.
Thank you. This is one of the issues that I do address. 2 pages in my pamphlet talks about reforming of the DNC. The real issue here is the power of the chair, whether it's talking about the nominating process or this very issue of fundraising or the appointments of at-large. The reality is that the chair of the DNC has been allowed to simply make the choices and decisions. I think that's wrong. I've stood up against the appointment. Some members of the executive committee of the DNC years ago hated me because at every single time that a certain very popular DNC chair would come forward with a nomination and it wasn't an out lesbian, because I said, why the hell isn't there an out lesbian on the executive committee of the DNC? I would vote no. I didn't care who he was bringing forward. I said no. And when Tim Kaine became chair and he said, well, what can I do for you? I said, you have an ability and a historic appointment. I want to make sure that the Democratic National Committee, 447 members strong, has a transgendered member. And that's how we got a transgender member of the DNC. It is about doing that. When Christine was talking about let's call on the chair, the fact is that those nominations come back to the DNC. But we've never said no. I've said no, but we collectively have never said no. It's time for us to stand up. Those positions were created at the 1988 National Convention for diversity.
Okay.
Not for fundraising.
Chairman, okay. Mayor, wrap it up.
Try to be quick. I passionately believe in containing money in politics. I also believe that's a matter of law. We're going to have to change law, maybe even get into the Constitution. As far as what we do, and we got to stand up for that. What we do as a party, I'll tell you, I believe in broadening the fundraising base, getting back to grassroots funding, absolutely. I'm not prepared to make a blanket statement or do something without a robust democratic discussion. But I will say something that's definitely within the power of the chair. When it comes to appointments, we've, of course, got to make sure it reflects America, just like I'm so proud that this room and the room in Philadelphia, and it's so different from the others, reflects America.
All right. They loved that question, didn't they? All right. Now, I want to repeat again, folks, up here on the stage, that some of these people are not going to be allowed to ask questions because you're going on too long. So I want to be clear. We only have about a half an hour. These times are not set by me, but make your questions brief. Make your answers as brief as you can. I know, as Secretary Perez pointed out, some of these may seem simple and they're not, but try to keep your answers. They have websites. You can refer to your website if there's a position on your website. I think we want to get as many questions in as we can from these folks. It's about them. Go ahead, ma'am.
Susie Shannon, DNC member from California. My question is that for many of you, working with progressive organizations is at the top of your platform, but how are you going to engage partner groups, women's organizations, civil rights groups, environmental organizations, and multi-issue progressive organizations so that they are engaged and helpful to winning? And how will you utilize these groups when it comes to candidate training and recruitment so that we can get back to talking about issues and not just money?
Okay, it's a good question. Jim Harrison, go first this time.
Yeah, so just quick, rapid fire. So one of the things that we're doing in South Carolina, we have started building a bench as a part of how we revitalize our parties. We launched 2 years ago the Clyburn Fellowship with the goal of training 250 young people by 2020 so that they can run for office, be county party chairs, and also be political operatives. So we are working with groups in South Carolina to help identify young people that can fit that mold, making sure, because South Carolina is one of the worst states in the nation in terms of women who are in elected office, making sure that half of our delegation or more are made up of women. So that's really, really important. It's also important that the chair has coordinated sessions with all of these groups on at least a quarterly basis to come up with a message and strategy that works across the board that everyone can promote.
Great. Mayor.
So I think the new chair is going to have to be really smart about what I like to say is when we row and when we steer. What are the things that can happen in and through the DNC, and what are the things where we're partnering, or we're helping to call the tune, or we're listening when somebody else calls the tune. I think tactically, what does it mean to make good on the idea of being good at engaging those progressive groups? It is all about communication. It's presence. It's making sure there are meetings, in-person meetings with the chair. It's making sure we convene them. It's making sure people know what's going on. And by the way, the DNC members in this room, if we do the right job of engaging them, because they cut across a lot of these progressive groups, can help bring that knowledge back to the building. The groups that are championing the issues and the causes that we care about as Democrats, I think will be a vital part for us going forward, because again, if we have a values-forward strategy, I believe we will connect across the board and run and win elections in every part of the country.
All right. Congressman, go ahead.
I think the DNC really does need to try to partner with our progressive allies. I think that organized labor is a critical voice that we have got to elevate and lift up. I mean, if there is some sense that we need to win in the industrial Midwest and the heartland, who better to help shape a message and to engage people than our labor partners? I'm part of something called the Democratic Farmer Labor Party. That's what we call Democrats in Minnesota. And I also want to say, I think we need to, I talked about that live stream that we got to do. We should engage our progressive partners to talk on our Democratic live stream. So that if you got folks from, I don't know, the nurses or CWA talking about the bank thing, or, I mean, whatever it is, they're coming on and speaking with us in partnership. I also think that we have got an enormous job to do in terms of knocking on every door in America. And we've got to use every Democrat to do it. We've got to use our progressive partners to do it. And so we need to leverage the power of all of us to do that. And I definitely think, you know, the YDA, the Young Democrats of America, are technically their own group. And we need to be in very close proximity with them so that we can really strengthen the youth voice. I released a youth plan yesterday, very proud of it. Please take a look at it. But I will tell you that we can let 1,000 flowers bloom here, because we are all here to elevate respect for all Americans, liberty, justice for all, and an inclusive economy. There's a lot of people working on that. Let's work on it together.
Thank you, Congressman. Secretary Perez.
You know, this is what I've been doing my entire career. You know, as a civil rights lawyer, civil rights is about coalition building. At the Department of Justice, when I was there, we had quarterly meetings in our engagement to the Muslim American community, because in the aftermath of 9/11, there was remarkable backlash violence that was unconscionable. And by having that regular meeting, issues would come up. We had built trust, and when other tense moments came up, that trust existed. And that's what we did, and that's how we were able to succeed. We need to continue to do that, and that's point number one. Point number two, very quickly, is we need to make sure that as we build organizing capacity, we have to have sustained organizing capacity housed within the DNC. That is critically important. At the same time, we need to understand that in some states, that capacity may also exist elsewhere, so we want to work in partnership. And when you have those structures set up, that's what we need to do. And then my final quick point is, I was talking with a friend in the progressive community, and he said, Tom, I'm happy to hear that you're running. You know, I really don't think much at all about the DNC. Everything we do, we just, you're irrelevant to what we do. And I said to him, therein lies the problem. Because the RNC and the Koch brothers and the nonprofit infrastructure like Southern Baptist churches, they're sure as hell collaborating, sometimes probably illegally, but the FEC is useless. And they are doing that. That's what we have to do, because if we are in our silos, then we're not going to be putting our best foot forward.
All right, thank you. Go ahead. Sally Boynton Brown.
So I think that this is a really important issue that highlights how separate we are, because we're competing with each other, right? There's this sense that we're competing for dollars, that we're competing for people power, and competition should not be what we're about. We're all on the same side. We all have the same goal. And so moving to a collaboration model opens up all sorts of possibilities, and we've heard some of the great solutions here. I will say that the really important thing to me is that when we're talking about partnership with all of our allies, that we're not just talking partnership at the national level, because I don't think our states can afford for any more people in DC to decide what we need to be doing in our states. So we need to make sure that whatever that solution is, right, the very number of ways that we can collaborate with each other, that we're pushing that on down. And so one of the things I outline in my plan is a number of work groups and councils to help solve some of the big issues that we're talking about today, to pull more people into our party. We need to get all of our members working. That's a really important thing. We also have a lot of people out there that want to get to work. And so by putting together work groups to solve and have some of the critical conversations around campaign finance reform and other things, I think that allows our partners to enter in. And we need to make sure we're focusing on inviting everybody from all 57 state parties to participate in those, so we really get the grassroots and the people that are on the ground doing the work.
All right. Chairman Buckley.
Every successful state party has built these coalitions. And the number one thing that you learn as a state party chair, if you're going to be successful, is that you have to leave your ego at the door. And it's not about your state party taking credit. It is about the victory at the end, whether it's winning the election or winning the cause in the legislature. In my 8 terms in the legislature, every single minute of it was a Republican majority. But we were successful because we worked with people and we got a progressive agenda passed. You know, the reality is the current system that we have, the DNC doesn't even talk to the DSCC, the DGA, the DCCC, the DLCC, or the DMO. We aren't even talking to the members of our immediate family, never mind the neighbors next door or our cousins. It is absolutely ridiculous. No state party operates that way, and the DNC's got to stop doing it.
All right. Jamal Green.
So I want to talk about 2 words, experience and disruption. We talked a lot about and celebrated experience a lot in 2016. I think, certainly, with all due respect to all of my fellow candidates up here, I'm the only candidate for chair of the DNC who actually has experience as not just someone working within the DNC, working in leadership positions at the DNC, founding progressive organizations, agitating against the Democratic Party from progressive organizations, and then being able to take that fight to the media. So if we are serious about the challenges that lie ahead, just like we see happening in so many sectors across the country, we're going to have to figure out how we incorporate disruption into our party. And there are many young people who have, with very passionate reasons and very committed ideas about the issues they care about, who has stepped foot within the Democratic Party, usually within a state party process, system, ecosystem, and for some reason, they have not felt a community, they have not been welcomed, they have not been given the resources or the support or the opportunity to grow. And guess what? They have left and they have never come back. I am one of those people who came in the party, dealt with those challenges, but also organized without. If we continue to do the same thing when it comes to leadership within the Democratic Party, and it's only about having leaders who are elected officials or who have come up solely through the big D democratic system, and then we want to talk about how can we work with our progressive partners, then we need to have leadership who actually understands what it takes and experience of building progressive institutions.
All right.
I did that at Rock the Vote. I did that with Define American to change the immigration conversation. I did that with Vote, Run, Lead to amplify the voices of women. I think a part of your question was how do we build that pipeline? It is to make sure that we actually are tapping into those opportunities for young people who do not define themselves as big D Democrats.
Okay. Thank you for your question. So I'm going to do something that no one at the DNC expected me to do. We're only going to have time for 2 or 3 more questions. It's as simple as that. For those of you who don't get to ask your questions, I hope a representative from the DNC will take your questions down and provide them to all these candidates, and I'm sure they will be thrilled to answer them. I apologize for the lack of time. I wanted, as all of them know, to give each of them an opportunity to answer every question, and it's just not going to be possible. So I hope someone from the DNC will come and take these questions and present them. I see them right over here. If you want to present your questions, please give them over there. I'll get to as many as we can before 3 o'clock. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. Matt Keating, delegate, DNC committee member from Oregon. When voters vote, Democrats win. And in Oregon, we've got a pretty good recipe for success. Whether that's a strong neighborhood leader program, county party, state party relationship, vote by mail, or our newly enacted motor-voter automatically registering voters at the DMV. What will you do? What can we do to make sure that every voter in an election year, coming off the heels of an election year where millions of voters sat on the sidelines, what can we do to make sure every American casts their vote and exercise their most fundamental right?
Okay, great question. So again, that's not a simple question either, but a lot of you have talked about it. I've seen your materials. This is an issue. So try to keep your answers to a minute or so if you can. I'm begging. Do you hear me begging? Chairman Buckley, go ahead. You can go first.
In 2014, Democratic turnout was down about 3% nationwide for Democrats. In New Hampshire, it was up over 3%. And the reason we did it, and it wasn't uniform across the state, it was community by community, and it was exactly this. The communities that had vibrant local organizations, the turnout was up, and the ones that were more bound, that had chairs that just didn't meet, didn't do their job, it was down. That is the answer. It is neighbor to neighbor. Organizing, the DNC's got to support the state parties doing that.
Thank you. Secretary Perez, go ahead.
Got to play offense and got to play defense. That's exactly what my proposal to create a dedicated, robust staff for voter empowerment and voter protection is about. The protection side is we got to play defense against voter ID laws. Got to make sure that voters abroad or voters at home are not purged from the rolls. Got to make sure we play offense by taking a page from Oregon and elsewhere. Take a page from this state. In 2010, they put together a ballot initiative to establish independent redistricting commissions. When I was at DOJ, we fought to protect that all the way to the Supreme Court, and we won. So when you play defense and you play offense, you learn in Nevada that the success there was about voter registration early and often, not just 3 months before the election. When you do that, you win. That's what I want to do, create that structure and create a permanent working group so we take into account secretaries of state, state attorneys general, other critical stakeholders from the community. This is an all-hands-on-deck exercise.
Thank you. All right, Jamil Green.
Voter registration is in and of itself a barrier to voting, and if we only have the discussion around how we beat back voter suppression efforts and don't put ideas on the table like how do we just get rid of voter registration to begin with, we are not going to be the party that is actually growing the base. As Obama said, we need to be making it easier for people to vote. They have captured this debate by having us talk and put all of the attention on voter ID. We need to flip the script and put those ideas out. Oregon has been certainly successful, but we need to disrupt. Why don't we as the Democratic Party put a platform in place to get rid of voter registration, because that in and of itself is a barrier to participation.
Mayor, go ahead.
So, I live in Mike Pence's Indiana. It is the epicenter of the voter ID. It was in Indiana. It's actually the Indiana Democratic Party that sued on that voter ID issue and took it all the way to the Supreme Court. I know what it's like to have that go around. I even got turned away trying to vote with my military ID. Wow. The kid working the polls just didn't She didn't mean to turn me away by mistake, but the people who wrote that law that she was trying to figure out how to apply, they know exactly what they're doing. And the systematic effort to make sure fewer people can vote is voter fraud, and we got to call it out for what it is. The election protection, the offense, the defense, I agree with all of the above. I also want to add on registration. For me, I'm very proud of our record on civic innovation. I think this is a good sort of problem to attack with an idea competition. We've got 50 different states and tons of organizations doing things. So one of the elements in my platform is to offer voter registration innovation grants to see what's working at a small scale and take the most promising ideas and provide the funding to scale them up. I think that's well worth the investment from the
Thank
DNC.
you, Mayor. Congressman, go ahead.
Well, you know, we have to really embrace the idea the Republicans have identified voter suppression as a core strategic goal. They do it all kinds of ways, and I'm sure folks on here could talk more about that. We have yet to identify voter expansion as a core strategic goal. And we have to do that, and we have to do it PR, legislative program, legal program, all of those things are so key. My state of Minnesota, we actually have the highest turnout in the country. And one of the ways that we did it is we do have same-day voter registration. I think Jamu's right. We should get rid of voter registration. But same day is an important step forward. But having agreed with all my friends up here, what if we got behind a ballot initiative in Florida to get rid of felon disenfranchisement? This, if we could, it would turn people out to vote, we would improve democracy, and we would end a racial injustice that has been scourging this country for centuries.
Go ahead.
I think we all agree on this issue. I feel like we've missed step one, and that's to go talk to the people who aren't voting and ask why. It's really important that we have those conversations. We can guess. There's a lot of good evidence to suggest the different reasons why, but we need to make sure that we're talking to people who aren't voting and that we're on target first. And in order to do that, we need data. I was recently in San Francisco at a digital summit, and I asked the question, how do we reach these people? Why is nobody talking to the 50% who didn't vote in this election? And we don't really have a good answer to that. There's not a really good way to go have that conversation. We need to solve that. And I will just say that it's the 21st century, and we need to get to a place where we're having a conversation about what online voting looks like. I know that's difficult in light of the recent hacking. It is absolutely important because 20 years from now, I do not think we're going to be lining up at polling places voting on paper.
Okay. All right. Chairman Harrison.
Listen, voting is the right in which all other rights come. It is the mother of all rights that we have in this nation. It's the cornerstone of our democracy. And if anybody knows about voter suppression, Lord, just come to South Carolina. We know about it. And we've been doing it for a long time. Listen, one of the greatest tragedies that we had was when we took back the House and we had 60 votes in the Senate and controlled the White House, that Democrats did not come on the floor with a proactive, pro-voter bill and legislation. So let me tell you what we need to do. The next time we are so fortunate and so lucky that the American people give us that opportunity again, we need to make sure that we have an agenda that fits that. We got to stop being so reactive and start being proactive as it relates to these rights.
All right. So I am told that we have time for one more question. I apologize, Julia. I'm sorry. Don't blame me. Blame the DMC for everything. I'm sorry. So last question. We're running out of time here, so please try to keep your answers short. Do I sound repetitive saying that to them? I know. So go ahead, sir.
My name's Larry Murakami. I'm vice chair of the Alaska Democratic Party. I've been a DNC member for just barely over a year. One of the things I really don't like about this first year being a DNC member is I essentially have zero visibility into the budget of the DNC. Now, I see a couple nodding. I've talked this question to a couple of people before, and in that I heard that a vice chair has essentially no difference in visibility, or a member of the executive committee has essentially no increased visibility from what I have. Those answers did not make me happy at all. My question is, if you are elected chair of the DNC, will the budget of the DNC be a secret to DNC members and the members of the executive committee and the vice chairs?
Okay. So I understand that this is a simple yes or no question. The chances of any of you giving a simple yes or no is about 0. However, we only have a few minutes left, so please, again, 30 seconds or so on why it should not be secret. Mayor, you're up first this time.
Okay. Well, as a mayor, I'm very comfortable with transparency and accountability. It's my lifeblood. You can read my emails if you want. There's an Access to Public Records Act. And I was very proud that the city of South Bend was the first in the state of Indiana to create an open data portal where you can see down to the penny how the city spends taxpayer funds. You can see our checkbook online. So I'm a big believer in transparency. I'm a big believer in accountability. And I myself don't know all the inner workings of the DNC. I'm on the outside looking in. But I can certainly tell you that transparency and accountability will be a priority if I'm elected chair.
All right, thank you. Jamie Harrison, go ahead.
Yes.
Yes.
So yes, he wants to keep it a secret. No, I had that. I'm sorry.
You know, I think that we should engage in participatory budgeting. It should be an integrated process. We should ask, I mean, if we're going to have a conversation that Christine started about who we may or may not want to accept money from, we sure better put you in a position to know how much money we're going to need so that you have a realistic idea as to what we're actually facing. And so I'm a strong no, it should not be a secret. Yes, we should have transparency.
All right. Chairman Buckley, go ahead.
Absolutely. I'm the vice chair of the DNC, one of them, as ASTC president. I have no more idea than the person sitting in the back on where the money is spent at the DNC or how much is raised. It is absolutely ridiculous. The officers need to get monthly reports, the executive committee quarterly, and the annual report to the full DNC. The officers weren't even told that we took out millions of dollars worth of loans just before the election. We had no idea.
Secretary Perez, go ahead. They've stolen his microphone.
Your question really gets at the fundamental thing I've heard most frequently about in my listening. We need to change the culture. We need to transform the culture of the DNC. We needed to transform the culture of the Department of Labor when I was there, and the Department of Justice before that. You transform cultures by being a good listener. And one aspect of this culture we need to transform is not simply the question that you get at, but also how we're spending money. Not just letting you know, but procurement. I look at the amount of money that goes out. It's a lot of money. It's hundreds of millions of dollars. And it all too frequently appears to be going to the same groups. We did procurement reform where I was. It made it more transparent, more fair, and more effective. That's a big part of transparency. That's a big part of culture change.
All right, Jim O'Green.
Short answer, no. That it absolutely we have to have transparency. As I was Southern Political Director, we would review the coordinated campaign plans of anyone who wanted to receive money, and we would look at every single item on that budget, and we would hold them accountable at the DNC. When President Obama said in his farewell address that when we look at the ethical lapses of our opponents and don't do the same within our party, this is one of those ways we are not holding our party accountable. So absolutely the same kind of accountability we hold to coordinated campaigns, we need to hold the DNC to as well.
I believe Sally Boynton Brown is not answering. Am I right? Oh, you did. Oh, you did the same thing. So everyone's answered. Am I right? Okay. Everyone's. So, no, I'm sorry. I can't allow it, man. But here's one thing I want to say. All of these folks here have other lives. They're taking time out of their lives to do this. No matter who you like, who you don't like, who you're going to support, they all deserve a round of applause for taking the time to come here today. I don't know what you're saying. We're not done yet. We're not done yet. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate the standing ovation for the moderator's performance. That's very, very kind of you. So you folks are free to go. Please take about a 5-minute break, folks, and we're going to come back with the next forum.
Thank you, my friend.
Pleasure, man. Good seeing you. Civic engagement and voter participation. I want to tell everybody we're going to go by the same rules, a couple-minute opening statements, but if you do have questions, we're only going to take a half an hour for this one. So if you have questions, come up early in front of the mic. But please welcome the couple of candidates for the Vice Chair of Civic Engagement and Voter Participation. Come on up, ladies. All right, 2 minutes opening statements. If you do have questions, come up to the mic at any time. I'm going to try to get as many audience questions in as possible. First up is the chairwoman of the Democratic Party in Louisiana, Karen Carter Peterson.
Thank you very much, John, and good afternoon to everyone. I am Karen Carter Peterson, also known as Team KCP on Twitter, if you'd like to follow me. I am running for the vice chair position, which is a designated vice chair position that deals with civic engagement and voter participation and registration. This position was created some time ago. It was held by Lottie Shackelford, the former mayor of Little Rock, for a very long time. It was also held by our interim chair, Donna Brazil. In fact, she still kind of holds that position. She's opted not to run for re-election, and I decided to offer myself for the position for several reasons. I am a wife, I am a daughter, I am a sister, I am chair of the Louisiana Democratic Party, I am a senator from the great city of New Orleans, but most importantly, I am a citizen, and the President of the United States reminded all of us what comes along with being a citizen. And it's about civility, and it's also about civics, all right? It's about civics and civility, and this role is very, very important. I hope that the same numbers of people that were sitting in this room come back in here and hear about this, because this role is of the utmost importance as we rebuild this party. Our voting rights are under attack. The headlines continue to roll in on the restrictions for shortened voting hours, precincts closing, and who can forget the Supreme Court ruling. Never before have we had these hard-fought battles, that the things that we fought for and the rights that we fought so hard for been under attack. And this is a real important part of this position. But there's also a part that just deals with participation and engagement. We can no longer just simply knock on doors 30 and 60 days before an election cycle and wait to hold the money for media, which we heard a little bit just in the last panel, and only think that our organizers are going to go out 30 and 60 days before, but hold on to millions of dollars to do TV ads. It doesn't matter what campaign, gubernatorial campaign or mayoral campaign that you've all been involved in, you see it happen every time. And you try to get the candidates to hire people a year out, but they won't do it because they got to raise the money and we got to hold on to it for the media buy. Well, let me just tell you, time is up. And I want to tell you about this when I respond to another question about getting back to basics and grassroots.
I promise you'll have plenty of time.
I know.
Don't you
Thank
worry.
you very much.
Next up is Melissa Fosley, who's the Executive Board Member and Delegate for the California Democratic Party for Assembly District 55.
Hi, my name is Melissa Fosley, and I'm from Yorba Linda, California, and I would like your vote for the next DNC Vice Chairperson for Civic Engagement and Voter Registration. It is written in the DNC platform, Democrats believe that cooperation is better than conflict, unity is better than division, empowerment is better than resentment, and bridges are better than walls. While I side on this benevolent thought, we have to ready ourselves for the fight of our lifetime on our values, policies, and ideals. This past election has taught us that our country is divided, and we must work harder than ever to unite and to empower our party. We must be vigilant of the Republicans and hold Trump accountable for every action he takes on a daily basis. We must take to the airwaves and social media to retort the issues and fake news. Out of the 447 members of the DNC, only 53% have a Twitter account, and less than half are active and only a few follow back. Considering that Trump takes to Twitter to spout his nonsense, It only makes sense that we challenge him there. Now, Bernie Sanders made a huge impact on the primaries and showed us our weaknesses. We are not connecting with young voters and the working class. Every vote is precious, valuable, and must never be taken for granted. I believe in Governor Howard Dean's 50-state strategy, and we must now be all hands on deck in all 3,143 counties. We must work our fingers to the bone and recommit ourselves to our country, our government, our party. We must recruit those from the left and independents. We must listen and respect one another. As Vice Chairperson for Civic Engagement and Voter Registration, I will make it my mission to win back the hearts and minds of those who feel disenfranchised. I will respectfully listen and have a dialogue with all those who speak. I will be using Gavin Newsom's book, Citizenville, as a guide on how to re-engage the people. I will make sure that the over 65 million people who voted for Hillary Clinton do not lose hope. Thank you.
Thank you. As I said before, this is going to be only about a half an hour, so if you do have questions, please line up right away, and I'm happy to let you ask right away as well. Okay, go ahead. We already have a question. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, Stephen O'Leary, DNC member, California. To the candidates, Donna Brazile has been a champion for us fighting in this position. What do you think of her programs, and how would you want to expand on them? Thank you.
All right, Melissa Fosler, you go first on this one.
Donna Brazile has been a really cornerstone to the DNC, and I have followed her and her career as an outspoken woman on CNN. When Barack Obama was first elected, he called for a national day to volunteer on his inauguration day. And I took up his call to arms. And I also contributed for over 5 years to CNN as a political pundit. And I feel like Donna Brazile is a role model for every woman that wants to be involved in the Democratic Party. So I will listen. I will be there for anyone to call, to tweet, to email, to text. I'm there for you. You have my information. It was my resume and a letter to everyone. It's sitting at the table over there. It got kind of wiped out when we changed rooms. So I want you guys to know who I am, and follow me on Twitter at Melissa Fosler, and you'll know how engaged I am with the public.
Thank you. Karen Carter Peterson, go ahead.
Thanks, John. So I'll go back to 1988 when I first ran for office. At the age of 18, I was one of the youngest delegates at the 1988 Democratic National Convention. I was a Jesse Jackson delegate. It was because of Louisiana native Donna Brazile that, in part, that I offered myself for that position, and I walked and I organized and won that seat, opportunity to serve. She is a mentor and a friend, and but for Donna Brazile's leadership, not just at the DNC, but as an African-American woman working as an organizer way before she was at the DNC, I sit before you today. This position would provide me the opportunity to continue the kinds of programs and policies that Donna has instituted in the role of vice chair. Unfortunately, there has not always been the commitment of chairmen, it's only been men so far, but chairmen, to really have a robust office of voter protection and participation. And at this moment, there's only one employee in the voter protection office. That is unacceptable. And so I would have liked to hear a little bit more from the chair candidates, and I hope along the way we will hear more about the importance of this office, because if I am so privileged to serve, the value and the outcomes of the office will only be as good as those that are supported by the chair. And so I think at some level, she hasn't had the kind of support at the DNC executive level that she could have had. However, the Voting Rights Institute can once again be a robust office. It was organized initially, I think, under Terry McAuliffe's leadership, with Maynard Jackson serving as a lead. And we are revisiting a lot of the same battles. And so we don't have to reinvent everything, but we do have to reorganize and fund most of these initiatives.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, ma'am.
Hi there.
My name is Malahat. I'm a newly elected member of the DNC from California. I think this role, and I'm sad that there are more people here, because the chair's race is exciting and sexy for all of us, and we will hear from all of those candidates, but this is the nitty-gritty. This is the nuts and bolts. And what you're going to be doing at the national level is going to, and I hate to use this, trickle down, right? Hopefully to the states and the counties. In California, we talk about all the legislative races we've lost nationally. It's one of the reasons I ran for DNC, but you know what? We've been winning in California. And one of the reasons we win in California is because our state party makes sure that all 58 counties have resources. So I would like to know from you what you've done locally at the state level, at county level, that would put you in the position of leadership for voter engagement and civic engagement. What have you done so far? Tell me where you've been so I can figure out where you're going.
So, yeah, and I'm sorry.
Well, Karen Carter Peterson goes first on this. We're going to alternate. Go ahead.
Sure. I certainly thank you for the question and welcome to the DNC. For the last 5 years, I've been serving as chair of the Louisiana Democratic Party, and so it has been my job as it relates to engagement at the state party level. One of the reasons that I'm running is because I believe that the DNC can go further and those programs can be strengthened. The work that I've done, I would hope, speaks for me, and I'm happy to have folks look at my record because I think it's a reflection of what you will do, and I want to be transparent about that. The kinds of training that has been done, we don't have counties in Louisiana, we have parishes. At the parish level, the kind of trainings that we've instituted for our Democratic parish committees has been phenomenal. And the outreach and the other outreach in the meetings that we've had at the parish level have certainly, I think, been beneficial to your point. So the work is 5 years working in concert with an executive director who's amazing because none of us can do this alone. I think will certainly benefit me well in this role. I am a lawyer. I will add to this. I am a lawyer as well. I also serve as the chair of the Senate and Governmental Affairs Committee that's dealing with redistricting and ethics in the state. When I first got elected back in 1999, one of the first tasks I was there to be a part of was the redistricting in 2000. There's a story that goes along with it. I will talk to any of you about it at the bar because I think John will cut me off to tell you the story. But it's important to have people who have been through a lot of the challenges to come. And so I'm ready to serve.
All right. Thank you. Melissa Fosley.
Well, thank you. And as I was the first time that I actually put my foot into the political arena as far as being an elected official. On January 7th, I won my first political election with zero expectations. I went in and won executive board and delegate for Assembly District 55 for the California Democratic Party. And I was just amazed because I was always the one that did all the volunteering and the working from every presidential campaign all the way back to Bill Clinton. Okay? Actually, I remember getting into politics in high school and doing my first petition was against apartheid, and having everybody sign that. After I graduated high school, I started working for Virginia Citizen Action, which we went canvassing door to door in the whole state of Virginia for clean coal and national health care, where we asked for signatures, letters, and donations. For Al Gore, I phone banked. For John Kerry, I actually flew all the way from California to Fort Lauderdale to canvass and oversee voter protection after the whole Bush debacle. For President Barack Obama, I phone banked during the first election, and for the second, I was the head of social media and outreach for North Orange County, California. For Hillary Clinton, I fundraised during the very first primary and phone banked, and during this last election for Clinton, I provided media content, fundraised, and phone banked. I've been in politics and supporting our politicians ever since I was 16 years old. That's almost 30 years that I've been supporting the Democratic Party and its values. I'm the one that went to the doors. I'm the one that did not have my name in the paper. I'm not the one that held the pep rallies and stuff, but I'm the one that got the people there. And that's why I feel just like you and wondering why those room isn't packed like from the first one, because this is a very important job. And no matter if it's me or Karen, we understand that this is a very, very responsible job. And if when it comes to one of us, you know a lot of things are going to come down on our shoulders. And this, again, is not a job for 3 months out before an election. I am here willing to dedicate my life, my energy, my spirit to the Democratic National Committee for the next 4 years. Thank you.
Thank you. And don't worry about the room being sparsely attended. I'm sure it's the moderator, not you
totally
folks.
your fault.
And
Totally.
plenty of people are watching on the live stream. Don't forget it's being live streamed. Everybody, go ahead.
And I would say that all the important people are here.
And there you go.
Thank
exactly
you.
Right.
Thank you. You're welcome. So my name is Casey Steinow, and I'm the chair of the Alaska Democratic Party. And as the vice chair of engagement, one of the things that I would ask is how you will engage a group of people who stayed home this election, and I'm talking about women. Where are our Democratic women, and how do we engage them?
Very great. Is my turn?
Yes, you are. You
Okay,
go first.
sorry. Very great question. That's why I actually ask people to read Citizenville by Gavin Newsom. I read this book. Actually, I checked it out from the library, and then I had to order my own copy from Amazon, and I just got it yesterday. But I've been reading through this thing, and he's what tells you of how we need to get people re-engaged out there. One of the things that I thought when the chairpersons were talking about is the reason why we have a lot of problems with voter registration. I know, especially with my mother and in the state of California, is nobody likes to go to do jury duty. I think that thread needs to be untied, and they need to use a different pool of people besides those who register to vote. I also believe in the 50-state strategy. I also believe in a national popular vote and that the Electoral College needs to be abolished. And I hope that a lot of people agree with you on that. I'm also with Representative John Lewis when he calls for a new voter rights amendment, hopefully to the Constitution, but I don't know. But the thing is that women are so busy. You know we do everything out there. We're the mothers. We're the housekeepers. We're the chefs. We're the tutors for our kids. And let me tell you, one of the main reasons that I'm up here is because of my children. I don't want them to grow up in this world knowing that the environment is being demolished. My 13-year-old was just upset about that yesterday, and the whole talking about colonization of Mars. But the thing is that when it comes to women, I also think that the women need to be empowered and run for office more often. And that's why I'll be supporting Emily's List, who is a pro-choice Democratic organization out of D.C. that helps women like me with no money, no contacts to get on a ballot or whatever like that, and help me get elected to my state, local, or federal government. So you want to know how to get women involved? Go to Emily's List and tell them to start running for office. It doesn't matter if it's the school board. It doesn't matter if it's city council. It doesn't matter if you want to become the next president of the United States like Miss Hillary Clinton did. But it's because of her she has shattered that glass ceiling. And because of that, I am here today for the first time introducing myself and no longer being in the shadows. Thank you.
Thank you. Karen Carter-Peterson.
So I certainly, thank you, John. I certainly agree with Melissa. I think we lead by example in the work that we do. And as a member of the Louisiana legislature, as well as being the first female chair of the Louisiana Democratic Party, I feel like every day I lead by example. I also mentor a lot of women, young women and not so young women who don't always want to take the plunge and get involved, maybe not only run for office, but also just being engaged and helping to serve as a surrogate and a messenger in the process. So I think to answer your question specifically, it is very important for us. You hear it all the time. If you're not at the table, you're going to be on the menu. So I spend a lot of time mentoring and encouraging people to be engaged outside of the election process, advocating on immigration rights, advocating for pay equity, which is a big issue, not certainly something that I do all the time, in Louisiana. And I believe that if we get, as Melissa said, if we get more representation at every level of government, not just in Congress, but build that bench with more women, we will have more spokespeople. But we did have, I mean, look, we had the first female nominee for our party, and so there was no question about a heightened level of awareness and engagement and even participation in this election cycle. Look, we didn't lose everything. We lost the electoral college vote, okay? Everything about the DNC isn't bad. It really isn't. We have great people who serve in offices, right? And we also have great staff. So when you come and you talk about everything new and a fresh start, I'm telling you, I've been involved in this organization since the age of 18 at some level. I've not been in leadership, however, and I'm offering myself for that now because there's a true opportunity that I've never seen before in the organization. And it's transparent and it's really open because that's how we have people like Melissa and I that can work together. And notwithstanding who wins this race, we're going to do great things together. But I think that you're going to see an unprecedented number of women offering themselves as a result of the doors really, truly being open, and that's going to inure to the benefit of women across this country. So thank you for the question.
All right, I think if we're out of questions, I think I'm gonna wrap this up. One quick one, go ahead. Quick.
Okay, I'm Larry Murakami, Alaska Vice Chair. I think the beginning of voter engagement is getting them registered. Alaska does a lot of things a little different. We're now purple, so we're not red anymore, but we still have to do things different sometimes, and we have the ability to do things by voter initiative. So a couple years ago, that's how we did increase in the minimum wage. In this last election, we did something. Other states can't do it the same way. We have something called a permanent fund, and a lot more people take the trouble to register to get money from the state of Alaska than take the trouble to register to vote. We tied those two together. So when you ask for money from the state of Alaska, you can check no and say this is not a registration. But if you don't, you're now registered. Now, we haven't seen all the numbers yet, but I absolutely believe this is going to increase voter registration. Now, the same thing can't be done in other places, but there's other things I've heard of tying it to vehicle registration or license, getting your license. So are those kind of things among the purview of things that you will advance at state levels to go to the very beginning of getting people engaged? You don't have the burden of registering. We've taken care of that for you.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, ladies, Karen Carter-Peterson, you're first. 1 minute on this, okay?
Okay, well, I'll hit it pretty quickly. So in my role in the legislature, we've certainly worked with organizations like NCSL, the National Conference of State Legislatures, and that's where a lot of this work will occur. There's also a relatively new organization that is probably more aligned with the Democratic Party values called SIX, the State Innovation Exchange, that is really a counter to ALEC. You're all familiar with ALEC, right? And so the fact that a lot of the work in voter registration, voter protection, those issues are going to be done at the state level, I think it's very important for us to have people like myself and others that have been involved in the trenches in some of these battles and legislative processes. Is that it?
She got the look.
Yeah, I
got the look.
I
All right,
can
Melissa
feel it.
Fosley, wrap it up.
Got the look. In the state of California, you know that we are the progressive Democratic, all across the board. In order to register to vote in the state of California, you can do it online. You can do it at the DMV. Realtors sometimes pass them out to go farming with, sometimes. The thing is just making it easy, making it accessible. Because my mom, she complains a lot, and I told her, I says, you can't complain unless you voted, and she's still not registered to vote. So luckily, I don't take after my mom. But what I'm talking about is soon that everything will be online.
We got to work on her.
Yeah, totally. Got mom
I may have to
issues.
come to California.
Yeah. No, but the thing is that it's to make it accessible and make it easy, make it all online, app, everything. California is like one of the easiest states to actually register to vote. And I think that we need to take those ideas and go east, young men, go east.
Okay. All right, I want to say the same thing I said at the end of the last panel, which is these ladies don't have to be here, but they took time to be here. So please give them a round of applause.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I also, by the way, before you get carried away with your applause, So let me just tell you, we're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we're going to come back with 9 candidates for vice chair. And I also want to give a shout out to the sign language interpreter here, who's doing a great job. Come on out. Here we go. So this is why the room doesn't look as full. Everyone else was running for vice chair of the Democratic National Committee. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to go for somewhere in the neighborhood of an hour or so. Each of these candidates you're probably not as familiar with them as you may have been some of the others. They're going to give a 2-minute spiel. I've emphasized the 2 minutes to each of them so they all understand whether they'll abide by it or not. We'll find out in a moment. And then I immediately want to open it up to you since there are so many candidates. There's a limited amount of time. So after the last candidate is done, I'll open it up to the audience. And if you, by some chance, don't have questions, I have plenty. So let's start. We're going to start up at this end with Melissa Byrne. Introduce yourselves and then 2 minutes.
Hello, everybody. My name is Melissa Byrne, and I am an organizer. And I am proud that my career has been organizing for progressive change, both on the outside. I think I'm the first alum of Occupy to run for leadership in the Democratic Party. And I worked on Bernie Sanders' campaign, and then I worked for Move On, and I'm really proud that I helped to elect Maggie Hassan to the Senate. And I'm here running because we've had a lot of problems with the party. But first, I want to thank all of you guys for being members. And I want to make sure that as we talk about things that need to get better, these aren't personal attacks. These are about how we all work together to win. Because right now, people will die if the ACA is repealed. And at the end of the day, our work is about saving lives and building us all together. And so for me, wanting to reform the party is about, first, diversity. We have to partner with Inclusive and other organizations to make sure that our hiring from day one is diverse, that our consultants are diverse, that people are paid living wages, and that we end unpaid internships. We need to talk about cybersecurity. We need to have a dedicated funding stream to have a chief innovation officer for cybersecurity and have that regional as well, so that way hacking never happens again on our watch, so that way we win and we don't get sabotaged by outside forces in the middle of an election. We need to improve our digital communications. How many people get sky is falling emails from the DCCC and the DSCC? We need to end that and have better practices, and we need to go back to the 50-state strategy. And we have to be strong on our issues, because at the end of the day, we are here because Black Lives Matter. And we have to tell bad candidates who, when they are mayors and people are being killed by cops on their watch, that they shouldn't run for re-election. We need to expand Social Security, fight for free college, stand up for abortion rights, protect our immigrants, and so much more, because the path to winning as Democrats is by progressive issues and winning and being strong. Thank you.
Thank you. Latoya Jones, you're up.
Good afternoon. Hey, y'all. I'm from the South. You guys say back to me. So good afternoon. Thank you. So I'm actually running because I want to serve the party. I actually grew up in the Democratic Party. It's a lot of reasons why I'm doing this work. I started out as a college Democrat in Georgia, and I rose through the ranks from CDA to actually be a DNC member representing CDA on the national level. And after that, I was actually blessed to actually be a staffer. I was the first woman of color and the youngest person to actually serve as executive director of CDA. And CDA, under my watch, went from 50,000 members to over 80,000 members. We actually diversified. We added campuses in the South and the Western regions. I've also had the opportunity to work with a lot of you all in building the party and the 50-state strategy. So I know what it's like to actually work in rural America, work in the South, work in the Midwest. I know what it's like to work. I know what it's like to work after we've lost and come back and win. So everyone's talking about the 50-state strategy and how we have to get back to that. That takes a lot of hard work. That's not something you can do overnight. And I remember working with state parties to get us there. I went to almost 42 states training under the SCP program. It's rare that you would have somebody my age who has done the work at the party level, but also done the work in labor. I also work with labor. Before this election, I found it was called Black and Engaged. We took the Black Lives Matter activists and trained them on political engagement. So I stopped them from just shutting shit down, as they were saying, and taught them how to build stuff up. So if I have the research, I've done the work, and I have the passion to do the work continuously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here, the hardy numbers that are left.
Mhm.
Let me thank you. I'm running for a lot of reasons, but one of them I think we can all identify with, and that is we've won campaigns, we've lost campaigns. We've lost Republican candidates before, but I don't like losing to this guy. I don't like it. And I think it's very important for us to focus. Let me quickly on my background. I've been active in the party, I was going to say my entire adult life, but then I remembered that's inaccurate. I actually started out when I was 10 years old giving out leaflets on a corner in Brooklyn. I, of course, then moved to South Florida because that's actually in the law, you have to do that. I started out as a young Democrat in college. I eventually became the county chair in South Florida for a significant amount of time. I also was the Democratic chairman of Florida. I've been serving on the DNC for a while, and I'm very privileged to have been elected by the Southern Caucus of states, representing them on the executive board of the DNC. So I've always been involved in the party because I care about issues. My life has been, I guess, two parallel tracks. One is the party, one is issues. Whether it's voter suppression, which I've been very involved in fighting it, so much so that I'm very proud, and it's actually in my resume, that I was attacked by Rush Limbaugh personally for uncovering a voter suppression deal by the Republicans. I also was one of the originators of the presidential recount of Florida in 2000. But I have to give my son partial credit. Let me also say, although I run on both tracks, there are two issues I talk about that are very important. One is a mentorship program specifically for new members. We've talked about money. It costs nothing. Do it every 4 years. And I would love the opportunity, as I've shown in my emails, to talk more about districting and reapportionment, because I think that's starting from the bottom up through winning legislative seats. You can't win Congress if you don't win legislative seats who make the line. So let me just say that's a second issue I'd like to explore a little bit longer. But I've made my life about being for social and economic justice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Democrats and my fellow Westerners. My name is Rick Palacio. I am chair of the Colorado Democratic Party. You may have heard of us. In 2012, Colorado re-elected President Obama. In 2016, we re-elected our Democratic senator, and we also sent all of our electoral votes to Hillary Clinton. One of the shining stars in the West, I have to say. During my time as chair, we've done a lot of great work, and I want to make sure that we could take that leadership to the DNC. First and foremost, we win because we work together, and it's about time that the DNC and state parties and other stakeholders begin to work hand in hand, glove in fist, on all of our combined objectives. It can't just be about silos. It can't just be about working against one another and not communicating with one another. In my time as chair, we have worked collaboratively and sometimes forced collaboration with organizations like the DCCC and the DS and the Democratic Governors Association and others who felt like they could come into our state to tell us what their model told them that we needed to win. And we've always pushed back because we know that we have the grassroots organizers across our state that know their local communities. So we've thanked them and said thank you for the money, and then turned their models into our local models and made sure that we were empowering our local grassroots leaders to run these campaigns. And that's how we've won. That's the type of thing that we need in the DNC. As Tip O'Neill once said, all politics is local. But I think it's also true, and maybe even more so true, that all politics is people. And we need to make sure that as a Democratic Party, we're including our local community grassroots leaders when it comes to decisions that are affecting their own communities and campaigns. So I'm running for vice chair. I would love to have your support. Thank you.
Thank you.
John, thank you for moderating. And Chairwoman Donna Brazil, thank you for all your hard work during a very difficult time of our party. I'd like to thank Chairwoman Alexis Cameron and Arizona Democrats for having us here today. All of those of you that are in this room, as well as all those that are watching through the live feed, including my 7-year-old son, Cameron. I'm Adam Parkamenko. I'm running for DNC Vice Chair. I have spent my career investing and growing the grassroots of our party. I have founded and led organizations that have inspired and motivated thousands of individuals to be part of something bigger than themselves. I'm running a grassroots campaign for vice chair. I've made over 2,000 phone calls now, gotten a lot of voicemails, but I've connected with a little over 300 members, and I've heard a lot. I've heard that state parties want more respect. I've heard that state parties need help with funding. I've heard that you want to see a vibrant campaign in every single state, DC, the territories, and abroad. I've heard that you want to win a lot more elections down ballot, and I've heard that you don't feel utilized for your experience, your talent, and everything that it is that you bring. And most importantly, I've heard moving forward, you want a partner in the DNC that you can count on, someone who is not just going to say no, but who's going to work to get to yes. And I want to be that partner. So thank you for being here today. I look forward to your questions, and I hope to earn your support.
Thank you.
I'm going to stand up. Hi, everybody. I'm Liz Jaff, and I want to help the Democratic Party. And I am not your typical member. I'm not a member of the DNC. I've generally not worked with the DNC, but I've worked with over 200 Democratic activists over the last 2 years, raising millions of dollars to help them get elected, move their campaigns, and they're all local. So here's the problem as we see it right now. Alita wants to bring in new members to the Democratic Party, young members to connect with you to work through this. Larry wants to get more money into Alaska. We've got Arizona that can train and get young women to run for office. Artie's working in Nevada. We have the state party chair of Arizona focusing on ledge races. I'm working with Sister District. I'm working with Indivisible. I'm working with the Next Demers. These are all of the millennials, and I'm using that term because it's millennials, who have organized after Trump, have realized they've made a mistake and want to get involved. But they do not want to go to the DNC. They do not want to connect to the DNC because for them, they don't know if they trust it and they don't know how to get engaged. So what we have to do is match together those people who are ready to donate and vote and volunteer with the states directly. And we can do this really easily. It's basic technology. Open up Democrats.org, make it an interactive, community-based platform, and let's open it up to the Democratic Party. We are cooler, we are more engaged, we need to come towards 2017 with technology, and we can do this. People are ready to engage and give money, let's let them do it. We can expand the donor base, we can expand the volunteer programs, and we can really make it happen. I'm a grassroots organizer, I worked on both Obama campaigns, and then I ran a congressional race, and I realized I didn't know what the hell I was doing. We won by just less than 2 points. And I realized if congressional races were that hard, local had to be harder. And so we have to bring people in, but they're ready to do it. State secretary, school board, all the things we can make sexy because they are. Tell the state stories and connect them to everybody out there. That's why I'm running.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Blake. I am a candidate for vice chair and currently an assembly member in the Bronx, New York. Buenas tardes, dame y caballero. Mi nombre es Miguel Blake, asambleísta en Distrito 79 en Candato. You didn't know Jamaica could speak Spanish, did you, right now? We could throw that out there right there. So we are here because my family is from Jamaica. My daddy, for 28 years, mopped hospital room floors as a member of 1199 SCIU. My mother, for 40 years, was a manufacturing worker in New Jersey. My oldest brother, for 30 years, has now been a sergeant first class in the Army. I come to you as a native of the South Bronx, the most diverse county in America, where we're consistently trying to mobilize people all across the country and getting them involved in that way. But we understand that we're here today because if more communities were doing what was happening out west, we would be more successful in our country. You have been the bright light and demonstrated when you focus on the policies and the politics, great things happen. When you say we have to stand up for what's going on for our land and our water and having our sovereign communities, making sure we're empowering our communities all across the board, great things then begin to happen. So why am I here and why am I running? Our vision is very clear. It's called Leadership for Tomorrow. Build our bench, strengthen our party, embrace our future. Number one, we have to build our bench. We have to make sure that we're getting local elected Democrats up and down the ballot. We've lost close to 1,000 legislators in the last 8 years. We only have 7 Democratically elected Secretaries of State in the country. A third of our Democratic congressional members come from 3 states. We have to have a vice chair dedicated in making sure we get these local wins. Number 2, we have to make sure we strengthen our party. An increase in SPP funding, increase in surrogates getting to the states, an increase in media training, and lastly, embrace our future. Yes, we need an economic message that resonates across the board, but we cannot toss out our base. communities of color, millennials, LGBT, women. We have to understand that we are Democrats and we cannot shy away from that. So if you believe in our vision, join us at michaelblakefordnc.com. Sign up at Leadership for Tomorrow. We are Democrats. Don't be ashamed of being Democrats. Join us in the movement that we're building. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Congresswoman Grace Meng, and it's an honor to be here with all of you. I want to thank all the members and all the volunteers who have worked so hard for our party for so many years. I know that a lot of us are heartbroken after this year's elections. But I, as a daughter of immigrants, as the first one in my family to attend college in this country, have been so privileged to serve as one of your vice chairs for the last 4 months. My 4-month tenure in the DNC has been many things, but it has not been uneventful. I just want to share a little bit about the work that we did across the country as a vice chair. One is to reach out to engage new and emerging communities. So many voters and communities who, for the first time, participated in the electoral process and who registered to vote, for the first time donated to the Democratic Party. And trust me, the Republican Party is doing a lot of outreach to these communities as well. We, for the first time, invested resources into ethnic and in-language media to target the almost 20% of Americans who are foreign-born. It's crucial that we, at a very low cost, can reach these new and emerging communities. My goal as the vice chair is to continue to protect Americans and to expand our Democratic base. This is very crucial in the upcoming Trump administration. One man is not going to stop us from making progress. This man and his rhetoric and his harmful actions is going to, I'm going to predict the future, it's going to help motivate our base. It's going to force us to work harder and united to protect Americans and to make sure that we're expanding our base. We need to collaborate between the DNC, the DCCC, and all these organizations that are within the same family, but really, mark my words, do not communicate with each other. So it's crucial that we do this. Inclusion and diversity must be our party's aspiration and commitment. Where we invest our money, our resources, and our time is where we place our values, and we need to do a better job in that area. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I am Lorna Johnson, and I'm a successful businesswoman from Los Angeles in the healthcare and real estate industry. I come to you from a humble beginning as an immigrant from Jamaica and Cuban descent, as you may tell in my accent. My mother burned coal. She saw the need in the community, and she fulfilled that need by selling coal and allowing people to be able to cook their food or iron their clothes. She saw that need, fulfilled that need, and that she was able to take care of her family. I've learned from an early age the importance of listening to the needs of people and trying to find solutions to help and care for them. You see, I'm a nurse, and I'm my mother's daughter. To that end, I've worked as a fundraiser for the DNC nationally and internationally with the likes of Jane Stetson and Henry Muniz as her leaders. We've raised millions of dollars for the Democratic Party. With an amazing team overseas, I was able to raise over $2 million, the largest amount of money ever raised overseas to this date by the Democratic Party. I will continue to raise money for the Democratic Party, but I'm running for chair because I want to make sure that the money is allocated at the right level, the local and state level, where I think it is most needed. But that's not all that I want to do. I'm running for the DNC vice chair to support the chair of the party and to promote a party of inclusion. Recently, I met a young man. His name was Jonah. Jonah happens to be a white man. He said to me, Lorna, I really appreciate you because you listen to me. She said, many people I go to, they would not listen to me because They say I'm too young. You know, we suffered a lot at the ballot last year because we ignored some of the most important voices, the young people. They felt that they were not being heard, and we need to make sure that they're being heard.
Okay.
Maya Angelou says,
quickly, get the
Maya
Maya
Angelou
Angelou
says,
quote.
people will forget what you do, they'll forget what you say, but they'll never forget the way you make them feel. So it is important that our party makes sure we listen to our people and make them feel wanted and feel heard. And that's why I'm running for DNC Vice Chair.
Thank you very much. All right, as I said, if you have questions, line up right now. I'm going to get the audience into this right away. Try to get as many as we can in the next 30 to 40 minutes.
Hi, I'm Lawrence Saxon. I'm a DNC member from California. The Republicans have made a strategy out of making sure that elected officials pick who gets to vote. They do that through gerrymandering, they do that through voter suppression, they do that through creating all sorts of obstacles to casting a vote and registering to vote. We, I don't think, have done a very good job of explaining that a democratic value is that voters should select our elected officials, not elected officials should select our voters. We also haven't done a very good job of making that part of our message, part of our fundraising priorities, part of what we do every day in and out in terms of our party. So I'm going to ask each of you, first of all, do you agree that this needs to be one of our articulated values? And second of all, how would you help effectuate that? Thank you.
Oh, great. Multi-part questions. So try to keep it as brief as you possibly can. We have, as you may have noticed, a lot of candidates up here in a limited amount of time. Michael Blake, let's start it off.
There we go. Absolutely agree that there needs to be a dedicated focus around this, and they have been masterful at this. That's the core part of our agenda for Build Our Bench. We have to have this dedicated focus in making sure we're addressing this. Number one, 218 counties in this country voted for President Obama twice and voted for Donald Trump this time around. Why did that happen? Because of the lines that were changed and how much more difficult it was made in so many states. You look at Wisconsin as a perfect example. A state where you lose by 10,000 votes, but close to 313,000 people were not able to participate because of voter ID laws in that manner. So we have to be focused on this. The 9 executive officers that you elect for the DNC will be your leadership, not just for this year and for the midterms, but the leadership for the census in 2020 and the redistricting that's happening. And so our very specific value proposition that we give to each of you as a sitting state assembly member who is constantly thinking about those lines and how to make it easier and fair to push back on that, that would be a priority of mine. Number 2, I Vote. It's an effort that I'm one of the national board members for to address voter suppression efforts that have been happening across the country and to make sure we're pushing back in that manner. To your last piece, it absolutely needs to be part of our messaging. I think the fact that in 6 days you'll have Trump as president is a perfect way for us to fundraise off of the nonsense that he will consistently be doing, and for us to be very clear in pushing back against the things that he says. The absolutely unacceptable commentary he had against John Lewis is another reminder that we have to constantly step up and speak out as Democrats and say very clearly that we have to have fairer lines, we have to have better engagement, and we have to be much more clear about the message we're communicating as Democrats.
Thank you. Rick Palacio. See, with 9 of them, they have no idea who I'm going to call on next. They're all surprised.
He called on the short guy in the middle who had to then reach for the microphone. You know, there's no better defense than a good offense when it comes to this sort of stuff. And I think we've had this conversation with many of you on the telephone about voter suppression efforts and redistricting and gerrymandering. And what I mean by no better defense than a better offense, I think it is the role of the DNC to work with our partners, the DLCC and others, to create model legislation like we've done in Colorado to push back against this. Even if we have Democrats in the minority in many of these states, the important thing is that we begin to push back and have a conversation about what we can do to make it easier for people to vote, not just some people, but everyone to vote, the way that we've done in Colorado, where we have all mail ballots that are easily accessible. Every single one of our registered voters gets a mail-in ballot. We have in Colorado some of the highest participation rates of any state in the country. 72% of eligible Colorado voters participated in this year's election because all of our Democratic Party allies and us engaged those individuals. The second thing that we need to do is make sure that we have, as much as possible, nonpartisan redistricting commissions. In Colorado, we have things like that as well, and we need to make sure we're working with our allies in the DLCC to create model legislation to have nonpartisan redistricting commissions so that we could begin to remove the partisan influence over the districts that we have in our state legislatures and our federal boundaries as well.
Thank you. Lorna Johnson, you're up.
Okay. I think it's important that we work with our with our Congress people and others to make sure that they really speak a lot on this issue, because redistricting, it should not be done in terms of so that it would affect the election. I think it's very important that it should be a nonpartisan situation, and it should not affect the election. So that's not my expertise right now, but I would leave that. My goal right now as a DNC chair, as a DNC vice chair, is to support the chair and to bring my expertise, which would be like fundraising and inclusivity, and making sure that the rhetoric of diversity is not just a rhetoric, but it is something that we really is serious about.
Okay, thank you. Pass that mic to the Congresswoman. She can go next.
Thank you for the question. I think it's incredibly important that we improve and streamline the process as to which DNC supports the state parties, the state chairs, and a lot of the local state redistricting efforts, much of which is done through the state legislatures. We want to make sure, and I've heard in too many of my phone calls with so many of you from across the country, that local candidates running for office don't have the infrastructure or the support, and it's really hurting turnout from the bottom up. And so it's important, even as we improve the transparency of how the DNC fundraises. For example, I've had donors and potential donors tell me that if we could tell them and explain to them how their money is being used and how the donations are being used, possibly to support state parties, for example, that a lot of them would be a lot more invested, and that our party would be a lot stronger because of that. I think that it's important. We also, I'm part of a national task force that reaches out. It's the Outreach and Engagement Task Force, and what we've done is go around parts of the country and talk to local nonprofit and grassroots organizations and to local state elected officials to explain to them how the voter rights laws need to be passed and improved, so that literally, for example, in New York, thousands of voters were purged from our system as pretty much a direct result of the need to improve voter rights laws. So this is a lot of what we need to work on.
Thank you. Liz Jaff, you're up. Or not?
I would have to say right now I disagree. I think we can't make the same mistakes where we say, oh, they're a Democrat, you need to vote for them. Because my generation won't do that. We need better candidates. I think the reason we voted for Barack Obama is we absolutely loved him and we were passionate about him. We can't keep saying they're Democrat, go vote down the ticket, because we're not going to do that. We're just not going to turn out. We need to train better candidates. I'm going to vote for Richie Torres in New York because he's incredible and he's fighting. I'm probably going to vote for Edgar Flores. I'm going to vote for this young woman who's running for city council over in San Diego because I want to be connected to those candidates. I don't want to be told they're a Democrat and told what to do because I'm a woman. I want to do it because I believe in them. So we need to train candidates, we need to have a better pipeline of recruitment, and we need to open up the process. Because I know women who want to run for office and feel like they're cut out because they're not part of the Democratic establishment, or they haven't been the chief of staff for 20 years to the other candidates, so they're not given the position. We can't do that anymore. We have to open it up. So no, right now, I would not say vote Democrat on the ticket. But I want to make Democrats back up because we're awesome, and then we can. Thank you.
Go ahead, Adam. Adam, you're up.
There we go. Thank you for that question. I agree it's incredibly important. There is a full-on assault on everyone's right to vote. And I think Oregon's done amazing things with automatic voter registration that is incredibly important. Rick is right. There's been some incredible inroads that have happened in Colorado. And I think there's other things that a lot of us don't talk about, and I'm not referring to folks on stage, but in general, you know, high school Democrats have reached out to all of us, and they want to have a conversation. They're not saying, hey, we want, you know, 3 votes on the DNC. What they're saying is most folks nowadays are making up, you know, their party affiliation in high school, and we saw more individuals coming out of high school that were registering to vote that were registering unaffiliated for, you know, higher numbers than in a very long time. And Governor Inslee, you know, this morning talked about almost 40 governor's races that are coming up in the next 20 years. And a lot of this, at the end of the day, does come down to money, and we're going to talk a lot about that. But when we're talking about the investments the party's making, I think Rick made a good point when he mentioned the DLCC, but we need not only DNC members regionally to be involved, but we need to bring the party committees within the legal limits of the fundraising and have a real conversation about where this money is being invested, because at the end of the day, we invest so much money at the top of the ticket, and we want to talk about bringing candidates out, getting them involved, and helping them. But if we actually invested at the local level and we were competing everywhere, it's naturally going to help the top of the ticket, and that's when we get into, you know, state party partnerships, expanding that, but other ways that we can bring that money in. And it's very important that we look at where this money is being spent. I think we waste a tremendous amount of money on TV. You know, you look at the impact that Twitter had in this election, and if we want to support these candidates that are stepping up, ready to get involved, want training, we need to help them, and we need to help these states. And I hope we talk a lot about money, fundraising, and the importance of that in 2017, because right now we have state parties that are not only out of money, they're in debt, and they don't have any money to get through January.
Thank you. Let me emphasize, since we all believe in free speech here, do not switch off the mics.
Copy.
Got it? All right. I saw that Liz was trying to sabotage you there. We're not going to let that. We're not going to let that happen again. Go ahead, Mitch Caesar. You're up.
It's still on. I really appreciate the question because, as I referenced in my opening about reapportionment and districting, it is the core reason why I am running for this position. We've seen what happened. We see efforts in Wisconsin, and we see whether the courts are going to get into it or not. We need to change the formula. We all talk about the same boilerplate. We talk about that there are 33 Republican governors. We talk about that there are 25 governors who control both their House and their Senate. Democrats have 5. Something has to change. Something's not happening right. We are behind. We are behind. Because Republicans have been working this effort for 10 years, and we're first discussing it now. That is the wrong approach. We need to go through reapportionment. We need to begin from the bottom up. That sounds very trite, but it's not. We need to make sure that we develop time so if we can win legislative seats and so forth, as I referenced. Let me tell you about Florida. A few years ago, we passed something called the Fair Districts. Florida is a purple state most of the time, not all the time. And because of that, we proposed something of which I was part of as an attorney and as a Democratic chairman locally and as an activist anyway. And what we did was we wanted to put something on the Florida ballot, a constitutional amendment which requires a 60% passage rate, which we passed far in excess of that. But before that happened, we knew the Republicans were going to go after the language, try to keep us off the ballot, because everyone felt confident that we would pass it. They failed in all the courts, so we established some good law that everybody else can use, hopefully. And then it went on the ballot and passed way in excess of 60%. Now remember, both houses are Republican. So now they were behind the 8 ball. It passed Fair District. It's apple pie. So they came back to the court with, of course, a terrible plan, of course. Finally went back and forth so much where the court basically said, you got 30 days or whatever, you better come back with something or we're going to write it and you're not going to like it. So they came back with something that was still terrible, it just wasn't as terrible. And because of that, in this not-so-great cycle for us nationally in Florida, we picked up 2 congressional seats and a few legislative seats in a not-good cycle with a not-good plan. This needs to be part of a permanent not long-term, a permanent situation in this DNC. It needs to be. There needs to be staff dedicated and dollars dedicated. This will help in blue states, but it's really going to help in red and purple states even more so. And the reason for that is if you help people running for the legislature, we all squawk about that. We can't win back the House in one cycle. The number's too big, and that's correct. It's going to take a number of cycles. But in the meantime, maybe you pick up a few legislative seats. Maybe you pick up some lower seats. That's how you build a bench. And over the next few cycles, we then catch up, and then you can contest it.
Mr. Caesar, we have to move on. We can't have the whole history of Florida today. Okay.
So I won't talk about the recount either. So
Okay.
reapportionment, probably the most single important issue we can tackle. Thank you.
Thank you. Latoya Jones, go ahead.
So I'm going to keep it short and concise. I am from Georgia, battle-tested in Georgia, so redistricting is always something that we had an issue with. But when redistricting first came up on my issue, I was in college. So someone from the Democratic Party of Georgia came to my college and was like, this is an issue you all should be concerned about. And they explained to us why we should be concerned about it. So he was like, oh, that means the little vote we do have is going to be taken away from us. So we started a campaign called 40 Acres and a Ballot. So what we did, we got all the college students across Georgia State, Georgia Tech, and several other colleges in Georgia, and we went to every hearing. We talked to them, but it wasn't just college students. We went to the community. We started talking to the community members about why redistricting was an issue and why if we didn't actually get involved in it now, it was going to affect us long term. We actually changed some things in Georgia. We didn't get what we wanted to be, but we got involved. So what we did was we took it outside of just a legislation issue. We made an issue for the community. We told the community, this is why it's going to matter. It's going to matter if you have all black people in one district, your voice is not going to count. All Latino districts, we told them why it counted, and they got involved. So now, even in Georgia, 10 years later, we're still doing that campaign. We're still making sure people know what's happening with redistricting. We took it down from legislation and put it down on the micro level, and they understood what's happening. They're still involved now.
Thank you. Well, Melissa Byrne has waited very patiently, been nodding and shaking her head, so she's ready to let it out.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever been quiet that long in my life.
I'm so sorry.
So first of all, I just want to, from what I was hearing here, I've always been proud to be a Democrat. Even when I was outside the White House protesting about TPP or the Keystone, I was doing that out of love of being a Democrat. And I think one thing that really hurt us over the last 8 years was the framing, having two democratic systems, like everything being outsourced to OFA and taking away all the money from the state parties and all of your resources. And the idea that somehow not being a Democrat hurts winning. I think we win when we're strong Democrats, and there's nothing to be ashamed about by being a Democrat, and that means making sure Democratic money goes into companies that only support Democrats, so not putting money into companies that fundraise for Trump or are Trump's email program. And that gets back to, because we don't want to fund people, have our profits go to voter ID laws, go to hurting reapportionment. And to get back to actually your question, it gets to, at the local level, go to Connecticut and look at their voter website to figure out how to register to vote. I was doing this for all of the states for Bernie on the digital program. I was confused in a bunch of these states for how to vote, what are the rules, and how to do it. And then that gets further to election day and how to do it. So it's about making it better, making the tech better, and the states and the governments are doing their jobs. It's getting these laws changed, and then making sure everybody knows about it. Because when you organize, when you go door to door, you can make this an issue. And that means putting the money back into your states, so we no longer have dueling infrastructures and make people proud to be Democrats, because we are the ones who've been on the front lines fighting these fights and making people's lives better. And you guys, as members and as chairs of state parties, are the ones on the ground that are going to do that. And we're going to support you in doing this, and we are going to win.
All right. Thank you very much. We do have a couple of other questions up here. I want to give them both enough time. So you know what I'm going to talk about now, don't you, all 9 of you? Let's keep it as brief as we possibly can. I want you to answer the questions, but I would appreciate it since we don't have that much time. You're up.
Hi there. Thanks so much for running. I know this isn't easy. And when we talk about the Democratic Party and who's doing the work, a lot of times it's those folks in the Central Committee. I didn't know what a Central Committee was until Howard Dean ran and told us to get involved. It was a bunch of crazy people in my county, and I was like, oh, wow, it is what it is. But we joined. And I know some of you guys are state party chairs and electeds. what have you done locally, not just the state party chairs, that clearly you had worked up the ranks to get to where you are, but there are a lot of people here running, not just for this seat, but other seats who we have no idea where they've been. You talk about voter engagement and involvement. The people that are going to actually do the work that is implemented by the DNC are at the Central Committee meetings on whatever day of the week it is, however many times a month. And if you don't understand the basic infrastructure of that, and the experience that goes with that, I think it's important. We talk about changing direction here and turning the tide of the Democratic Party, which I agree with, but unless you know the foundation and the blueprint, you can't just get rid of everybody. You can't throw all the bums out. Some of the bums are actually pretty good, and I want to know what you've done locally to understand that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. All right, let's start in the middle this time. Adam, go ahead. You're up.
Thank you for that question. I think it's incredibly important, and this is where the DNC can play a major role. I think there's not a day that goes by on Twitter that I don't get a question from someone saying, "I'm trying to get involved. I want to get involved, but I can't figure out what my local party is, and I'm new to this. I want to be involved. I was tied into a national campaign or a state campaign, but I wasn't really funneled through locally." The DNC should be a one-stop shop, and I think this goes back to the customer service piece, and it doesn't matter what office you're running for. If you call the DNC, the main number, and you say, "I'm running for county clerk," or "I want to get involved and be a precinct captain," they should be able to tell you this is who you call to get involved. Additionally, we should also have resources in terms of what it is to be a Democrat, what it is to fight for, house party kits, all those types of things on the website that are downloadable, and make sure that they are always available year-round, not just in 2018 or 2020. And I think this is a big piece. I'll be quick because I know we got to go, but it happens all the time, and folks really don't know how to get involved. And right now, there is a huge void. Bernie Sanders, Hillary Clinton, and many others have inspired many to run for election. Coming out of this election, it was one of the most devastating elections of my lifetime, and many others, and they have been inspired to step up and make a difference. We need to make sure that we make it easy for them to not only do that, but we give them no reasons or no cracks to fall through.
Thank you. No one really listens to me. You noticed that already with the whole brevity thing. Congresswoman, go ahead.
I think that the DNC, I like the concept of a one-stop shop. I think that we have resources that need to be improved on. We have entities like our constituency desks, our councils, our caucuses, and we need to be more diverse in our senior staff, our consultants, the vendors that our party uses. I think locally, what we need to do also, and we saw this, whether it was through the Bernie campaign or the Hillary campaign, the engagement of so many new people to this democratic process, whether it's millennials, whether it's diverse and immigrant communities. We need to make sure, whichever state people are from, that they continue to be engaged. The last thing we want to do is to not engage with them until the next major election. We need to make sure that the engagement and the participation is year-round. The surrogate type processes that the campaigns use, that we continue to engage these communities. We need to make sure that we are giving resources, and locally what I've done is I have an organization that helps train candidates who want to run for office from communities of color, communities who are underrepresented. We help assist them with media training. We help give them tools as to what they can do and what they should do if they want to run for office. These are the tools that I felt was lacking when I first ran for local office a few years ago. And so whatever we can do locally to make sure that we are ensuring that there are Democratic candidates running at the bottom of the ballot and at local levels to make sure that our party has the resources to properly assist these diverse and new communities.
Thank you. LaToya Jones, you're up.
Hi, so the question is asked, what was I done locally? Building on what I actually did building on the training skills I did at SPP with Governor Dean, when I left the DNC, I continued to train. I've actually trained, I work for AFT now. I train every year, maybe 4 or 5 times a year on how to get engaged, how to actually run for office, how not just to run for office, how to do mail programs, how to actually do media pieces. Because often we always talk about training candidates, but we're not talking about training state party activists. So I've trained. Last year, on my own dime, I created Black and Engaged. And the reason for that is because I saw a lot of Black Lives Matter activists screaming, talking about trying to change the process, but they didn't know the process. So I took my own dime, raised a lot of money, and we went to 4 different states, and we trained them on how to get involved in party politics. Who was your CLC? Who was your state rep? And why that matters. And after that training, we have 4 people who are actually going to run next cycle. So what's happening is that it's not that simple as just go in and say, I'm going to change things. You have to know the foundation. You have to know where the bodies are buried and what bodies need to be dug up and what needs to be burned. So you have to know what's doing that. And the training is important, but it's on multiple different levels. I have continued to train. I've trained some of the people in here. I've actually trained some of the people on the stage. So training is important. So I have continued to train since day one when I started the party.
Okay. That thing about the bodies, that was metaphorical. Am I okay? I just want to make sure about that. Liz Jaff, go ahead.
Just checking on Adam. So, yes, local is important. I've worked in central committees in Maryland and Montgomery County, and that was amazing. It was also kind of rough. I've worked with the ward leaders in Philadelphia, and that was amazing. That's just a whole world that nobody even knows about, and it's amazing. The problem is that those ward leaders stay there for 40 years. Now, you're right, they are good bones. There are phenomenal people in this, but I think we also have to understand it is not a welcoming place generally for younger people, right? I know a lot of people who've tried to get involved and leave one of the meetings and are like, never again. Now, we can't do that. We've got to actually pick it up and get involved and get engaged. But I think that means both ways, right? So one of the things we've all talked about after Trump, and I'm on this Slack channel called the Arena Summit, which was one of the best experiences I've had of 300 people getting together, artists, poets, politicians all engaging. And one of our commitments was to run for committee member, to run for ward leader, to actually be involved with our neighbors, right? Because we're always online, but we're not going through. So I totally agree we have to get involved. At the same time, I ask committee members and ward leaders, give us a chance. Maybe step down and train us, pass on the baton. Because I think that's really important. Otherwise, it becomes a toxic environment, and we feel negative about Democrats. I think we have to be very honest about that. It's not always easy, right? So we have to do both ways, but you're right, we need to understand local, and I do understand local. I worked with most candidates that were running for not city council, but for superintendent. That is a rough race because nobody cares. And how are they ever going to give you money? So you've got to internalize how to engage with that. And I think at the same time, that means we have to embrace all technology and all competition. And when we talk about all Democratic vendors, some of those Democratic vendors are taking 35% on media buys. That's crazy. We shouldn't be charging $20,000, $40,000 for a poll. That's insane. There's new technology coming up. So I get the concept of like we have to be democratic and progressive, but we also need to embrace everything out there or we lose.
Okay. Melissa Byrne, I don't want you to wait as long last time since you're about to burst. This might be a clinical condition that you have.
So for me, locally, is how I got my start. As an 18-year-old, I volunteered and then interned on a county freeholder race in Cumberland County, New Jersey. And that was a really great place to get a start. And when I moved home to Philadelphia after living in DC for a long time, I immediately jumped in and helped to run a city council race in Philadelphia, helping to elect the first ever Asian American woman to city council in Philadelphia. And Philadelphia is one of the best cities. I'm really proud of it. And with the local work, it's really hard because people are really busy into their lives. A lot of us, most people aren't professional at doing this work. It's like you have to get the kids places, you're taking care of your parents, so you don't have as much time. And so it's how do we make sure that getting involved locally fits into people's schedule, that people do feel welcome. I know that for me, I didn't feel welcome wanting to do stuff in the Democratic Party for a long time because one of my first experiences professionally, I was having dinner and I explained that I really hated the welfare reform bill. And people looked at me like, how dare you say that? And I'm like, I didn't know that was like a thing you're not supposed to say. I thought that's a good thing to say, that we want to have really good progressive policy. So I learned from that. And then I got involved locally in DC for a long time with Democracy for America. And now what I'm really hoping is that there is a resurgence of people wanting to be involved in the Democratic Party. And so at the local level, it's like, how do we make it, let's retool it so you don't have to, you can pop in, pop out, have it work, and then have onboarding for leadership.
Thank you. Assemblyman.
everything I think about is what the impact is on a local level. I represent 139,000 people in a 30-block radius where 21% of my residents live in public housing, where every single day we're trying to figure out how we help someone, where Khalif Browder, the young man who took his life because he was in solitary confinement for allegedly stealing a book bag, is the reason why we're pushing for raise the age, because North Carolina and New York are the two states in this country where still 16 and 17-year-olds are tried as adults. We are constantly thinking about what you have to do on the local level every single day as it relates to politically and electorally. Look at how Linda Kemp, a wonderful young sister who lives in public housing and in our community, we now have her as a vice chair. The increase that we've been able to amplify in terms of our county committee, making it more diverse across the board. Look at the staff that we've been able to put together locally. My co-chairs of my transition committee, both were women. My campaign manager, a woman. My legislative director is a woman. 2 openly gay individuals on our team, Latino, Native American, Asian, African American, all across the board. If we're going to be serious about this, we have to understand what's going on the ground and make those changes on the ground. Look at it from a policy perspective. We're the first state in the country for the My Brother's Keeper program, $20 million for boys and young men of color, now implemented and that's happening in our community. So all these different aspects are what are we doing on the ground and helping on the ground. So when we think about what we wish to do, the next step is to make sure that there's more training that's happening. I'm a national co-chair for an organization called New Leaders Council. 44 chapters, 4,100 alumni across the country, consistently mobilizing young people to get involved in the process on the ground, in being involved in city council and school board and state rep, and understanding that it's not just about being the elected official, but also the staff, and making sure staff are a part of it, and the everyday person that may work from 9 to 5 and have 1, 2, 3 kids and all the issues they have in their respective communities, but they still want to be involved in that way. So we've been consistent, we've been engaged, and we're making sure we're focusing on a local manner, because if we're not, we're going to lose out on these opportunities. People want to be involved right now. We have to understand that Trump is mobilizing many folks to understand we have to get engaged in the process. And now people just want to know, how do I become part of this process? Where do I go? How do I get plugged in? And what can I actually do to knock on doors, to make phone calls, and to be engaged and trained in that way? Last piece I'll say on this. A few days ago, I was on my way on a recent trip, and a father was telling me, you know what, my son has been involved in politics before, and he's wondering, why should I stay involved in the Democratic Party? We are the party that has stood up on all the respective issues as it relates to progressive values, and we make sure we have to communicate that. To make sure someone understands the local dynamics, communicate to them. The same way we're talking about Black Lives Matter, we need to have the same energy when it comes to the Dakota Access Pipeline. The same way we have the energy as it relates to Flint water, we need to have that energy for water across our communities. We have to understand that people are engaged and they get plugged in, and we educate and empower them, whether it be through executive committee, county committee, or local infrastructures. The Democratic Party, county, state, and national is the way they can get involved and mobilize from there.
All right, thank you, sir. Lorna Johnson, you're up.
Okay. You know, I am here. I am not a politician. I've been in the Democratic Party for over 15 years, raising money and doing different things in the party. And I'm here sitting, running for this seat today. And there is still nobody to explain to me or even tell me how to get here. I got here through my own creativity or trying to figure it out. I think locally we should have some kind of a one-stop shop where people can get information and to be educated how to do things. And I think the DNC probably should be tied in with the local government, with the local, at the local state level, involving the governors, the councilmen, your mayors. All these different entities should be tied in so that we can get these information, educate, and mentor young people. And I tell the story of the young man that I met earlier. There was nowhere for him to go. There's no place for me to get the real education. So we need to have somebody that is there as a gatekeeper to educate. And in terms of our monies that are coming in, that's why I want to run, to make sure that more money is stayed at the local and state level so that we can get more information out, join our Chamber of Commerce, get information through the Chamber of Commerce or through our different local government so that we can get the information and move up, and not just a few people that have access to this, you know, wanting to help or wanting to do something but just don't know how to go about doing it.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman. Not
Well,
you. No, I'm kidding. Go ahead. Yeah, two of you there.
First, let me thank you, and I will attempt to answer the question as narrowly as I can, because I think the question is, what have we done in reference with the local party? So I appreciate the question. I want to first thank my sister for asking it. Only kidding. It's okay. It's everybody. We're all brothers and sisters. I've been the Democratic chairman in South Florida, specifically Broward County, which is the largest Democratic county in Florida, for a very long time. And specifically, I understand the relationship of looking from the bottom, because I worked from the bottom up my whole life, from looking from a county perspective to see what the relationship is with the state party and the national party and back down again, and the difficulties with that. What I've done, and I term limited myself, I was Democratic chairman for 20 years in a county of almost 2 million people. So that takes a lot of time, which I did with love. And specifically, that's about understanding relationships, raising a lot of money, because it's a big county. It's about mediating disputes. We had, when I left, 950 precinct committee people, 31 Democratic clubs, which at times seemed like 3,100. And you have to rise to the occasion. You have to be able to manage a good organization. You have to be able to do press. You have to be able to raise money. All of those things I've done continually for many, many years. It's also about standing out of your shell as the chair of a local party and dealing with issues that affect everybody in that area. I did that with violence, racial tensions in the wake of the last couple of years, and held community forums. That, I thought, was imperative to making the community stronger and also showing people across my county what it was about, that we were tackling real issues that affected real people on a regular basis. That's also part of being a chairman on a local basis, and I've done that. I think it's a tough job, but it's one that I think thoroughly prepared me to run for this job. I'm running for vice chair specifically because of that training and because of all the things I've done over the years for the local party, but also because I realize we're in the toughest rebuild that I could ever remember. The next 4 years will be the toughest ever. There are no more White House, holiday parties to go to. This is a 4-year tough rebuild. That training, I believe, prepared me for this.
Thank you. And give it to your colleague to your left. He's the last one on this panel.
Thank you. So the question was, what have you done locally? First, I want to say I started out as a volunteer. My senior year in high school, it was August of 1992, and then Governor Clinton came to visit my hometown, and my government class took a field trip. So if you're trying to do the math, it makes me almost 43. So we had this wonderful rally with candidate Clinton, and I walked across the street and immediately started to make telephone calls. And from that moment, I was hooked, and I have never turned back on local work and door-to-door field work ever since then. Even as a state party chair now, what we're doing in Colorado, I think, is a little bit different than some of the other states. We have kept some of our organizers from the 2016 campaign on payroll through November, December, January, and we're going to try to keep them on as long as we can afford to keep them on. And their job solely is to do outreach to all of our super volunteers that worked on the presidential race that otherwise would not be involved in their local party committees. So they're calling them, asking them how, whether, one, they want to stay involved, two, to show up to these volunteer appreciation meetings, and three, preparing them to run for state central committee, county central committee positions, and also hopefully prepping them to run for office, because there's a lot of talent out there, a lot of great energy out there that we could harness, but as a party, we haven't done that in such a long period of time. So in Colorado, we're very focused on that. Now, I admit that not all state parties are in the position to be able to have organizers on full-time, and that's another issue that we have got to be able to tackle as a national party. But we have to make sure that all of those incredible super volunteers that are coming off of the presidential campaign remain engaged, because those are the people that are going to keep our party strong for years to come.
All right. So they're trying to give me the rap here, but I think that this woman would, in all her rights, having stood there for 20 minutes, would probably kill me if I tried to cut it off now. So here's what we're going to do. And there's a woman behind you who's been waiting too. And again, the DNC may never ask me to do anything like this again based on what I'm about to do. So I want you to ask your question, then I want you to ask your question right afterwards, and then we are going to start at the end, and you're going to do your best to answer both questions in a minute. This is a challenge for all of you, but and I know Mitch Caesar no shot at that, but we're going to give it a shot. But seriously, so I want you both to have a chance to ask your questions. They want me to wrap this up. There are other forms we need to do. Be succinct in your questions. They're going to be very succinct in their answers. Thank you. Mic's not on.
Oh, it's been a, there we go. Is it on now? There we go. This can be a yes/no. First of all, I want to say this is the first time I felt optimistic since Election Day at some point, so thank you. I'm very optimistic because of the incredible panels we've had already, your panel. So my question is, will you commit to continue dialogue at these meetings? I don't want to be talked to. I want to engage in this way, listen, dialogue, as well as working groups. Like, sign us up. Some of us know more about field. Some of us know about... That's what we need to do at these meetings, and we'll come to more than a couple. So it's that general engagement. That's my first question. The second one is, will you
You're killing me.
No.
You're killing me.
These are yes/no. These are yes/no. So my other one is, will you... There's only one that's going to win. The others need to remain engaged. How will you do that? Oh, 3. I'm sorry. Oh, nice. Oh, see, I'm getting educated from the... We're getting open.
Okay, so we get it.
So
Well,
will you keep each other engaged
All right.
and help with the chairs candidates who do not?
Got it. Okay. Go ahead, ma'am. You're next. Real quickly.
Hi, I stood up when you were talking about acting locally, and I want you to please think globally. And so on behalf of the millions of Americans overseas and how many might be watching you streaming right now, I'm the chair of Democrats Abroad, and I want to know what you would do on the executive committee to help us find more of the millions of Americans overseas who are not voting, but when they vote, they're going to vote Democratic, and how are we going to bring their votes home? Thank you.
Great. So, you made this easy. You made this easy on me, and I appreciate it. So, we're going to start with down there with a. But wait, we can ignore her questions, and I'll tell you why. Because we know you're all going to say you're going to continue to dialogue, and you're all going to say you're going to be engaged. So I answered that one for you. There's no doubt about that. All right. Listen, you stood up. I answered your questions for you. So let's address the very, very important overseas question, and no more than a minute, because the DNC powers that be are going to kill me for even doing this. So go.
You know, I have worked overseas with Democrats Abroad, and it's a very, very engaged group of people, and we're very passionate about voter registration and electronically having people signed up. And I think we need to have something so that we can go through electronically, sign up to vote, and be able to vote electronically. I think that's where we should be heading with Democrats Abroad. I think there's a lot of dialogue going on with Democrats Abroad, going to different countries. I've been to London, Geneva, and France, and I know that they're very active there, and I have stayed engaged with them in terms of trying to get the votes out and communicating.
All right, pass the mic. Sorry, I'm going to cut you off at this point.
I will briefly answer the first question. Of course, we're all yes, but I really want to say that in many of my calls with so many of you from around the country, just during this campaign, I've learned so much. And so I think that continuing the dialogue and continuing these sorts of group entities where we can learn from each other and build on each other's what we've done well and what we haven't done well is crucial. I think that our party needs to do a better job, and we've touched upon this a little bit already, on technological improvements, online, virtual, social media. We've seen so many people being engaged in this last general election in these ways that may not be engaged in traditional methods. So however we can do that. Many people abroad probably don't know how to vote. They don't know about the local, state, city, and federal elections that are even going on. And so however we can better engage online video is great.
Thank you, Congresswoman. I appreciate it. Assemblyman?
So combining both and saying to everyone, thank you for giving us the opportunity to be with you today. First, yes, absolutely, we'll continue the dialogue. Second piece to your question, how to make sure we maximize on the talents of everyone. In 2012, when I was the National Deputy Director for Operation Vote, we thought of that all the time in that engagement. Field, fundraising, communications, digital. Everyone has a skill set that you have to figure out how to amplify and utilize that talent and get them involved in that way. So we make sure that is a priority. For Democrats abroad, we had a phenomenal conference call just a week ago to talk this through. How to make sure that, number one, we're leveraging the continual experience and relationships people have in the states where they're at. Number two, how do you make sure you amplify the opportunities through Facebook and other digital outlets and to consistently keep people engaged in that way and being mindful of that. And number three, not just utilizing and engaging Democrats abroad for fundraising, but utilizing them for their talent and their skills and keeping them engaged in that way all of the time.
Well done.
So lastly, to tie it together,
No, that was
Michael,
lastly.
Michael Blake for DNC.com for more information. Thank you, everybody.
All right.
It's hard to follow Mike. Even back in '07, it was hard to follow Mike. I worked for Mike in '07. So, yes, but I also hate the term working group because I feel like we never get anything done from that and we never go to it. So I would say let's start some Slack channels and engage and just get it done. That would be my thing. Democrats abroad. My parents are Democrats abroad. They live in South Africa. They are huge Hillary supporters. They wanted to give money directly to Hillary and specifically to Field. It was almost impossible to do that because you couldn't directly donate. They had problems with their credit cards, and I had to speak to my mother every single day. Now that's great, right? It's great, but that was a lot. That was a lot, and I would love for the website to be improved. So when I'm talking to her, we're not saying, now, darling, use your credit card and go. That doesn't work. So what we need to do is get specific projects up there that Democrats abroad can give to so they feel invested. What candidates are they investing in? What are they doing in Arizona? They want to feel more connected than just the DNC. Okay. They want to know that. So
Good.
that's it. And it's Liz Jeff for Vice Chair. Thank you. .com.
Thank you for keeping it on. Chairwoman, thank you. During my opening statement, I said that I've talked to you all on the phone, and parties want to see a vibrant party in every state, D.C., the territories, and abroad. And I think you all sometimes get it even worse than others. And I am fully committed to making sure that you all have equal resources in terms of what you're asking. I hope that you never have to ask that question at a meeting again. I am a Ukrainian American. My father's from Ukraine, my mother's from England. I'm first generation. During this past cycle, I worked regularly with you. And one of the reasons was because another campaign wasn't handling Democrats abroad and didn't want to. And I will be there for you. I will fight for you. And one last thing, added bonus, elect me vice chair, and you will put a Ukrainian American as vice chair and send a very good signal to Donald Trump and Putin.
Katie, thank you for your question. I know you and I have worked together for some period of time. Katie's a Colorado voter, at least for now. Even though she bought a house in Arizona, which I'm very disappointed in. A quick answer to your question is what we need to do is get back to a point where Democrats abroad has a full-time staff person at the DNC as part of the outreach efforts there. We need to make sure that it's not just Democrats abroad, it's not just our 50 states, but it's our territories and our District of Columbia as well. We have Democrats all across this globe, maybe on all 7 continents. I'm not quite sure if we have anyone in Antarctica right now. We have a voter in Antarctica. That's absolutely amazing. So we need to make sure that we're empowering all of our delegations to do the outreach so that we can assist them really in educating, registering, and turning out our Democratic voters.
The very concise Chairman Caesar is up now.
Very concise.
Very concise.
Very concise. I agree about the dialogue because I've complained about it for a long time. Often I go to a meeting and hear others as well say, why did I come? Why did I spend the money? Why did I spend the time? The dialogue has to increase, so does the back and forth with validity to the members from the chair and from the officers. So I totally agree with the dialogue. It's long, long overdue. This is our window of opportunity to fix it. Democrats abroad, we have to remember not only dedicating a staff person, but it's also about a budget. Not just because we're up here pandering, but specifically because a lot of the Democrats abroad are registered in swing states. And it makes a difference. There are millions of Democrats abroad. Figure out what swing states they are. They deserve the same consideration other entities we give consideration to, because that could put us over the edge. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'm going to keep it really quick. Going back to building what Allie Chalupa did when she was actually at the DNC. Allie had a database. She connected the database to the state parties, and she made sure that whenever there's a training for the SPP, that the information went back to Democrats abroad. Addie was amazing. Also, it's about making sure that we connect the Dems abroad to people who are actually traveling. You were very helpful when I actually went to Taiwan last year, connecting me with Democrats abroad and making sure that we're still talking. So it's as simple as getting a staff or getting a budget and also connecting to what's happening day in and day out in the party.
Well done.
What's your website?
Latoya Jones, LatoyaJones for DNC.com.
So how many people here have read Paulo Freire and his, okay, so with education, there's the banking model or there's the relationship model. And I think what we've seen today here is this banking model, all this information being thrown at you with very little input back. And so I would like to agree with you in terms of restructuring part of this day. We should have breakout groups. We should be getting to work. We're organizers. I have Sharpies in my purse back there, but I don't see any white paper up here so we can be taking notes, mapping things out. So that should change. Because my first time going to a Democratic meeting, it was all this women stuff being thrown out there, and I felt like I didn't matter and that our voices didn't matter, so I left feeling like really disempowered. For Democrats abroad, Avaz had a really good program this year, and we shouldn't be relying on outsourcing things. I love outside groups. I've been there, done that, but we have to rebuild. So I think both doing active year-round, every year, recruiting people in, and then I know who my friends are that live in Germany, live in London. I've never been asked to list them out. So we need to also go back to our people here on our list. Who are your friends and family that are living abroad? Get them connected and have that going. Melissa for DNC.com. And can we just take a minute to celebrate that we got rid of Arapaio? Because I think about that every day.
Right. So, this is an amazingly eclectic panel, and it's tough to do. It's tough to be on a panel with 9 people. I know it's tough to moderate a panel with 9 people. I know these folks, as the other ones do, deserve a huge round of applause for taking the time to come here. You folks, don't get up. Stay put. We're only going to take a couple-minute break, and we're going to be back for the next forum. Thank you.
kind of lonely up here. Thank you. You've done a great job. I appreciate that. And I want to begin these few minutes by saying thank you to the members of the DNC for their spirit of volunteerism. I am a volunteer too, and am a person who never really expected to be standing up here today. I don't know how much you know about how this has traditionally worked, but traditionally the role of the finance chair is an honor, and you get a call from someone at the White House who says that the president would like you to serve in this position, and it adds to the cyclical nature of this institution that you hope to build over the long term. This is a moment in the history of our party that requires significant financial resources, but it also requires a spirit of cultural change, and that's not the way that this position has operated in the past. About 4 years ago, after I got that call, I walked into that office in Washington, D.C., and I discovered a party that had $24 million of debt that I was unaware of. Over the course of the last 4 years, I have helped to lead a team that cumulatively has raised over $500 million. Listening today to all of the speakers on this stage, and having had the privilege of talking to so many people over the course of the last 4 years and over the course of the last couple of months, it isn't enough. So I really wanted to talk today about a program of work, not about myself, but about the things that need to happen over the course of the imminent future that can make things better for the work that is in front of us. We need to, over the next 90 days, have a series of conversations. Conversations about best practices with the people who have played my role before, and the people who have been fundraisers and finance chairmen at the state and local level, to listen to them about what has worked and what hasn't worked. We need to have a conversation amongst the finance organization and the state party leaders, the state party chairman, to listen to them about the lack of transparency with regard to how the money has or has not flowed from the national organization into the hands of the state parties. The same kind of conversation needs to happen with the directors of the state party. If what I have heard on this stage is true, that there are parties in debt, that there are parties who only have $50,000 in cash on hand, that absolutely cannot stand. The joint fundraising agreements I'm interested in developing are the joint fundraising agreements that we should have with our own state parties. They're the joint fundraising agreements that we should have with our colleagues at the DSCC and the DCCC and the DGA, etc., with whom I never talk. We need to talk about strategically how we can build platforms for the 21st century that accomplish the work that you all are interested in accomplishing. I agree that there needs to be a bottoms-up fundraising strategy. In order to accomplish that, there needs to be a union between what we've traditionally called major donor financing and digital fundraising. There's an opportunity. I'll give you an example. The founders of the Women's Leadership Forum and I had a conversation this last week about the idea that you could create membership amongst 20,000, 50,000, 100,000 women across this country, and that the Women's Leadership Forum could be more than just a once-a-year convening. In order to do that, you have to have a digital platform that encourages that kind of membership. Today, in the culture of the DNC, digital finance is separate from major donor finance, is separate from marketing. That's not the way a business person would run their business. And while we're talking about digital platforms, I think it's important that the people who are interested in investing in the DNC understand that it will take at least an additional $3 million a year to protect the DNC from the kind of technological warfare that we withstood this last year. So we need to be involved in the creation of new digital platforms, the kinds of digital platforms that allow us to inspire leadership amongst young people, the kind of digital platforms that allow people to interact with fundraising ideas, and the kind of digital platforms that allow us to protect our information from the enemy. The days, we are living in a new normal, and it is never going back to the way that it was. I also think that listening to people, people are interested in investing in the DNC, but they're interested in investing in programs that benefit people. They want to be investors, not donors. They want to see leadership development. In particular, they want to see leadership development that will inspire the next generation of leadership across this country at the state and local and national level. All of this is a little bit easier when you have the glamour of the White House. I'm probably standing on this stage by myself because that is not the moment that we're living in. I know I'm not the richest person who ever had this job, but I have learned a lot over the course of the last 4 years. And I'm going to tell you that if you give me a chance to be in this role for another 4 years, I won't let you down. Thank you.
Yeah. All right, folks, we got a couple more panels. And these are very important offices, so let's give them the time that they're due. First of all, we have a couple of candidates for treasurer. Let's have them both come on out. And I know I'm not supposed to. I know I'm not supposed to play favorites here today, but this is my favorite person in the audience right here. What's my name? My name's John Ralston. You want me to spell it? It's pretty hard. Not quite. Anyhow, let's focus on the business at hand, and that's these candidates are for treasurer. So the order has been determined. Introduce yourself and talk about yourself.
Great. Thank you. My name is Bill Darrow, and since the early 2000s, I've personally given hundreds of thousands of dollars to the DNC and raised significantly similar amounts for other committees and candidates. So you probably want to know why. My mom immigrated from Central America. She learned English, became a citizen, and for 20 years was a teacher's aide in public schools. My dad was an FDR Democrat, Depression-era kid who earned 4 battle stars in World War II and went on to be a union carpenter for 35 years. I know what it's like to be in a family where a parent loses a job. Carpenters, their jobs rarely last more than a few months, and then they're back on the unemployment line. I know what it's like to have parents worried about buying food and paying bills, worried about losing their house, worried about whether their kids would be able to go on to college, and I was lucky enough to go to public schools all the way through. I know what it's like to see unemployment insurance run out and have to turn to the church and other sources to help my family, or my parents did. So I'm running for treasurer for my mom and my dad and all the other working people out there who live with that kind of economic anxiety. I'm running for treasurer to bring my skills that I've developed over 30 years helping troubled organizations, to leverage my contacts to recruit new major donors, and to help restore the Democratic Party as the party of working women and men and those who need a helping hand, but also the party which promotes job growth through smart economic policies. I'm basically a fix-it guy. Over 30 years, I've helped save hundreds of companies and nonprofits. I've restructured companies in every state in America, from aerospace in Washington to auto parts companies in Michigan. Probably my proudest accomplishment was when I worked with the unions and the creditors in the American Airlines bankruptcy. Together, we pushed back on management's plans, and we ultimately forced them to take our plan, which saved thousands of jobs, the pension for 100,000 retirees, got better contracts for the workers, and saved and paid off all the creditors in full. If elected treasurer, I will work with the finance chair to raise the money we need to empower our state parties. I'll work with the chair to help design and execute on a long-term plan to rebuild the party. And long-term, I don't mean 2 years and 4 years, I mean 20 years and beyond. That's what I do for a living, is help organizations build plans and execute on them. And I'm going to do everything I can to help turn that map blue again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Joyce Meek.
You're going to have to bring it closer to you, Joyce. There you go.
All right. Hi, my name is Joyce Amico, and I'm running for the office of treasurer also. As a result of the November election, we have an opportunity right now in raising and administering funds for the DNC, and I'm determined to make this my priority. We've learned so much from the small donor contributions from Bernie Sanders and President Obama's campaigns that improving upon these accomplishments will give us the pathway to the democratic wins we need, and that means we must appeal to all types of donors. Inclusion on every level strengthens. During the last election cycle, I became one of the top fundraisers in the state of Colorado, where I live. I bring several decades of nonprofit fundraising, public leadership, and organizational management, all of which prepares me to provide the direction necessary to be an effective treasurer. This is also a friend-raising and widening the desires for folks to participate, other folks to participate in this process. It's really not hard, and we need the help. As a team, we can continue to build upon the foundation of incredible work that our retiring treasurer, Andy Tobias, gave to the DNC these last 18 years. Andy and I both believe that this position needs full-time efforts, and I am willing to give it a full-time effort. We are at a critical time in democratic existence. I cannot tell any of you that. And must stand up and do whatever it takes. Roll up your sleeves, do whatever it takes to achieve our vision for America. I believe that we must grow our donor base by expanding the reach through persistence in our ask, as well as transparency to our members, without disclosure to our opponents. My experience, my heart and drive are in the right place, and I will do whatever it takes to help Democrats win across the board. That is why I was on the ground alongside of most of you, knocking on those doors in the snowy streets of Iowa, New Hampshire, Colorado, Massachusetts, Kentucky. I am excited and enthusiastic about leading the charge to victory for our party's financial and transparent needs. Our incredible loss in November impacts us all. Republican opposition is formidable, and it only emboldens me more. I believe that we are entering into an incredible time for fundraising, and I just hope that you're on board and I can seek to find your vote.
All right, thank you very much. Any questions for either of these candidates from the audience, please come up. You got to get to the mic if you want to ask a question. No? Are you a DNC member? Okay. No, I know. I just, he was raising his hand too. I just wanted to, so I gather you're not. Okay, go ahead, sir.
So, very basic, Jess Sturfey from California. Very basic question. We just heard from the candidate and the incumbent finance director. What's the difference between the two positions? A lot of your conversation was about fundraising. and a lot of his conversation was about fundraising. So what's the distinction and how does that work?
So,
Well, hang on. Let's let Joyce go first this time, since you went first in the first round. Go ahead.
So there's a little umbrella here, okay? And, you know, finance, of course, raises finances. The treasurer is also going to monitor our finances and its distributions and where we are giving our money, okay? But in the process, as all members, we all need to fundraise. This is critical. This is the most important time we have ever had in our existence right now, because we've never had a president quite like this guy. And this is where we go with it. So I'm all for transparency. I hear everything. I spoke with many of you last night, this morning, this afternoon. I hear everything about you don't feel part of where the money's going. And you should feel part of it because you need it.
So I think historically, just in general, treasurers, it's kind of a manage the money role, not necessarily the raise the money role, kind of making sure that the checks are signed appropriately. It's sort of a legal responsibility, and really Andy Tobias turned it into a bigger role. And he's phenomenal. You all know Andy, and he's done an amazing job, and we owe him a huge debt of gratitude for the money he's raised. And whereas I think the finance chair typically is the fundraising side, I kind of look at it as a seat to do many things. I'm a big believer that if you want to sell something, you got to have a message and you got to have a plan. I believe people will invest in the Democratic Party if we can show them a legitimate plan as to what we're going to do with their money. How are we going to rebuild in all 50 states? What are we going to do? How are we going to hold people accountable? What's the plan? And again, it's not a 2-year plan or a 4-year plan. It's a 20-plus year plan. You heard from everybody today that they believe, I think we all do, that we need to rebuild at the local level, at the state level, and ultimately at the federal level. And to do that, you've got to have a plan. You have to be able to moderate that plan and make adjustments along the way. There's a lot of great ideas have been talked about, but at the end of the day, it's about implementation. So I can bring, like I said, I've worked with 300 large companies and nonprofits over my career in helping turn them around, saving them from bankruptcy or getting them out of bankruptcy and back on the right path. And that's an element that I think the treasurer's seat can help with. But of course, at the end of the day, you can't drive a car without gas in the tank unless it's an electric car. And we got to raise money. We have to raise money. And there are a lot of good ideas out there, like becoming more of a membership-based organization. So having people commit on a monthly basis at the $5 level, $10 level, and I think you can get people to commit at the max level, at the 30, whatever we are today, $7,500 level. If we got 1,000 people around the country to do that, that would be almost $40 million we can guarantee. If you had the same kind of numbers donating at the small levels that donated to Bernie Sanders and to Hillary Clinton and to Barack Obama, you could ensure tremendous funding to go back out to the states.
All right, thank you. You look familiar.
Yeah, it's me again. Karen Carter Peterson, coming as chair of the Louisiana Democratic Party and a member of the DNC. I want to first just thank both of you for offering yourself for this not always too sexy position, because I certainly value it. I'm asking to be, considered for another position as an officer, and I recognize how important your role and Henry's role is in everything that we talk about. None of the things that have been talked about up until this point can get done without successful leadership in your position in the finance director. And so I hope that the other candidates for the other positions are probably watching on live stream, I'm sure. They're not here right now, but as a state party chair, one of the things 5 years ago when I came in, it was really difficult to get people in a red state, right, to get people to buy in. So just any unique ideas you might have for state parties, and how in your role as a DNC officer, how can you complement state parties' efforts also to fundraise, monitor, right? Because we don't have all of the tools. Every state party is not created equal. So how would you collaborate with state parties if you could kind of hit that? But thanks again for offering yourself.
Bill Darrow's first this time.
Oh, okay. Well, so but I mentioned the American Airlines experience. Getting all the unions together with the financial creditors and Boeing and HB to all be on the same side was not a natural thing. Even getting the three unions to be on the same page, the pilots, the flight attendants, and the ground workers, was not. So I think having experience in putting people together and finding ways to create goals that are common goals and creating plans to do that is something that's going to be important. We can't have a one-size-fit-all message in general in every single state. Places like Arkansas, they're going to have different hot-button issues than you're going to have in Washington. And what sells in Washington, I'm from California originally, I live in New York now, they are very different states even though they're both blue states. I'm from San Francisco and I just came from there. I live in New York City and, in terms of voting-wise, they're very similar, but what pushes people's buttons are very different kinds of things, and we need to recognize that, and we need to work with the state parties to help them identify the things that will energize people to come out and vote. But also, and we've heard some of this today, as a national party, we need to collectively work together to, at the local and state level, identify, recruit, train, and help manage the careers of candidates across the country so that we start developing this farm team on a broad basis. And we don't just help them get started, but we help them along the way.
Thank you. Go ahead, George. Wrap it up with this.
All righty. Well, first of all, because the state directors know their state better than we do in many cases. And I would have to sit down with every state director, and I would have to develop a plan with them to tell me what they need. Because without that, you can't be told what to do. You know what's going on in your states. And that is the most important thing. So we together will develop a plan, and I will represent you.
All right, let's give them a round of applause. Thank them for coming. Don't go anywhere. The last forum of the day is coming up. We have 4 candidates coming up on stage in just a moment. It really does show your dedication to the party, and I'm sure the DNC appreciates it. The last office is for the office of secretary, and we have 4 candidates who are going to come up. Come on up. So if you have questions for these folks, come on up after they give their opening statements. They're going to have 2 minutes each, and we're going to go in the order that they just sat down. And so introduce yourself and give your spiel. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. It's probably evening now. My name is Stephanie Rawlings Blake, and I've had the honor of serving the past 4 years as secretary. I was taught that if you work hard, if you play by the rules, if you treat people the way that you want to be treated, if you did what's right, even when no one was looking, that things would work out. But here we are as a party, exhausted, not just by the day, but from all of our hard work, frustrated because the rules just don't seem to apply anymore, and disheartened because there's simply no way to reconcile after doing what's right and with compassion doing right for others, that love did not trump hate. But here we are. And listening to President Obama's message of hope just a few days ago felt like the most improbable collection of words that he could have come up with. Here's a man who lived by the same rules that I was taught, a man who had done what many thought was the impossible, yet on the horizon, we are watching as what looks like a hateful, rule-breaking group of bigots delight in anticipation of dismantling everything that he's worked for. Yet still he has hope. I remember that call I got 4 years ago. President Obama wants the leadership of the party to reflect the future, more diversity, new voices, and he believes you represent the future of the party. At that time, I sat in disbelief, but those words ring truer now more than ever. I humbly ask for your support because I know that I'm a voice that needs to be on the front lines for the Democratic Party. I'm proud of what we have done in the Secretary's office. I have been relentlessly focused on honoring neutrality. We've embraced technology and brought innovation to the office. And I'm a tested voice whose actions are not actions and not just words, relate a track record of resilience, leadership, and accomplishment in some of the most challenging circumstances in the country. I humbly ask for your support so I can continue this fight with your help to fight for our party and to fight for our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Election night, November 8th, was a rough night for all of us. Our hopes, our hard work, our values were assaulted and dashed. In Nevada, as results came in, we already saw that the night wasn't going well. At the same time, we were a little, well, more than just a little excited to elect our first Latina senator, to send our good friend Dina Titus back to Congress, and to elect 2 new Democrats, flipping them from R to D. And as you heard from our Senator Ford, our new majority leader, we were able to flip both houses of our legislature. So Nevada had a bright spot. But did we work any harder than any of you? No, we didn't. But we did some things well. First, we had an investment from Senator Reid and an abundance of support from the national level and outside groups. And second, we connected with working people, people in the unions, with a strong message about voting and protecting their rights and their everyday rights. And third, we leveraged grassroots organizations. We responded to the needs of staff, leaders with resources. But during my work as a Clark County chair and then as Nevada State Democratic chair, I've encouraged strong relationships among grassroots organizations, our elected leaders, and emerging candidates. We've listened, we've gathered ideas, and we've put those ideas into practice and given everyone a stake in the outcome. In this campaign, you will hear many prescriptions for what we need to do. Most of those are pretty good ideas, but it takes skills and experience to make those happen. I pledge my over 30 years of leadership in my union as a proud member of the NEA, as a campaign manager and a leader in our party to carry us forward to meet the challenges that we face in the next 4 years. The key role of the secretary is to communicate, to keep the records and the role and the results of the party. I will do that, but in these times we have to do more. As your secretary, you can expect me to be available to engage vigorously wherever and whenever is needed. I am Roberta Lang, and I respectfully ask for your vote.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jason Ray, and I'm running for secretary to ensure we do more to engage members and to create greater transparency of the DNC. It's essential that we become more open about how our party operates, and the secretary has a major role to play in that effort. Here's one idea. I've written a report after every DNC meeting I've attended and sent it out to thousands of Wisconsin Democrats talking about what it is that we voted on, what we discussed, what happened. I think that the secretary's office should issue a similar report for members after every meeting, be it a full member meeting or one of our committees, like Rules and Bylaws. I think it's important that members and even the public should know what we're discussing, but they have a right to know what we're discussing and doing. Second, we need to create a mentorship program to bring on and engage new DNC members, and I think the secretary should play a key role in that process. These members need to feel welcome and included right away, and not sit there trying to figure out how it is that we operate and how they can play a role in our party. There's too much at stake right now, and it's all hands on deck. Finally, I want to be an advocate and a resource for all of you, our DNC members. I want you to know that you will always be able to call me, to text me, to email me, and I personally will get back to you. I'll be a secretary that is there for you. I know what it takes to support members, to engage them on a regular basis, and to build programs that help us win. These are the things I've been doing all my life. Many of you know my story. I got my start in politics up in Rice Lake, Wisconsin, a small rural farming community where I would ride my bike to county party meetings before I could even vote. I was honored to be elected by the Democrats of Wisconsin to serve on the DNC in 2004 when I was 17 and re-elected 3 times since then. I've served our party on the Executive Committee, the Credentials Committee, and for the last 8 years as chair of the Youth Council. I understand how the DNC works, and I know the important role that the secretary plays in building our party. I'm proud to have the support of so many DNC members in this room, and I'd be honored to have your support to serve as our next secretary.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Anna Caprill, and I serve as the state chair of the Wyoming Democratic Party. I'm honored to be here as a candidate for DNC secretary. I'm not the most polished, the most politically savvy, or financially connected candidate for office on this stage. I am a volunteer, ready to work for you. As the Democratic chair in perhaps the reddest of states, I am used to hard work and perseverance. Our bylaws state that the Secretary's office is directly responsible to the members, and whether it's information, planning, or networking, the Secretary's office must be the first resource our members turn to and can trust. As a DNC member, I see my candidacy as an opportunity to speak up and be of service to an organization I care deeply about. I see an opportunity to be a voice for people in our organization who aren't always fully represented and who should be at the table working to make decisions. As we face this new political landscape, it's time to reconsider our approach to communications through the Secretary's office. The DNC cannot expect that things will go back to normal, and we cannot move forward with business as usual. I propose a way forward. Devise a member communication plan that will stop filling up inboxes with emails that neither engage our members nor inspire them to action. Information should not be a burden to any of us. Take advantage of communications to improve trust and confidence in the DNC by ensuring members know who is making decisions and that their voices will be heard. Create opportunities for open dialogue and encourage feedback and critique. This is especially important when developing strategies or policies. Adapt. We must be willing to reassess if communication is ineffective and be ready to create new strategies that will keep our members engaged, not just at election time. Our members expect change. They're demanding change, a change in leadership and a change in strategy. If elected, I will be an advocate at the highest level of our organization for minority voices, all state parties, including our red state Democrats, but most importantly, I will be an advocate for our members, all of you. I am asking for your support and your vote.
Thank you very much. All right, this is your last chance of the day, folks, to ask questions. Who has questions?
Jess Durfee from California. Well, many of you have sort of addressed what I'm getting at in my question, but my question is really just a nuts and bolts. We as members rely on the Secretary's office for information about meetings, about the operations of the party, all of that. I myself have been incredibly frustrated. I was frustrated by the fact that it was only 9 days ago that we got the agenda for this, and we were told some time ago to plan on the 13th and 14th, and that was sort of where it ended. So we waited, and then we found out, like last week, what was going on this week. What would you do in the future so that we know well in advance, because we have to make travel plans, it's expensive, it's out of our own pockets, and what would you do differently to make sure that we're informed in a timely manner so that we can get relatively inexpensive airfare and all those things that make life easier as a member? We absolutely rely on the Secretary's office as our source of information, and so I want to hear from you a commitment that that will be addressed.
Okay. Let's go in reverse order this time. So let's start at the far left and come toward me.
Well, that would definitely be a commitment for me. I understand I live in a state that's hard to get in and out of. I had the same frustration. I came in a day early because I wanted to make sure that I was here on the 13th when I thought I was expected to be here. I'm also working on a budget. I'm a librarian. I work hard. Being a DNC member is a financial burden on my family, but I make a commitment to do that, and I know many of you do. Katie and some of the other members from Democrats Abroad, our territory members, are often not at our meetings because it is a burden to get to them. And so for me, it would definitely be a commitment to get those notices out as soon as possible. Make sure that our members understand exactly when they need to be there so that they can make the proper arrangements, and consider what it's like to get in and out. We do that with our state meetings because a lot of our folks have to travel 7 or 8 hours to get to where we're having our central committee meetings. So we try to make sure that we have time for them to travel in the morning if it's necessary and avoid as much hotel nights as possible.
Thanks, Jess, for the question. And it's one that, I think the Secretary's role, having been a member, I think provides a really great insight into what members are looking for when it comes to that meeting planning. I know that it's helpful to get that meeting notice 60 to 90 days beforehand so you can plan if available. That when you get the meeting notice, you also get a draft agenda so you know what time to come in. You know when you get to leave. Frankly, it's, as Anna said, it's expensive for us to be here. And if we want people to be engaged in the DNC, if we want to take it, people to take it meaningfully, we need to value them. We need to make sure that they can participate. State parties are setting their convention dates a year out. They're setting meetings in advance. We as a DNC should be setting our meetings further out and making sure that people can come and participate fully and opening them up to the public.
First of all, thank you, everyone that stayed till the very end, because we are the DNC, and I appreciate, and on behalf of everyone up here, I think we all appreciate that you all stayed.
They stayed for me, Roberta. Let's be honest. They stayed for me.
And I agree with you, Jess. I had to change my flight 3 times based on different schedules I got, and each time it got a little more expensive. I couldn't get into the hotel was full. So I think we need to start thinking about those things, that we need to think of them at least 30 days in advance so you can get a good plane ticket, but further if we can. I understand having been a state chair and having to plan state conventions and working with the vendors and what goes on with them, and we are kind of working on their timeline too. But I do agree. I mean, we have to value everyone's time and everyone's money. People spend probably $1,500 at least, and that doesn't probably include Democrats Abroad and the territories and places like Alaska to get to these meetings. So I think we have to think about the financial investment that people are making, and if you're worried about your financial investment, then you get to a point where you can't really contribute at the meeting as much as you want to because you are thinking about the other elements. So I'm totally in favor of that.
Thank you. I think it's very easy to say that you're in favor of making sure that everyone gets information as early as possible, but I think doing the role of secretary means you understand the roles and responsibility of the secretary. The secretary does not make independent decisions about when the meeting notices goes out, when the agenda goes out. As secretary, as in most organizations, the chair or the president instructs the secretary on when to send those things out. I have an incredible staff that works to be as responsive as possible and get the information out as quickly as possible. But we get it out when the chair and the executive board gets it to us. I think to suggest anything differently would reflect not really understanding the role of the secretary. I think the question about getting that information out sooner, that's something that we need to talk about as an executive board and with the new incoming chair. And I fully support getting the information out as quickly as possible because I know how challenging it is. I had to do all of this prior to December the 6th at 12 noon and try to run a $2.4 billion enterprise as mayor of the city of Baltimore. It was difficult to try to make sure I fulfilled those obligations, so I get it. You need as much notice as possible, but that's a conversation for the chair and the executive board.
Okay, any more questions? Grab it while you can.
Thank you. There's been a lot, Alice Drummond, California, now and again. There's been a lot of conversation today about more interaction amongst the DNC members at DNC meetings, and a sense that sometimes we feel like we do spend a lot of money, and we come to these meetings and perhaps occasionally feel kind of like mannequins. We do want to look like we are professional, and we do what we do as a party in a way that is appropriate and shows our political savvy, et cetera, et cetera. At the same time, I am interested, since you are in the lead of meeting planning and what will go on at our meetings, if you have any ideas or thoughts about how to make our meetings more interactive for the members when we fly across the country twice a year and perhaps go to regional meetings in between, et cetera. I think it might be helpful for all of us to get your ideas and your sense of whether that can be something incorporated into meeting planning in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, Roberta Lang, why don't you go first this time?
Sure. Alice, thank you for that question. And thank you for your service as secretary all those years on the DNC. No one can run a faster meeting than I can, and you can ask people from Nevada. But what I learned is that you lose out on something. And I had some members come to me and say, you run the best meeting we've ever been to, but we don't, while we get to deal with issues and talk about issues and the pros and cons, we feel like we don't really have a part of the discussion. And so what I've tried to do in my central committee meetings is to have an issue where the body can discuss during our central committee meetings what that issue is. And I commit to you, if I'm elected secretary of the DNC as a part of the leadership team, those are some of the things that we can talk about and about how we bring important issues to the body and have more discussion so people don't feel like they came to a DNC meeting and it was a rubber stamp.
Mayor, you're up next. Go ahead. Go ahead. See, I
You
tricked
are.
there.
You
I
got
tricked you there.
surprised.
I
Yeah,
tricked
yeah,
you.
yeah. So, just a couple of things, Alice. First, thank you for the question and for your service. We spoke, I guess, a week or so ago, and I said that I knew when I got the call that the president wanted me to serve in this role, it was an incredible honor. But I also knew that I had very big shoes to fill, and not literally. Not literally. I've never seen you in stilettos, so you don't have anything to worry about. I will not be in your shoe closet. But no, Alice, you know I meant it when I said it. I knew I had very big shoes to fill. That there was only one Alice Drummond. But what I did tell you is, while I certainly could not be you, that I was working very hard to bring my skills and my talents to this job. And part of my skills and my talents is being responsive at the most grassroots level of government. As mayor, I opened up government to be more interactive, participatory, whether it's the budget process, whether it's police reform. I have a track record of bringing empowering communities by engaging with them and hearing directly from people, which is what we need to do. I don't think it's us that we need to give the prescription for how we need to be more interactive. If you are truly in service, you hear from the people that you serve how we can do a better job, and that certainly would be my goal. You know, I've been blessed in so many ways, not just to have this position, but to be chosen by mayors, Democrats and Republicans from big cities and small, to be the first African-American woman in the history, the over 80-year history of the U.S. Conference of Mayors to serve as president. And I took that honor, very humbly took it, as a reflection that the leaders from across our country saw in me someone who represented a broad base of this country, someone who could connect across the aisle, and I was honored to serve in that position. And I'm looking forward to continuing to bring, and with your help and with your support, bringing those connections to this job so we can have those conversations with the people we serve and be a more responsive and engaged party.
All right, Madam Chairwoman, you're up.
Thank you. So I would say I would definitely make a commitment to giving our members what they want. I think the Secretary's office should be renamed Member Services. And if our members are looking to have trainings, to have opportunities to network, talk about best practices, and have work groups, that's definitely what we should have. It shouldn't just be a training where you get spoken to. It shouldn't just be presentations about polling. We should have an opportunity to talk to each other, outside of cocktail hour, and be able to work and bring our experiences and the things that we have learned through the year to these meetings. So I would certainly make a commitment, and Stephanie's right, the Secretary's office doesn't set the agenda, but as a member of the Executive Council, I would certainly advocate to give our members what they want.
And thank you, Alice, for that question. And working with the other officers, I think one of the best meetings I've been to is actually the one after this convention we had in Philadelphia, where there was actually an open forum at the end of the meeting for members to actually get up and have an opportunity to talk to the body, to speak out. And I think that's something that we've missed. And part of it, I think, is because as we set the meeting schedule, we have so many great caucuses and councils that want to meet that it becomes hard to fit everything in. And I know that the problem is the chair of the youth council, we're given our 1 hour, and there's something before and after it, and as Democrats, inevitably something runs long, and you get there and you have just enough time to get your business done without anything else. So I think we have to look and talk with members about ways that we can find time in that agenda. I know in Atlanta, for example, it is meetings back-to-back, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. There isn't any downtime. I think one thing members want is an opportunity to get to know one another. We only see folks twice a year in some occasions, and really building in those opportunities for interaction, to share best practices, to hear what each other is doing in their states on an informal or even a formal basis by setting up different workshop opportunities, inviting members to present. Some of the best meetings I've been to were those when we had different polling discussions, or we had different updates on things, and members were allowed to ask questions, to engage. And I hope working with the other officers and our new chair, we can get back to that as we plan our meetings.
All right, thank you very much. Any other questions for these folks? Oh, I see a hand going up. Oh.
I have two quick ones. My executive committee from Democrats Abroad stretches from Hong Kong to Mazatlan now, across 14 time zones. Our members are in more than 190 countries. So we use video conferencing. We have to, because we need to talk to each other all the time. We're streaming today, but we could easily set up a system where people who are watching could be asking questions as well. So what are your thoughts about using technology better for those people who can't get here, even though face-to-face is really important? Important, and I'm really glad I'm here, because it's not just the room, it's the corridors. That's one question. And then the other question is, we vote on where our global meeting is held every year, the year before. We have countries come in and bid on the meeting, and then we as a group decide where we need to go and when we need to hold the annual meeting. What about asking for member input about when and where our meetings are? Thanks.
Okay, only 2 questions? You don't want to ask 3 or 4? You sure? I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Okay, Jason, why don't you start this time?
Sure. Thanks, Katie, for your questions and for your service with Democrats Abroad. I think as far as using technology, I think it's something we should look into. I think caucuses and councils, for example, we're starting to do that with Youth Council and figure out new ways that we can add in video to engage members outside of meetings. But I think making sure that we can reach members if they can't be here physically is a good thing. But I think it goes beyond that. I think it's opening it up further to the public as well. I think making sure that folks can see, I'm glad we're live streaming this today for folks all across the country. As I've been talking to people, we need to open up the party so folks can see what it is we're doing. And I think the Secretary should advocate to really open up so that everyone can participate, can see what's going on. What we're doing is a public meeting. There's nothing secret about it. Let's make sure people feel connected. As far as voting on meetings and things like that, I think it's definitely worth discussing. I know it's up to the chair, but I think the executive committee really needs to have a hand in really pushing the chair to build an inclusive DNC that hears every voice in the process, and in particular, hears the voice of members who give their time and their money to participate.
Pass that to your left. Go ahead.
I'm going to agree with Jason and just say yes and yes. There's absolutely no reason why we can't have more open and available conversations when we're having these meetings. I know Alaska does it too, especially when they're doing their caucus. They're able to vote remotely and do what they need to do. And I think that opportunity will be great for a lot of members. You know, how often do we get to see the members from Guam or the Mariana Islands? They just are unable, because of their travel schedules, to get to these meetings and be able to participate. So I'm all for opening up our meetings to more technology-friendly options for people to use. And what was the second question? As having input as to where our meetings are held. I guess that all depends. You know, the bylaws do state when, you know, at times when we have to meet certain times of year, like many of our state parties do also. And I think the Secretary's office should definitely take a look at making the best opportunity for members to be able to get in and out of hubs and to find budget-friendly options, different hotel levels for people to be able to stay.
Okay, Mayor?
Thank you. I would love to have one of our meetings in Hong Kong. So to your questions, I fully embrace technology and opening up the meetings. You know, the fact that this is, the fact that the meeting is being streamed is not an accident. My time as secretary has been, we've embraced innovation. I think we talked about how great the convention was this year, and part of it was the fact that we updated the way that you get your credentials, and it made it a lot smoother process all around. So I'm really proud of the very hard work that my office has done. And I'm looking forward to, if given the opportunity, to do even more. I think, you know, this is just one example of how we can open it up with the live streaming, but there are so many other ways that we can connect with the people that we serve. And I think, yes, technology is great, but I also think activating the soldiers, you know, our DNC members, the state parties as surrogates at a more grassroots level, you know, person to person, you know, touching and getting out there is also important. You know, I think we need to move on 2 tracks. Definitely embracing technology, but also, I mean, I love getting out. I'm a lifelong Democrat. I've been campaigning since I was 7 or 8 years old, and only for Democratic candidates. And I love knocking on doors. I love talking to people, and I loved being the opportunity that I had as secretary to be a surrogate, whether it was speaking at state party events, or the work I get to do when I get to be on national television, you know, boxing with Republicans. And just a note, I'll be on the front lines again on Inauguration Day on ABC, so keep an eye out for me. And if there's if I say anything good, just hit me up with one good tweet, and I'd appreciate it. I have a feeling that I'm going to be needing some support on air on Election Day. But yeah, I think we definitely need to embrace technology, but we also can't forget the power, the person-to-person power that we have in our state parties when we activate more surrogates to speak on behalf of the values that we have as Democrats.
Thank you. Roberta?
Sure. Since I've been chair in my 3 terms in Nevada, we activated video conferencing for our state central committees twice a year. And what we found is that we got greater participation and more people were excited about what was happening all around our state. So I'm very much in favor of video conferencing, but we only did it for 2 out of our 4 meetings because, as Stephanie said, the power of having the conversation in person is something that you cannot replace. So I think there's a balance there in finding the balance, but I definitely think in activities like this where we have a forum and having an opportunity where people overseas could be in on a video conference and ask questions is very valuable to us. As far as member inputs on meetings, which I think was your second question, I would tell all of you, if you have a place you want to go, all you need to do is let the chair know, and I think those opportunities are available. I request as often as I can to have people come to Nevada, and we have been to Nevada, and it's been really great for our state. But I think there are lots of places we could go to, and we just need to ask.
All right, I think we had one last question. Make it quick, and the answers will be even quicker.
Okay, Nancy Monticelli, Washington State. So all of you have other lives, and I would like to know very quickly how you plan and expect to be able to structure your other life in order to give you the time to actually devote to this position. Thank you.
Okay, and we're going to go original order, starting with the mayor.
It was a great juggling act when I was both president of the U.S. Conference of Mayors and mayor of Baltimore, but my proximity helps, and I'll have even closer proximity now that my term as mayor is over, and I'm looking forward to, with your support. Sorry, I'm trying to see you. I'm looking forward to with this, if I am honored to have the opportunity to serve again as secretary, I'm looking forward to being able to do even more. I'd love to have the opportunity to speak on behalf of candidates, to speak on behalf of the party. Again, the proximity helped, but also the fact that I made it a priority, and that's all it is. It's about making this work a priority, and under very difficult circumstances, I did, and I'm looking forward to having more time so I can even do more.
Thank you, sir. That was the last question, so I don't want you to have to stand there.
Well, I'd like to correct the record for one thing. At the December meeting of the Executive Committee, it was only then that this meeting was scheduled. So there was only about 35 days that it was possible to do any scheduling. So the aspersions cast on the Secretary's office are a little unfair because that meeting, it wasn't even thought of until the first week of December.
I figured you'd want more time. All right. Okay, go ahead.
What was the question? I'm sorry.
What was the question?
Oh, I know what the question was. Never mind. So it's late in the day. We've all been here a really long time, right? So your question was about how much time we could devote to the role as secretary. I can devote as much time as necessary. And look, we are all from the West, and we look at the candidates that are running and for a myriad of offices for the DNC, and I just feel like it's so important that the West be a part of that decision making. And I look at Nevada and the successes we had in Nevada, the successes we had in Alaska, the success we had in New Mexico and in Arizona, and we have a story to tell, and we should be a part of that. And I don't think geographically it should limit us from not being able to be a leader at the DNC.
Thank you, Nancy, for the question. It is all about priorities. I've always viewed my role for 12 years as a committee man from Wisconsin as another full-time job that I have. While I would travel the state, last year I went to over 60 different county party meetings and events, just listening to folks, talking about the party. I've led our delegate selection process and done trainings all across the state, and I viewed it as an essential part of what I do. And if I were to get the fortune of being elected secretary, I would get that same priority. In my day job, I serve as the executive director of a nonprofit, the Wisconsin LGBT Chamber of Commerce. It's an organization I built with 500 businesses as members. I've talked to the board, and they know that being secretary is a top priority. and that they care about the party. It's a progressive business organization that knows in order to advance progressive business policies, we have to have Democrats in office who will advance those policies.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to agree with Roberta. Just the fact that we're out in the West and a little bit hard to find sometimes doesn't mean that we shouldn't be able to serve. I don't know of too many emergencies that would require us to jump on an airplane and have to be in D.C. within a few hours. And actually, most of the time, it takes me about 6 hours to get to our office in Cheyenne from where I live. So I'm used to traveling and having to get to where I am. I also have an amazing husband and children. Most of you have seen them because they do attend meetings with me sometimes. I have a great job that allows me the flexibility to do the job that I have as chairwoman right now in Wyoming, and I have never missed a DNC meeting since I became a member. It's part of a commitment that I've made to the organization and to Democrats in my state, so I would definitely make it a commitment to continue to do that.
All right, folks, let's give these candidates a round of applause for coming. And before we go, folks, a couple of quick things. Let's all give a big round of applause for these sign language folks here. Really just been done yeoman's work. They've worked harder than anybody in the room today. Thanks to all the candidates who came today, and thanks mostly to all of you who stayed all day just to hear me talk. Thanks for coming. I really appreciate it.